What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Does Garin Focus on Justice? Justice. How many crimes are committed in your name? Thanos had a sneer on his lips, although it was not easy to detect, but he was indeed smiling. With the moonlight, he could see the man who was slowly crawling on the ground not far away. As he crawled, he cursed Thanos, as if the person whose legs were broken was not him. As he crawled, 2 bloodstains were left on the ground. "You damn country bumpkin, how dare you do this to me?" Perhaps the pain made him lose some of his reason, and the words he said were not only ridiculous, but also had a kind of superiority that was taken for granted. As he crawled hard towards the distance, he continued to curse Thanos. "Wait, soon all your family will die. No one can survive. You damn country bumpkin. Do you think you are a messenger of justice?" "No, I am not a messenger of justice." Thanos looked down at the gun in his hand and suddenly laughed. "Messenger of justice?" Someone actually described him like this. It's really interesting. He smiled and warned, "There's nothing ahead. If you want to run, I suggest you crawl towards the road. Maybe you'll run into a car that's willing to take you to the hospital before you bleed to death." "Shut up, you damn country bumpkin, you lowly creature. You should be grateful. We pay hundreds of times more in taxes than you do every year." The man was talking, and suddenly he started to cry like a psychopath. "You can't just break into our club and kill everyone. You can't do that." Thanos walked up to him, squatted down, and watched him crawling little by little with interest. He said slowly, "It's interesting that a serial killer who has killed at least hundreds of people is talking about paying taxes with me. A law-abiding citizen." "Law-abiding citizen?" The man stared at him with bloodshot eyes. "You fucking killed people. Country bumpkin, how can you be a law-abiding citizen?" "I'm really not used to hearing such righteous words from you, Jonathan Ted." Thanos tapped the gun in his hand and said, "How many people have you and the members of your little club killed here over the years? How much dirty money have you made?" "To be honest, I don't quite understand why you can kill your own kind just for fun. Or do you not regard them as human beings at all?" The man didn't answer him anymore. He crawled forward slowly with an angry expression, whispering something like "killing you while crawling." Thanos shook his head in boredom. He was expecting a decent resistance, but these people didn't even think that he would find their location. He fired more than 10 shots before they realized it was an attack. In the first 10 seconds of the battle, half of the people in the room died. As for the remaining people, by the time they touched the gun, Thanos had already pointed the gun at them. He knew very well what he was doing. No, this was definitely not revenge. He was at most an acquaintance to Mrs. Jackson, and it was not a question of revenge for her. But why did he track down all the way to now, risking his life to kill all the perverted killers in this room? Maybe he himself didn't have an answer. After finishing his thoughts, Thanos raised his pistol and killed the man. It was 2 days later when he returned home. While he tiredly put down the bag, he took out the laptop he had just bought at the second-hand market. Although he was very sure that his actions were not recorded by any camera, he still had to take necessary precautions. For example, make what those people did public. He collected their evidence of crime one by one, and then sent it directly to the submission columns of major TV stations. Thanos stared at the computer screen with a blue light thoughtfully, still thinking, "I killed because I have to." Then, what about humans? Will killing their own kind make them happy? And his condescending attitude is so strange. "Even if I travel throughout the universe, I can't find another race that has such deep malice towards its own kind as humans." That man didn't seem to regard the people he killed as human beings. His self-righteous attitude made Thanos feel a very subtle anger, but the problem is, he didn't know why he was angry, nor who he was angry at. Sighing, he leaned back in his chair and glanced at the pile of books again. Monroe Austin stared at the sky, and he kept this posture because he had to keep this posture. He couldn't move anymore. The aftermath of the giant's axe swung him away, and the remaining force made him hit the wall of the city not far away. His whole body seemed to fall apart, and he couldn't stand up again no matter how hard he tried. He had no choice but to keep this subtle posture of looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Monroe thought of the girl again. He wanted to know, is she still alive? This thought only appeared for a second before he threw it out of his mind. He smiled bitterly and cursed his hypocrisy. You let her die when she was alive. Why are you pretending to be a good person now? The screams of the soldiers continued to come from all directions. This is the last line of defense of Xantu. Once their line of defense is broken, the giant can come to the inner city unscrupulously. There are not so many soldiers in the inner city. On the contrary, there are only unarmed civilians. Maybe there will be some decent resistance in the palace, but now that the border war is tight and even Galen Crown Guard has been sent out, who can stop this giant? Winged god, what should I do? With this thought in mind, his consciousness slowly fell into darkness. The anger has gradually subsided. After washing his axe with blood, Sean has regained some reason. The terrifying red eyes gradually returned to their original black. He continued to kill the Damascens, but he intentionally or unintentionally led the battlefield away from the direction where the girl fell. Not long after, he killed the last Damason who was still standing. Their heroic posture in battle and their spirit of never retreating or surrendering made Sean admire them very much, and also made him hate these stubborn bastards even more. Surrender to me. You shouldn't die in vain in my hands. Although he did think so, he didn't say it out loud. If he really said it, it would be too insulting to them. However, since entering the city, he has not encountered a decent resistance. Sean couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had heard of the name of the Fearless Vanguard a long time ago. It was an army that could fight back and forth with Darius's legion. Its leader, Garn of the Crown Guard family, was an even more powerful warrior. It was a pity that he was afraid that he would not see the Fearless Vanguard today. Sean looked back at the towering palace of Xantu. Although he disliked the exaggerated style of the building, he had to admit that the palace of the Damascens, the Castle of Dawn, was indeed a great building that was difficult to describe in words. He left the great axe in place, not worrying about anyone moving it. Who else could pick up this heavy weapon except him? Sean came to the place where the girl fell in 2 or 3 steps. She closed her eyes tightly. For a while, Sean almost thought she was dead, but she didn't. Her chest was still rising and falling slightly. The spell seemed to have consumed her greatly. Sean wiped his hands on his body before reaching out and holding her up. Poor child, he muttered to himself, frowning. He knew how to kill people and how to fight, but when it came to saving people, Sean knew nothing. Forget it. Whatever. There was no need to rush. He turned back and stared deeply at the Castle of Dawn again, then ran away without any nostalgia, even leaving their axes there. This move was interpreted by the Damascens as a mockery of them, and the most helpless thing for them was that they could not pick up the 2 axes, or even move them. No matter how many people there were, it would not work. The Noxians retreated. The young Garn Crown Guard stood at the front of the position, staring at the unmanned grassland edge opposite them. This was the first time in several months he had to suspect that they retreated for other purposes. It is well known that the Noxians are like wolves. Once they bite their targets, they will never let go until the targets die or they die. The 2 countries of Damasa and Noxus have been fighting for centuries, and the enemy often knows the enemy best. His adjutant's voice interrupted his thoughts. Sir, the new recruits report. Are you going to be there? No. Garn shook his head. He was not wearing a helmet, and his neat hair was scattered on his forehead. To be fair, he was handsome, but no one in the Fearless Vanguard would care about this. They only knew one thing. Garn Crown Guard was the youngest commander in the history of the Fearless Vanguard, and he was definitely qualified. Understood, sir. In addition, there is a guest from Xantu who wants to meet you. He calls himself Marcino. Garn frowned. Take me to him. Gloomy and angry. This was Garn's first impression of Marcino. He looked extremely tired and full of some kind of resentment. Hello, Marcino. What's your last name? The other party gave a polite smile. My last name is not important. Commander Garn, I came here just to tell you a piece of news. Just this morning, a Noxian attacked Xantu. 1. Yes, but he is comparable to an entire legion. He broke through the 4 lines of defense of Xantu alone, and our people had no power to fight back. Are you kidding me? Garn was a little angry. What crazy things was this person talking about? But Marcino was obviously serious. His expression was extremely serious. I swear on my life, Commander Galen, I am absolutely not lying. If my surname might not be hated by you, I would definitely swear on my surname. Galen was silent for a while and asked, then why didn't I receive any orders from Xantu? Instead, you came to warn me about this. Marcino smiled bitterly. You don't know, Jarvan III has been confirmed to have passed away, and His Majesty the Crown Prince has been placed under house arrest in the palace and is not allowed to leave. Faced with such explosive news, Galen not only did not doubt its authenticity, but on the contrary, he began to think seriously. After a while, he slowly said, where did you get the news? Mrs. Du Bois said it herself. Galen narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew the reputation of this lady in the country. She was kind and generous, and was a rare aristocrat with no class concept, but because of this, she was excluded by some people in the central power circle. Where did she get the news? I'm sorry I can't tell you, Commander, but I have to let you know. Marcino suppressed his anger, not because he didn't trust Garin, but because he was angry at some other people. He said, what I'm going to say may seem a bit treasonous, but the fact is that the nobles are not on the same page with the king. They have other plans. They are almost successful. If it weren't for that Noxian who inexplicably broke in today and left on his own, you would have been recalled to the capital. From what you said, they are going to do something to me? I believe you are also aware of this. They will definitely not let go of any member of the Crown Guard family. His words made Garin take a deep breath. At this moment, Garin thought of many things. As the commander of the fearless vanguard and the eldest son of the Crown Guard family, he naturally has the ability to access many things that ordinary people cannot access, such as the footsteps of the Demon Seekers. The Demon Seekers have long been out of control. They no longer obey the king's orders to capture those mages who use magic to commit crimes, but also capture anyone with magical talent. The nobles were the ones behind it. No one knew why they asked the demon hunters to do this, but they definitely had no good intentions. Garin swore on his sword that those bastards must be planning something, but what he never expected was that at the moment when the Noxian army was approaching, they dared to make small moves in the rear. They even killed the king and imprisoned the prince. What's the next step? What's the next step? Surrender to the Noxians? Marcino, can I trust you? As long as it's for Demesa, I will do anything. Very good. Garin nodded, and unknowingly, the identities of the person asking for help and the person being asked for help had reversed. He slowly said, I want you to go back to the capital now. Don't worry, I will let the Dragonbird Knight take you back. As soon as you enter the capital, go to the Crown Guard's house. Garin took out a medal from somewhere and handed it to Marcino. Give this medal to my sister, and then tell her everything you told me. Finally, remember this, Marcino, Garin said slowly, if I return to Xantu without receiving the order, what awaits me is definitely not the courtesy of a triumphant hero. They will definitely strip me of my military rank and put me in jail immediately. Ignoring Marcino's horrified expression, Garin continued, but it doesn't matter. You just need to remember one thing. He actually laughed. As long as they are anxious, they will definitely show their true colors. When that happens, it will be our chance. More updates tomorrow. Chapter 327 Premonition. Murray's hands were shaking. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Once upon a time, when he was young and could have sex 4 times a night, he would be so excited. At that time, he had blonde hair, wore tight jeans and high leather boots, and could pick up countless young girls with a second-hand Harley. But, let's face it, now he is a bald middle-aged man with a big belly, sitting behind his desk staring at the boring submission column all day. His boss doesn't care about him, and his colleagues treat him as heir. He has no wife, no children, and even lives with his mother. Every morning he has to be woken up by the sound of her doing aerobics, a typical template of a middle-aged frustrated man. However, all this may be about to change today. Murray stared at the screen of his computer, where an anonymous user sent a long email. and attached 2 attachments below for download. He raised his head like a thief, looked around, and nervously took a sip of the coffee next to his right hand. The familiar cheap taste instantly sobered him up. "Damn it, Murray. This is your only chance. Take it." He took a few deep breaths. Feeling a little flustered, he pulled out a small bottle from a drawer and took a few pills out of it. It was a calming drug his doctor had prescribed, and he couldn't remember the name. But it worked, and after taking the pills, he felt better. So Murray began to read. The more he read, the more frightened he became, and the initial desire for fame gradually disappeared. Murray gradually realized that if what was said here was true, then any one of the people on that long list would be enough to crush him into dust. They didn't even need to show up in person, they just needed to say a word, and many people would rush to do their dirty work for them. Murray knew this very well, but he couldn't resist the urge to read on. He even started to bite his nails because of excessive nervousness, like a fat hamster hiding behind a computer screen, full of fear. "Oh my God," he muttered to himself, slumped in the chair, and flashed those horrible pictures and descriptions in front of his eyes. What does a fixed number of people are killed by lottery every year mean? Is this a bizarre horror movie? And who is this anonymous contributor? How can he know so much about them? His right hand hesitated on the mouse, and the cursor moved back and forth on the screen. Finally, he made up his mind and downloaded the attachment. Not long after, the computer issued a cold prompt sound, indicating that the download was successful. Murray clicked on the first attachment. The first picture he saw made him feel sick. It was a man with his limbs cut off, and around him stood 4 other masked men, holding the man's limbs in their hands. They were facing the camera and giving a thumbs up. What the hell? Murray didn't dare to look at it carefully. He quickly browsed all the way and quickly scrolled down to the end of the attachment. There was a picture of a mansion in the woods. The photographer took this photo at night. His skills were obviously good, and the mansion looked extremely magnificent and beautiful under the moonlight, but the words that the contributor added to it made Murray shudder. "For many years, they have been plotting murder plans in this mansion. Usually, they kill 20 to 40 people every year. They have a whole year to arrange the plan and method, and finally, at Christmas, they will hold a selection. They will choose whose killing method is the most unique. According to what I know, their horrific plan has lasted for 12 years. But in the past 12 years, no reporter has disclosed this matter, and there has been no local newspaper report. The police station has not received any related reports, and the victims have never been spared. But none of their relatives, neighbors, friends, and colleagues have noticed anything wrong, and no one has even chosen to investigate to the end. Do you want to know why? Damn it, of course I want to know." Murray cursed inwardly and took another sip of coffee. However, because of the trembling of his palms, he accidentally spilled some coffee on his pants when he put it in. The scorching temperature made him frown, but Murray was too lazy to move. He grinned and clicked on the second attachment, which was called Evidence. An hour later, the Texas Pioneer reported the news urgently. Once the incident was disclosed, it quickly spread on social media. At the same time, major TV stations also began emergency live broadcasts. As for the initiator, he was farming. Thanos swung the hoe hard. Farming was not much easier than killing people in his eyes, and it was even more difficult. Sometimes, if you want to kill someone, you just need to lightly swing the knife in your hand, or pull the trigger. But farming is different. You have to consider the quality of the soil, you have to weed, fertilize, and remove pests. Thanos sometimes joked to himself, "I may not be so serious about raising children," only he knew that he was telling the truth. Not long after, at noon, the mobile phone in his trouser pocket began to vibrate wildly. Thanos smiled at the corner of his mouth and then continued to work. Who would do such a thing to a child? I don't know. Pay attention, bastard. She's dying. Call the people from the Scarlet Order over. I need them to give the child some blood. Inside the tent, the military doctors were anxiously busy for the life of a child, and none of them dared to say that they were sure they could save her. After all, the child was too seriously injured. When she was brought back by Sean, many people even thought she was dead. Lost her arms and eyes. Her whole body was covered with scars and bruises left by beatings, and her body was extremely weak. And Sean's order was very simple: save her at all costs. No one asked him why, and there was no need for any reason. Sean's face was not very good, but it was not very bad either. If Darius had to describe it, he could only think of the word calm. However, it was the calmness of the sea, the kind of calmness that was calm one second and turbulent the next. "General," Cyan replied with a dull sound from his nose. He asked lightly, "The Damascens were not like this when I died." He tapped his steel chin meaningfully. "Look at what happened to that child. What is the difference between what they are doing now and what they have always despised?" Darius replied, "Perhaps not all Damascens are like this, General." "I know." Cyan's fingers stroked on Jarvanai's crown, and he said, "If they were really all like this, it would be impossible to produce soldiers who would fight to the death. Tomorrow morning, prepare for the attack. The war between us and the Damascens has been going on for too long. Let's end it as soon as possible." Darius bowed his head slightly. "As you wish, General. There is still evening. Let's eat first." Chapter 328 Conspiracy. "She's awake, General." Sean nodded slightly, then walked into the camp. His huge body deliberately slowed down his steps so as not to wake up the sleeping soldiers in the middle of the night. They still had a tough battle to fight tomorrow morning, and they had to rest well. He opened the tent, and the tent was deliberately enlarged to accommodate Sean. His huge body blocked most of the firelight. The girl was lying on a bed with freshly changed sheets, surrounded by blood-stained bandages and pills. She was pale, but still insisted on not falling asleep. The military doctor whispered beside Sean, "She insisted on seeing you." Without saying a word, Sean walked forward. The girl could not see him coming, but could only feel that some huge thing entered the tent by perception, just like she had thrown the fireball by perception before. "Did you save me?" Her voice sounded very hoarse. "It was me," Sean replied lightly. "Thank you." The girl was silent for a while and asked, "But, why?" "Why? The master of the demon seekers is willing to release a sinner like me. You must be a strong man." I also heard the shouts of the soldiers. "Did you do it?" "I did." The girl continued, "You saved me. Do you want me to do something for you?" A sneer appeared on Sean's face. The military doctor saw it and immediately lowered his head, feeling a chill. But his voice was still calm. "What can you do for me?" "Just let me get well. Just a little bit better, sir. I can set off that kind of fireball again." "No need," Sean interrupted her. The girl was stunned, and then nodded dryly. "Yes, I am a useless cursed person after all." "Who said you are cursed?" The girl was silent for a while, and said with difficulty, "Mother, father, villagers, and the master of the demon seekers. They all said that I am a cursed blasphemer. That's why I was taken away by the master of the demon seekers." "That's not a curse, that's a talent, child," Sean said slowly. "What you have is not a curse. On the contrary, it is a talent that many people envy." After he finished speaking, the girl not only did not understand, but her face was full of doubts. "Talent?" Sean patiently answered her. "Yes, talent. What you have mastered is called magic. You are a natural wizard, child." "Oh, I almost forgot to ask you. What is your name?" "Lady Elena." "My name is Elena," she whispered. "Very good. My name is Sean, and don't call me adult anymore. You can call me general or commander, but I am not anyone's adult. Besides, I don't need you to do anything for me. You are still a child. Try to grow up." Sean stretched out his hand and covered her with a thin blanket. The gentle movement was incredible compared to his body size. "Remember this, then rest." Children like you, even in the poorest part of the empire, should live carefree until adulthood before considering other things. After speaking, he left, and the tent returned to silence. The military doctor followed him closely, and heard him say, "Bring the people from the Scarlet Secret Society here." "Can't they regenerate broken limbs?" "Let them try and see if this child can regain his sight." The doctor bowed slightly and watched Sean leave. Marcino hadn't been back to Zangtu for a long time. Since he became an adult, he felt that this place was so disgusting. Although those tall and white buildings were beautiful and full of the designer's ingenuity, in his opinion, their only function was to block the sunlight. Apart from that, there was nothing else. No one in the upper class could see those corners that were covered under the sun. just as no one could see the ordinary people who were living in pain. But he still came back. He had to come. The promise with Galen Crownguard made him go against his nature. In an irresistible trance, he knocked on the door of the Crownguard family late at night. This was not a good choice. Usually, visits would be chosen during the day, and it would be the kind of day when the weather was particularly good, especially for a glorious surname like the Crownguard. Marcino's behavior at this time was no different from an offense, but he had no choice. Not long after, the guard with an impatient expression opened the door. He yawned. "Sir, what do you want?" "It's late at night, God of Wings. Where did the metal in your hand come from?" "Be quiet." Marcino looked around and made sure that no one noticed here. He said anxiously and quietly, "I am entrusted by Commander Galen to see Miss Lixana." The guard immediately pulled him in, and then closed the door and locked it at a very fast speed. He waved to Marcino, motioning him to follow him. The two began to walk through the magnificent mansion of the Crown Guard. "You are lucky, sir. Miss Lixana should not be asleep now. Alas, Ms. Tiana should really pay attention. She is still young. How can she not care about her body?" The guard kept talking, and Marcino noticed that he looked very old. "How long have you been in the Crown Guard family, sir?" "Me?" The guard smiled. 30 years. I've been here since Lady Tiana was a child." They walked all the way up to the 3rd floor. The scene that Marcino saw along the way made him a little worried. The decline of the Crown Guard family is no secret, at least not in the circle of Xantu. But he didn't expect that the Crown Guard family would decline to this point. Except for the most basic and necessary decorations, such as chandeliers, carpets, and vases, other decorations such as knight armor or oil paintings have disappeared, and the corridor seems empty. The nobles would have placed these things in the corridor, and using an old man who has been here for 30 years as a doorman, this job should be done by those young and strong men. The guard led him to a reddish-brown wooden door. He reached out and knocked on the door, saying softly, "Miss Lixana, are you still awake?" There was a loud noise from inside, and a panicked female voice said calmly, I'm here, Mr. Hunter. What can I do for you?" The guard glanced at Marcino with an apologetic smile, and continued, "A gentleman has come to visit you with Master Galen's medal." "I understand. Please ask him to wait a moment, and we will meet in the reception room." The girl's voice calmed down completely at once, and the etiquette she showed at this time made Marcino feel a little relieved. He had not sat in the reception room for long when Miss Lixana Crown Guard came. She was as beautiful as the rumors said, with blonde hair and creamy skin. If it were another occasion, Marcino would be happy to spend 10 minutes praising her beauty just to get a shy smile, but not now. This is not the time. Marcino placed the badge on the mahogany low table in the reception room, and said in a deep voice, "I met Commander Galen at the border today." He repeated everything he had said to Galen in full, and Miss Lixana's face became worse and worse as he narrated. She narrowed her eyes, and her expression at that moment reminded Marcino of Tiana Crown Guard, the current patriarch of the Crown Guard family, who was famous for her iron-fisted methods. "So, you mean that those nobles are planning to rebel?" "This is a very serious correction. I swear to God that this is true, and there is no falsehood, but this doesn't make sense." She was very beautiful even when she frowned, and even had a unique charm. "The Noxians are almost coming to the Dawn Castle today. Do they dare to choose to give up my brother's military rank at this time? That's too stupid." Marcino shook his head. "They have other things to rely on. Miss Lixana, do you know the demon hunters?" "I don't know if it's an illusion." Marcino felt that the moment he mentioned the demon hunters, Miss Lixana's face turned a little pale. "I know. What's wrong?" "The demon hunters are the minions of those nobles, unlike you, who are born into the glorious family of the Crown Guard. Most of the nobles in Xantu only know how to enjoy themselves all day long. They will not give up their comfortable lives and actively join the army like Commander Galen." "I'm talking too much." "In short, the demon hunters have been persecuting mages for so many years, and they actually have only one purpose. Do you know the 100-meter giant statue located on the Guardian Square?" "Of course I know," Lixana thought. "I often go to chat with him whenever I have nothing to do." "He is actually alive," Marcino said solemnly. "Although I know this sounds like a pipe dream, But Alexena interrupted him. "I believe you." Marcino was stunned. "Oh, that's great," he coughed, and then said, "The Colossus is just a lifeless stone statue on weekdays, but if there is enough magic power, it can move." "Take a rest, Miss Alexena." 100-meter Colossus. No matter how many soldiers the Noxians send, they can't stop him. So, they think it doesn't matter whether Commander Garen is there or not. It's better to say that they wish he didn't come back. In this way, they will have a reason to dismiss him after the war. I think this is also the reason why they are so fearless. Marcino made a conclusion. He was worried, but found that Alexena smiled. "Then they are nothing to be afraid of, sir. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet." "Marcino. Just call me Marcino." "Okay, Marcino. But you don't know, the Colossus actually has self-awareness. He is not a weapon without self-awareness. People pass by him and greet him. He knows all these things. So if those nobles think they can still drive him after doing those disgusting things, they are wrong." "But, how do you know these things?" Alexena smiled and said, "Ah, that's the little secret of the Crown Guard, Mr. Marcino." "Commander, are we really going back?" Galen heard his adjutant ask. "Of course. Do you have any questions, Corporal?" The adjutant was silent for a while and replied, "The soldiers are all very puzzled. The Noxians have just retreated not long ago. Who knows if they will fight back? If we retreat, the soldiers on the border will definitely not be able to stop them." "Very good. You raised a very meaningful question." Garen nodded and said, "Just today during the day, a Noxian attacked Xantu. He broke through the 4 lines of defense and was only 1 wall away from the Castle of Dawn." "What?" Ignoring the adjutant's stunned expression, Garen continued, "I know this may be hard to believe, but, Corporal," he stared into the corporal's eyes, and said word by word, "I swear on my last name and my honor, if we don't go back, then everything will be too late." "I believe you, Commander," the corporal said, making way so that Garen could leave the room, "but the soldiers obviously need an explanation." "Do you want to talk to them?" "Of course, Corporal." Garen smiled. "An explanation is necessary. Go and inform them first, and we'll meet at the training ground later." After a while, he saw all the soldiers of the Fearless Vanguard at the training ground. This was an elite unit, and the number of soldiers was always small. Garen looked around and said loudly, "I know you are all confused and feel that returning to Xantu at this time is not only disobeying orders, but also giving those Noxians an opportunity to take advantage. But," he slowed down his tone, "but, soldiers, friends, brothers, please believe me." Garen looked at these brothers who had fought with him for many years sincerely, and said with sincerity, "The Noxians attacked Xantu as early as today during the day and even broke through the 4 lines of defense. They are very close to the Castle of Dawn, but we have not received any news and are still stationed here at the border. If Xantu is lost, what's the point of continuing to guard the border?" "You may not understand why we haven't received any news." The answer is very simple, because the enemy is not just the Noxians, but also some internal termites. The fearless pioneers remained silent, but many of them began to look at each other. Obviously, although Xantu is far from the border, there is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. They have heard more or less about what the nobles have done. At least, what Garen said was right. There are indeed some worms in Mesa. Garen took a deep breath. It was very difficult for him to make this decision, but he had to do it. He looked at the fearless vanguards with a firm and determined look. "I never lie, but I will never force anyone. If anyone wants to stay, you can raise your hand. You will continue to exist as fearless vanguards." In the end, no one raised their hands. There is another chapter with 6K. "I'm going to give him a round of nucleic acid every 2 days. Outrageous. I was just dragged down and queued for 3 hours. Chapter 329. The show begins. Sitting in his tent, Sean rubbed his fingers over the cold armrests. Both his tent and the iron chair were specially made to fit his body. The Empire's logistics staff took great pains to fit his body. There was nothing extra in his tent. It was empty, except for the iron chair. This chair was a special design he requested. It didn't make people feel comfortable when sitting on it. On the contrary, the lines of this chair were square and the corners were as sharp as a sword. It was dazzling just to look at it, and after sitting on it, It could only give people an endless feeling of coldness. Sean heard that in order to achieve this effect, the craftsman specially put some true ice from Freljord inside the chair. He sat in the dark, thinking. Sean didn't plan to fight in person. At least he wouldn't when facing the Damascens. If Sean decided to fight in person, the war would end quickly in a few hours, and without suspense. However, the battle a day ago had already made him know the quality of the Damascens. They are very tenacious, and indeed they are the elite among mortals. Although armor does not meet Cyan's aesthetic taste, he must admit that the existing mortal weapons and equipment in Noxus will encounter some difficulties when facing their solid plate armor, not to mention the weapons in their hands. Damasa has a unique geographical advantage. They are backed by the forbidden magic stone and can also mine special steel. After being enchanted by their craftsman, the famous rune steel of Valoran was born. Weapons made of this steel are not only extremely sharp, but also have a particularly powerful magic breaking effect. The reason why he didn't go into battle is very simple. He has to train his soldiers. The Legion was just established not long ago, and there are both new recruits and veterans in it. It is the time to run in. In his opinion, the Damascens are an excellent training opponent. This Legion will follow him for a long time, and it is not possible not to let them get enough training. Cyan is very clear that Valoran has never been a world of mortals. Those evil things that are really hidden in the dark have not come out to make trouble yet. Thinking of this, his expression became much gloomier. In human general, the Legion is ready. Darius, who was only half his height, walked in and interrupted his thoughts. Even though Sean was sitting, he had to look up to speak. Sean nodded. Go ahead, Darius. Besides, you should be very clear about the information of those magic hunters. Darius nodded, with murderous intent in his eyes. He was born in the port city of Basilico. He and his brother Draven were orphans wandering the streets. He was recruited into the army by General Cyrus after he became an adult. Before that, every day of his life was a difficult battle. He and his brother had to use force to face the older children, who were also orphans. In addition to the first time, there were also human traffickers and city guards. These chaos were not stopped until Noxus occupied Basilico. Darius, who had been accustomed to darkness since childhood, naturally knew very well what those magic hunters had done to the poor girl. But the most infuriating thing is not this. The girl is a lucky one. How many innocent people have been persecuted by the demon hunters before her? It seems that the Damascens are not as upright as they appear. Very good. Cyan laughed, and he began to tap his steel chin again, which seemed to have gradually become a habit of his. He grinned and said with a grim smile, kill them all, the wolves are coming. Darius showed a similar grim smile on his face. As you command, General. The wolves will devour the Damascens. Damasa, Dawn Castle. It seems that the matter is a foregone conclusion, Your Majesty. The Marshal of Damasa, Tiana Crownguard, was leaning against the wall, with her arms folded across her chest, talking to the Prince of Damasa, the appointed Jarvan IV. They have been under house arrest for half a month. You don't seem to be worried about our current situation at all, Marshal. That being said, Jarvan IV didn't seem to be worried. He even had the leisure to carve the wood carving with a knife. There is no need to worry that they will eventually pay the price for their stupidity. I guess you think so, too, Your Majesty? Jarvan IV raised his head slightly. Time has been very tolerant to Tiana Crownguard. She is almost 40 years old, but still beautiful. She wears gold and silver armor, a blue cloak around her shoulders, and the only flaw is that her sword has been taken away. No, on the contrary, I am actually very worried. Jarvan IV smiled slightly, and with his left hand, the wood carving was quickly broken by him. But, it's just a death. They may not kill you. Jarvan IV shook his head. They have already killed my father. I don't think they don't have the courage. What's more, is there anything else we can do? At this moment, I would rather maintain my demeanor and die decently than struggle in vain. Tiana Crownguard had to admit that if she was not very familiar with the character of this prince, she would have been fooled by him. Her expression became somewhat unhappy. Even I refuse to tell the truth, Your Majesty. Jarvan IV stared at her for a while, and gently shook his head. Marshal, why are you unwilling to believe that I really didn't with the creek? The door was opened, Interrupting their conversation, a man walked in. He was wearing disgusting and exaggerated clothes. He was not the traditional gold, silver, and blue of Damasa, but very gaudy purple and red. The arrogance on his face was almost condensed into substance, and he even wore a wig. Tiana looked at him with disgust. "What can I do for you, Huetter?" Huetter smiled slightly and bowed to perform a standard noble salute. He said in a disgusting slow tone, "Ah, Marshal, your beauty is really amazing. Even if you are imprisoned here, you have never lost your beauty." Jarvan IV immediately confirmed one thing. This bastard did it on purpose. As everyone knows, Tiana hates others praising her appearance the most. In her opinion, she didn't become a marshal because of her beauty. As expected, Tiana frowned. "If you are here to be scolded, Huetter, then you succeeded." Huetter waved his hands exaggeratedly. "Oh, no, no, I don't have that kind of habit." He turned to Jarvan IV. "Your Majesty, can I have a word with you for a moment?" Jarvan IV replied expressionlessly, "Let's talk here." He didn't even look at Huetter, and didn't even use the 4 words Lord Huetter, and his contempt was evident in his words. However, Huetter seemed indifferent. "I can tolerate your little offense, Your Majesty. After all, I don't have to compete with a dead man." "Say what you want to say quickly, you damn rat," Jarvan IV scolded coldly. Huetter smiled slightly. "In about 2 hours, you will see the Noxians launching an attack. I believe you have also seen what the Noxian did yesterday. Wow, he is really powerful, isn't he?" "Those barbarians can always find some tall and oversized people and throw them into the army. But it doesn't matter. We have found a way. As for what the way is, I'm sorry I can't say. I want to leave some suspense for you too." He pointed to the large floor-to-ceiling windows on the other side of the room. "Do you want to know why I specially transferred you two to this room today? Because the scenery here is the best. You can clearly see the whole process later." The smile on Huetter's face became brighter and brighter. "When the Noxians break through the inner city wall, they will be surprised, because the fearless vanguard has not returned, and the Dragonhawk Knights directly under the royal family have not been dispatched. Do you know what the best point is?" He laughed. "I don't even need to give them a reason, because you and your father will not show up, and by then, they will develop things in the direction I want." Tiana asked calmly, "Then how are you going to deal with the Noxians?" "This is what I want you to see." Huetter's smile gradually faded, and he said slowly, "Wait and see, both of you. The fun is about to begin." He turned and walked out of the room, saying to the 2 fully armed guards standing at the door, "Keep an eye on them. When the job is done, you know what to do." The guards nodded, and the man in the ostentatious clothes walked away with a relaxed pace. He walked all the way to the main hall of Dawn Castle, and the golden throne was as bright as new. The blood that had flowed from Jarvan III's throat before had disappeared without a trace. Huetter stared at the throne for a long time before sitting on it. "How do you feel?" A demon hunter in a black robe walked out of the darkness of the hall. Huetter seemed to have expected his presence and replied lightly, "This chair is very uncomfortable." "Really? Do you think sitting on the throne is comfortable?" "No. Jarvan III looks like a 70-year-old at the age of 50. This chair." Huetter patted the armrest of the chair with an intriguing smile, and then said, "But it's a curse." The demon hunter didn't say anything more about the chair. He turned to talk about another thing. "When should we activate the Colossus? Have you made preparations?" "The magic power of 300 mages should be enough to keep him active until all the Noxians are killed." Huetter nodded, leaning on the throne. His lazy posture seemed like he was the real owner of the chair. "Then, let the show begin." The demon hunter nodded slightly and then withdrew. Only Huetter was left sitting on the throne. This is not the first time Darius has fought against the Damasans. In fact, he has fought against these stubborn bastards too many times. However, this is the only time he has fought a war with them in their capital. He has expected that things will not be easy. The Damasans have always been famous for their stubbornness and strict discipline. This can be regarded as a national defense war. They will only fight harder than before, but this is better. Thinking of this, he unconsciously revealed a grim smile on his face, and his appearance was becoming more and more similar to that of Cyan. There is another chapter of 3K. I wanted to close it, but found that it was just right to stop here. I'm going to have a midnight snack and come back to continue writing. Chapter 330. Nasus will die of overwork sooner or later. Shenyan actually didn't go anywhere. He opened the portal and just returned to his own wizard tower. However, this place was empty, but the streets were very lively. The Ionian people seemed to be holding the Soul Blossom Festival, an ancient festival. Legend has it that on this day, they can meet the dead who have passed away. Feng. He stood in the lobby on the first floor of the wizard tower and shouted upstairs. Not long after, a giant white wolf popped its head out from the stairs. If it weren't for the spell that allowed the tower to freely change its internal size, it would really be impossible for it to come down the stairs freely. Why have you grown so fat? When Shenyan saw Feng again, the first sentence made the wolf whimper and turn its back to ignore him. The wizard smiled and kicked her hind legs with his foot, but she blocked it with her tail. Okay, my bad. Shenyan shrugged, and when Feng turned back, he changed his expression in an instant, pinched her ears, and rubbed her head back and forth. The furry touch was very good. Feng let out a whimpering cry and fell to the ground. After playing for a while, Shenyan stopped. He simply lay down and leaned on Feng. Her huge body now is enough to be called a behemoth, but her movements are still as cautious as before. Seeing Shenyan lying down, she even moved her big furry tail over and covered him. How have you been recently? He asked with a smile. Woo. Yes, I can see that. You eat a little too well, Feng. Have you eaten all the dragon hearts I left for you? Woo, you will get fat if you eat too much. Look, you are now rounder than before. Okay, I won't say anything. Seeing that Feng was about to butt him with his head, Shenyan quickly signaled his surrender. After a while, he asked again, where is Ji? Feng looked at him with a listless look and gently butted him with his head. It means that he doesn't know either, and he also got revenge by the way. The mage thought about it carefully and didn't bother to care about him. That kid is now a reality bender. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, he can basically walk sideways in Valoran. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have thrown such an apprentice who taught him a little in Freljord. I hope he didn't cause any trouble. Well, I am really an irresponsible teacher. But it doesn't matter. With that in mind, he leaned back comfortably and simply lay on Feng's body to sleep, not caring about the latter's feelings at all, although she didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all, and even enjoyed it quite a bit. I am slacking off legally and legally. After all, if I were busy saving the world every day, it would be so tiring. Shenyan thought. If someone is slacking off, then naturally someone else must be working hard. You can't think of a second person other than Nasus, who was so busy that he died of overwork. The kobold's residence has been moved from the previous tent to the room, and then from the room to the current larger room. The only things that remain unchanged may be his scepter and the increasing number of official documents. With the gradual revival of Shurima, the things he has to deal with every day have exceeded the record when he was still a grand scholar. At that time, his highest record was handling 321 official documents a day. As for now, Nasus is too lazy to count. He can only say that it is definitely far more than this number. You ask me how he knows? It's very simple. Just look at his room. The countless documents had filled every corner of the room, and it was hard to find a place for people to step. Nasus had just discovered this. The dog-headed man rubbed his eyes and suddenly realized that he had not seen the sun for about half a month, nor had he walked out of this room. The last one. Then I will go to rest, the dog-headed man muttered, lowering his head to read the documents, and his brows knitted instantly. Need to build a new temple? There are already 2 temples in the city, one for Setaka and one for Azra. Another one? Whose temple are they going to build? Forget it. Having faith is always a good thing. The dog-headed man nodded. Finally, he took a look at the documents on the table about the construction of the new temple. After going through them in his mind, he wrote the word approved and then threw it on the table and ignored it. I have to go out for a walk. The ancient ascender stood up. At this time, he looked like a demigod with a hunched body, but more like a hard-working social animal. He even hammered his waist. Frankly speaking, handling official documents is really exhausting and much more tiring than fighting. The mental exhaustion is the most unbearable. The fatigue in battle is only temporary. Adrenaline will make you not feel tired at all during the battle, but only excited. The sense of honor after defeating the enemy is enough to dilute the fatigue. Only these complicated official duties will make people more and more tired without realizing it. Nasus once thought that he would never feel spiritually empty, but now it seems that he was wrong. And it was ridiculous. Nasus stood up carefully. He would never let himself touch the documents that were placed there. The dog-headed man moved little by little and walked out of the room. This simple process actually took him more than 10 minutes. The moment he opened the room, the warm sunlight shone on his face, which made him feel as if he was in another world. "My lord." The guards standing guard outside the door saw him walk out of the door and bowed their heads respectfully. They were the ones who knew best how hard Nasus worked every day, so they naturally respected him more. "Ah, I still remember your name. Aerith, right?" "Yes, sir." The guard laughed, but he remembered his duty, and then immediately returned to his expressionless look. Nasus could see that the guard was very excited that he remembered his name, but it was not so obvious. The kobold smiled, and there was a hint of kindness on his dog head. However, it was understandable. After all, he was old enough to be the ancestor of the guard. "Ah, children, I remember each of your names," he said in his heart. "I'm going to go out for a walk. Aerith, tell them to move the documents inside. Also, give them a message. Next time, don't send any more requests for new products from merchants to my desk. Let them decide for themselves. The new currency system we are promoting has been developed sufficiently, and at least it won't be." Looking at the guard's blank face, Nasus laughed. "Yeah, why am I telling you this? Forget it. Remember to tell them." "That's it." He slowly left with his scepter. For some reason, the guard suddenly felt that he looked like an old man with a cane. When he came to the street, Nasus really felt that he had come to another world. The street had changed in just half a month. The dusty road surface became neat and clean. Although there was still sand, it was at least a stone brick road surface. There were not many people on the road. At noon, it was right for no one to go out. You don't want to wander around in the desert at noon under the sun, unless you are an ascender like Nasus. The scorching sun was not even hot enough for him to take a hot bath. It could only be considered a nice sunbath, but this temperature can sometimes have the opposite effect. The dog-headed man scratched his chin. He suddenly felt a little lazy. Continuing to walk along the street, the once low city wall became taller. The guards on duty were doing their job meticulously. In less than a year, the city had transformed from a gathering of villages and towns into a real city. The decline of Shirima was inevitable, but that period of decline had passed, and now it was time for revival. Looking at all that he had contributed to, Nasus smiled proudly. Unfortunately, not long after, his mood was diluted by the arrival of a person. Atrox's voice sounded behind him. "Ah, Nasus, they said you were wandering the streets, so I thought of looking for you, and sure enough, you are here. Have you finished reviewing all the documents?" The dog-headed man turned around. "General, I don't think you know how long it takes me to review documents every day." Atrox smiled awkwardly. "I'm just looking for a topic, like a casual chat about the weather. If you don't like it, we can change it." As he spoke, he actually pointed to the sun in the sky. "The weather is nice today, right?" Nasus looked at him expressionlessly and shook his head slowly. Atrox, knowing that he was in the wrong, shrugged his shoulders. "I can't help it. You know, I'm really not good at this, and we can't do what I'm good at right now." "Then can you at least do me a favor, you say?" Atrox became excited. He hammered his breastplate and said loudly, "I'll do it for you." Nasus nodded. "Very good, General," he said slowly. "I want you to review documents for me for a day. How about it?" Atrox's answer stunned him for a moment. The demigod, second only to the ascended Empress Setaka, slowly turned around, spread his wings, and flew away, leaving only one sentence to the dog-headed man. "I suddenly have something to do. Nasus, let's meet again in half a month." Nasus blinked, then lowered his head, and a smile of success appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Atrox would react like this. Setaka is above. He just wants to be quiet for a while. Having said that, it didn't take long for him to return to the room. He continued to review documents in the dark. If he continued to walk around like this, Nasus felt that he would definitely choose to take a nap, and then he would lose the whole afternoon. Forget it. Let's continue working. Okay, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Self-Righteous. The black and white oceans collided with each other, under this majestic white wall, under this last wall of the Demesa capital. They swung their swords at each other. If you look from the sky, the scene must be extremely spectacular. How can a beautiful scene at the cost of death not be beautiful? Many of them did not know each other, and had never seen each other, but they could still kill each other with overwhelming hatred. If possible, they would even want to chop their souls into powder. This is what a feud is. The hatred between the two countries of Demesa and Noxus is not something that can be explained in a few simple sentences. Only death. Darius did not charge in front, and naturally someone in the Legion would volunteer to do this dangerous but glorious job. It was not that he was willing to let his soldiers take risks, nor was it that he was unwilling to take on this honor. It was simply because he knew that if he exerted his full strength, he would only need a few charges to break through the battle formation formed by these mortal soldiers. Therefore, it was also funny to say, the hand of Noxus could only stay in the middle of the battle formation now, instead of charging in front like he used to. I hope some of you are strong enough to fight me. With this in mind, he strolled on the battlefield. His childish attitude would naturally cause dissatisfaction among others. Unfortunately, most people were torn to pieces alive before they could even last to fight him. This is not right. Saf was filled with horror. He was the commander of this Demesa battle formation. As a veteran, he had a lot of experience. From the Samir Plateau to the borderline, Saf had never missed a battle with the barbarians. It was not the first time he had dealt with the Noxians, but it was also the first time he had seen such a fierce Noxian. No, it was not just fierce. Reborn was not enough to explain their changes. Although the Noxian Legion in the past was also extremely fearless, they would eventually have some human nature and human weaknesses. In his opinion, no one would choose to continue moving forward in the face of artillery fire and arrows falling from the sky. But he felt a chill in his heart when he saw the silent army in front of him, wearing black armor and covered with wolf-shaped helmets. What happened? Saf's hands were shaking. None of the Noxians had made any sound since the beginning of the battle. It was as if they were all dumb. No matter their companions fell or they were injured, no one made any sound. They just moved forward. When arrows came, they raised their shields and moved forward slowly. When their companions fell, they stepped over the corpses and continued to move forward, facing the spears, shields and artillery fire from the sky. They did not dodge at all, and that fighting style was simply incomprehensible to him. It was as if they did not care about their own death or the death of their companions. There was only one thing in their eyes: victory. There was nothing else. That extreme desire could be felt from their actions even if they did not speak. Where are those demon hunters? Saf reached out and grabbed the herald's collar. With the force of both hands, he actually pulled him up from the ground by an inch. This man, who always cared about his image, cursed for the first time, God of Wings, if they don't bring that damn so-called secret weapon, then I can only wish their mothers to have fun with the Noxians in the underground. The herald was wearing a light leather armor and swallowed his saliva. He said uneasily, "Sir, they said it will take some time and want us to continue to delay for a while." Delay? What can I use to delay? Sav almost laughed in anger. The first 4 lines of defense were destroyed by that monster like Noxian alone, and he lost a lot of soldiers. This last line of defense even has only 3,000 soldiers. How can we face that damn Noxian? Not to mention that they didn't even let that Noxian play that day. Where is the fearless vanguard? Where is the Dragonhawk Knight? And where is the damn Royal Heavy Armor Knights? Sav put the herald down with trembling hands. He couldn't understand what the nobles were thinking. Born in the capital, he certainly had a clear understanding of the nobles, and he could hear those groundless rumors from time to time. But he never took it seriously before. After all, He didn't think that the nobles would stab him in the back when the country was at risk. But now it seems that he was wrong, and very wrong. Waving his hand, Saf asked the herald to inform the group of rats in the gutter with a tired face. He had begun to have no hope for the outcome of this war. The fearless vanguard was far away from the border, and the Dragonhawk Knights disappeared. The Royal Heavy Armor Knights had not been seen since 3 days ago. How to fight? He cursed. Mesa was originally a country with a small area. It relied on the forbidden magic stone to stand on the continent for so many years. Naturally, their military strength was not large. The elites were even fewer. Now they were urgently needed, but none of them could come out to be used. Silas, is that your name? With a creak, the heavy magic forbidden iron door was pulled open, and a voice without any emotion said so. The man called Silas raised his head, and the light coming in from outside made him feel a little uncomfortable. It has been too long since he saw the light. He was wearing heavy shackles on his hands, with disheveled hair and a big beard. At this time, he was tied to the wall with magic forbidden iron chains in a posture that was absolutely uncomfortable. "What can I do for you, Master Demon Hunter?" He laughed hoarsely twice and asked in a hoarse voice. The mechanical sound slowly started, and the originally tight iron chain was slowly loosened. After more than 2 years, he touched the ground again. The last time they let him out, they still asked him to identify a wizard. What about this time? This time, what is it? Silas didn't ask questions. He knew that questions would bring punishment and pain. What he believes in now is the principle of silence. If silence can make him no longer so painful, Silas would rather lose his tongue. "Follow me." The man standing outside the door said so. Silas followed him, the shackles on his feet dragging on the ground, making a heavy and unpleasant sound. They came all the way from the lowest prison to the ground. The sun was shining brightly, and Silas' eyes felt stinging. He looked up at the blue sky, and was so stunned that he wanted to cry. Just as he was lost in thought, he was whipped on the back. The burning pain quickly brought him back to reality. Silas groaned and endured the pain. He heard the man slowly say, "Don't be distracted, sinner, otherwise, you know." Silas's facial lines became tense for a moment, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just grinned humbly, then lowered his head and continued to walk with the man. The more he walked, the more strange he felt. They were in the capital. Why didn't they see a single civilian on the street during the day? Moreover, the doors and windows were all closed. That's fine. Even those arrogant patrol guards wearing silver-white armor were nowhere to be seen. Moreover, he could faintly hear shouts of killing from the direction of the city wall. After thinking it over again and again, he asked out loud, "My lord, what happened?" The man in black robes walked in front and answered coldly, "That's not something you should care about, sinner. Follow me closely. Don't fall behind." "Do you understand?" "I don't understand, my lord." The man who was originally standing in front of him turned around. His face was very distinctive. A dense scar covering the entire upper face made him look like a monster, but the lower half of his face looked bright and new. He said lifelessly, "That's not something you should care about, sinner. How many times do you want me to say it? What crime have I committed?" Silas did not ask this question out loud. In his many years in prison, he had long understood that these people would not care whether you were innocent or not. As long as you were a civilian wizard, then you were guilty. Why did he know this? He knew a lot. He had been doing dirty work for them all these years, and it was not that he had never seen noble wizards. The mages among the nobles are all alive and well, not to mention being caught. Even if they use magic, no demon hunters will come to their door. It doesn't match the original sin theory of mages that they preach. Seeing that he didn't answer, the demon hunter turned around and continued walking. "Don't talk too much." "Damn bastard." Silas stared at his back deeply, and bowed his head humbly again. "Yes, sir." Not long after, they arrived at the Guardian Square. This magnificent square was built as early as the time of Jarvanite. To this day, countless masons have left their footprints here. Countless pieces of broken armor and weapons are hung on the 8 huge stone pillars of the square, fluttering in the wind, which is the proof of the guardianship of the predecessors. In the center of the square, there is a huge statue that is 100 meters high. It is like a silent sentinel, staring at the mountains in the distance. Cyrus looked up at it and laughed sarcastically. "Sentinel, have you seen the suffering of the people in the city under your feet?" There were dozens of demon hunters and many prisoners like Cyrus in the square. Cyrus frowned. What did they want to do? Under the threat of whips and words, the prisoners quickly lined up. The demon hunters counted them like goods. 300 people arrived as scheduled. The black-robed man at the head smiled and raised his hand to hold the sword at his waist. Cyrus immediately realized that today was not a good day. Although the fearless pioneers were willing to go back with him, Garn did not take everyone with him. First, there were not so many Dragon Eagle Knights, and second, the border did need some people. God knows whether the Noxians will really return. You have to make a backup plan. Far in the sky, before approaching the Demesa capital, Garn began to feel worried. His eyesight was always good. He looked down and saw not only the magnificent buildings of the capital, but also the black tide outside the inner city wall. At first glance, they seemed to cover the entire earth, which was extremely terrifying. In contrast, the white tide of Demesa was retreating step by step. Obviously, they were no match for the Noxians. Damn, we are still a step late. Sitting on the Dragon Eagle, Garn's face was gloomy. The Dragon Eagle Knight riding with him was wearing a helmet and his expression could not be seen, but from his tone, he was obviously not very happy. "Commander Garn, what should we do?" "Send a signal. Let the team move forward at full speed and make sure to rush to the inner city wall as soon as possible. After dropping us off, you quickly return and pick up the other fearless vanguard soldiers. We will hold on until you arrive." Garn quickly came up with several countermeasures. The Dragon Eagle Knight nodded, and he took out a special horn from his waist and blew it. Then, in the sky, a very loud cry sounded. The huge Dragon Eagle Knight team was already very fast, and after hearing the horn, they sped up a few points. In just half an hour, they were almost there. Garn looked carefully at the battlefield under his feet. He was analyzing how to turn the defeat around later. But the Dragon Eagle Knight asked tremblingly, "Commander, what do you see?" Following the direction he pointed, Garn looked up, and his eyes twitched for a moment. 100-meter-high white giant was moving in the inner city's guard square. It was as huge as those legends, waving its golden and white wings, and the wind was blowing. However, its words were confusing. It did not roar at the Noxians outside the city, but lowered its head and roared at its feet, deafening and thunderous. "You are a bunch of despicable and shameless bugs," it roared and moved its legs. The face of the stone statue actually showed some anthropomorphic anger, which was very vivid. "How dare you do such a wicked thing in front of me?" The roar even reached Garn's ears clearly. His expression was rapidly changing from gloomy to very gloomy. He looked like he was frozen. After a while, the Dragonhawk Knight heard his gnashing teeth. "Damn bastard, short-sighted, idiot." The Dragonhawk Knight dared to swear to the sky. This was the first time he saw Garn Crownguard utter such a curse. In the past, he always required himself to be the embodiment of Demesa's discipline. This is why he was called the Power of Demesa. In addition to deliberately creating a title that was opposed to the Hand of Noxus, there was another meaning. After all, he himself was a role model for all Demesa soldiers. On the battlefield, Darius looked up and stared at the huge figure. A smile appeared on his lips. "Ah, such a huge enemy," he said to himself. "I must fight it before General Sean comes. Otherwise I will have nothing to do." These are today's updates. I'm sorry, the old man has to undergo surgery. His heart has ruptured. He will have to stay in the hospital for a while. The updates may not be very stable, but I will ensure that there will be 4K to 8K every day. I will try to write more. That's all for today. I've been running around in the hospital all day. I'm really sorry. In addition, there may be some typos in the mobile phone code. If you find any, please point them out. I will correct them in time if I see them. Thank you all. Chapter 332. Do you think you are Ultraman? Silas fell to the ground covered in blood, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred, but for some reason, he could still see clearly. This made him smile a little, and then the smile gradually expanded, and the dying prisoner laughed loudly on the ground. His laughter was mixed with the screams of the people around him and the furious roar of the Colossus, and it seemed inconspicuous, but the joy in it could not be faked. Time went back 10 minutes ago, when he was just brought to guard the square. When Silas saw the demon hunter put his hand on the sword, he knew that something was wrong. There was no reason, just a simple intuition. Facts have proved that his intuition is correct. The killing broke out inexplicably. The prisoners with forbidden magic stone shackles on their hands could not use their innate magical powers at all, and could only let the demon hunters kill them one by one with swords. Their bodies fell to the ground, and some of the survivors cried and screamed. Some were silent, like Silas. At this time, he did not feel how terrible it was, but just felt puzzled. What on earth did they want to do? This problem was soon solved. A blue light flashed in the hands of a demon hunter, and Silas realized that he was also a wizard, and his abilities were very special. The fallen prisoners emitted dots of blue fluorescence, which flew into the hands of the demon hunter little by little, and then condensed into a huge blue ball of light. He waved his hand lightly, and the ball of light flew into the colossus. However, nothing happened. He frowned and then turned his eyes to the prisoners who were still standing. The killing continued. Silas was stabbed in the abdomen by a sword, and the instigator also cruelly rotated the blade. The pain knocked Silas down in an instant. He fell to the ground and was about to wait for death, but the colossus above his head moved. It flapped its huge wings, and the wind blew up, making the weapons and armor hanging on the stone pillars guarding the square bang. A huge roar sounded, which made Silas' ears hurt. "You despicable and shameless insects!" "Ah, the show is about to begin," Silas thought while lying on the ground. The demon hunter who was about to kill Silas was stunned. He stared at the moving giant statue blankly, as if he wanted to say something. But the next second, the omnipresent wind came down from the sky and blew him up to the sky. He was crushed into powder bit by bit in the wind. The other demon hunters were no exception. This giant statue seemed to have self-awareness and was very angry about what they did. When Silas thought of this, he couldn't help laughing again. He was shaking while laughing. The wound in his abdomen kept bleeding, and his face was distorted with pain. But Silas just laughed endlessly. On the inner city wall, Sav stared at the moving giant statue in amazement. Under its height of 100 meters, people seemed as small as ants. He even forgot that he should be angry. He muttered to himself, "Oh my God, it's alive?" But when he heard the roar of the giant statue, Sav's face became extremely ugly. The secret weapon mentioned by the demon hunters is undoubtedly this colossus, and this is also the reason why they and the nobles behind them are so fearless. If this thing can really act according to their wishes, the Noxians under the city wall are indeed not to be feared, and whether there is support from the fearless vanguard is indeed insignificant. But looking at its posture, it is obvious that they failed. Saf came back to his senses and sighed. He looked at the soldiers around him, most of whom were stunned to see the moving colossus. Almost all the Damascens who grew up in the capital grew up under the gaze of the colossus, but no one had ever thought that it was alive. What should be done? Looking at the Noxians who were still unmoved under his feet, Saf was silent. "Fuck the nobles." Cyan walked out of his tent, and he felt a call from the dark. It was as if someone was whispering to him in his ear. It was really annoying. He squinted his eyes and stared at the direction of Damas's capital. The voice appeared in his ears again. "Don't you want to join them? Blood, killing, so many deaths are waiting for you, and you are standing here like a coward." The voice roared at him, and Sean was not angry, but felt ridiculous. "Is this all you can do? You keep nagging me like a disgusting old woman," he said in his heart. This answer obviously aroused his anger, but the angry god who represented blood and killing just sneered in a low voice, "I will wait for you to go back. Sean, you will be mine sooner or later, but not today." Sean closed his eyes and felt the earth tremble slightly. Obviously, something happened in the capital that he didn't know about. He opened his eyes, not knowing whether it was good or bad, but he knew one thing: "I have to hurry over." There were only a few soldiers left in the camp. After all, Sean himself was the strongest defense. At this moment, they all heard Cyan's deep voice, "Make way for me." As soon as the voice fell, a huge figure rushed out of the camp in an instant. His steps were so heavy that it was unimaginable, and every step even made the earth tremble. He ran away at a completely incomprehensible speed, and the soldiers who stayed in the camp looked at each other in bewilderment. Someone once asked the Astartes a question. he asked. "How long can you keep running at the fastest speed when you are fully armed?" The Astartes did not answer him, but just smiled and said nothing. However, there are indeed curious people who have done statistics. In the case of wearing heavy power armor, the maximum speed of an ordinary Astartes can reach 60 km per hour. So what about a prime mage? No one knows the answer, not even Syan himself. This is his first time running at full speed. The scenes around him passed by quickly, but he could clearly capture every frame of the picture, and even capture some important information from the subtle smells floating in the air from afar. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield. Just 5 minutes. The silent wolves dispersed in front of him, silently expressing their respect and obedience to the wolf pack leader. Darius followed him closely. With an expressionless face, Sean came to the place where he had thrown the giant axe. He stretched out his hands dozens of meters away, as if he was calling something. Boom! A loud noise came, and the two giant axes hidden by the Damascens under the ruins flew out in an instant and landed in his hands. The familiar heavy touch made Sean smile. He turned his head and stared at Darius, and said slowly, "After I enter, you will quickly clear out the Damascen soldiers in the city. If anyone resists, kill them on the spot. Civilians can keep their lives. In addition," Sean grinned, "pile the heads of those nobles together. You know what to do, Darius." Darius lowered his head, and his face showed the same grin as Sean. "Yes, General." "Don't let me down." As soon as the voice fell, Sean jumped up. The reaction force instantly caused the ground to collapse a lot. Smoke and dust scattered, and the silent wolves gradually gathered. Darius held a recast black cleaver in his hand, and he grinned. "You all heard what our general said, so now." He stretched out his giant axe and pointed to the inner city wall of the Damasa, where no one was resisting. At the same time, Syan knocked a big hole in it with his body, and Darius' words appeared at the same time. "Let's get started." Galio had to admit that he was just blinded by anger. Although he couldn't move, he was actually conscious all the time. He watched those children grow up, and not only that, he existed almost as long as the Damasa. They were still shackled until they died, as if it was some kind of deliberate bad joke, just to prove that their sins could not be washed away even in death. But Galio, who was watching everything, knew that they did nothing wrong. If anything, it was the little man in the palace who made the most mistakes. But now was not the time to deal with him. Galio turned around and saw the Black Army slowly entering the inner city through the hole in the city wall. He clenched his fists. Are these the descendants of the barbarians from the north? They looked quite intimidating. Galio muttered twice, then flapped his wings, intending to fly directly into the sky and kill all these mortals with strong winds. It is a guardian colossus, so it naturally has to protect the residents of Xantu. But at this moment, a voice came from under his feet. "Hey, Stone." Galio looked down and found a little man who was much bigger than the other little men standing at his feet with two axes. He was naked from the waist up and looked very strong, but his chin was like black steel. The first time he saw him, Galio knew that he didn't like him. "I'm talking to you, Stone." The little man tapped his shoulder with an axe, and he looked very impatient. "Why did the damned Damascens make you so tall? I have to look up at you." "Forget it." He sighed and then jumped up. Galio only felt a flash before his eyes, and before he even had time to criticize this rude little man, he was hit on the ankle with the big axe in his hand. To be fair, as a stone, Galio should not feel pain. He had never felt it before, so when Syan's axe hit his ankle, he was stunned. What is this feeling? He stared at the little man who was swinging the axe at his ankle in surprise, and for a moment he actually forgot to move. "This is called Syan roared." The muscles in his arms swelled, and he actually cut off Galio's right ankle with a few swings. Pain. The stone giant who lost one leg did not fall down. It still stood up, and asked very casually, "Little man, you don't want to fight me with those two axes? You are too small. Change to someone bigger." "Interesting. This is the first time I've been told that I'm small." The 5-meter-tall Syan muttered. He looked up at the 100-meter-tall Colossus and smiled helplessly. "Well, this thing is indeed qualified to say this." A shadow covered the place where he was standing. The Colossus moved its right hand and said to Syan very politely, Are you done fighting? It should be my turn now. Cyan raised his eyebrows. He saw the wings behind the colossus suddenly shook, and a huge gale instantly filled the entire sky. This is a great force that mortals can never resist. Unfortunately, Cyan is not a mortal. The colossus suddenly swung its fist, and the strong wind gathered on its right fist, scratching Cyan's cheek even though it was still dozens of meters away. Cyan grinned, exerted force on his right leg, and disappeared instantly. In the next blink, he had appeared on Galio's left knee. Being big doesn't mean you're invincible, Stone. The colossus obviously hadn't noticed his departure, and it was still swinging its fist at the place where Cyan had stood before. The extraordinary nerve reaction speed of the Primarch even made Cyan think of the past at this moment. He remembered the days when he led the tribe to hunt giant mammoths on the wild land before he joined SYNOPSIS. Those monsters were not much smaller than this colossus, and they often came in groups. The skin was so thick that even a spear made of obsidian couldn't pierce it, but in the end, they still became extinct. Cyan sank down and began to climb on the colossus using the giant axe in his hand as a climbing plank. He often only needed to use the force once to rise more than 10 meters away. When Galio felt the tingling sensation on his body and the empty feeling of his right fist, it was too late. Cyan was already on top of it. This time, his voice could be clearly heard by it. With a smile, "Hey, Stone, look up." Galio looked up suddenly, and the next moment, two huge axes had already swung into its right eye. Such severe pain naturally made it roar. What it didn't know was that the person who designed it didn't install any pain system for it. Cyan's double axes flashed silver. He grinned and blinded its left eye, then stepped heavily on the bridge of the colossus' nose, and the reaction force instantly caused its nose to shatter. This was not over yet. When it raised its fist to hit its face, Cyan had already floated away. He jumped up and floated on Galio's left arm in the wind. The colossus was beating its face wildly, not realizing that the real danger had arrived. Exhaling, Cyan slowly raised his two axes, waiting for the moment when the colossus would extend its left hand in front of him. Chapter 333 Hesitation Will. Are you looking for me, Stone? The mocking words came from the arm and clearly reached Galio's ears. He looked up and found that the little man had jumped onto his left arm at some point, and was looking at him leisurely with an unpleasant smile on his face. Galio looked at him steadily and stopped the fist that was about to swing at his face. Cyan did not continue to attack. Instead, he smiled and asked, "It seems that being big is useless, right?" "You fight very well, little man," Galio replied, and at the same time, golden light shone on the wings behind him. "Then, I have to be serious too." The stone giant laughed boldly, and it seemed that it did not care about the fact that it was blind in one eye. The laughter sounded and echoed between heaven and earth. "You are the strongest little man I have ever seen." Cyan narrowed his eyes. Although he was wild, he was not stupid. The giant was obviously brewing a killing move, but he did not choose to dodge, but stood on Galio's left arm and carried the giant axe. "Have you lived long?" "Of course. I watched these little guys build this city bit by bit." Galio finished speaking, and the originally relaxed stone face became serious. "Get ready, little guy." Galio never sneaks up. "Your name is Galio." Cyan raised his head and looked at the dark sky. The strong winds that were blowing around the stone giant were becoming more and more violent as the clouds gathered. Cyan's five senses, which had become extremely sensitive after transformation and mutation, felt a little wet at this time. He knew that it would rain soon. The wind was strong, and the stone giant who called himself Galio suddenly clasped his hands together, and Cyan's body lost the place to stand. He was like a rootless weed moving with the wind, and the strong winds blew from the giant's wings to his side and wrapped him. In the blink of an eye, they turned from a breeze without any threat into a violent tornado sharper than a blade. Cyan's skin was soon torn apart under such an attack. Threads of blood flowed out of his skin. This was not over yet. Galio obviously had no intention of letting him go. If he really thought that he would be killed easily like this, it would be a disdain for him. "Come on, villain." Its heroic voice echoed between heaven and earth. Its character was not like that of a stone statue, but rather like that of a belligerent and brave warrior, pursuing a fair fight. It retracted its right fist, and the wind gathered. This time, The weapons and armor hanging above the Guardian Square flew up and were swept into it, adding a new threat to the already extremely deadly gale. Galio swung his fist and accurately hit the tornado that was enveloping Cyan. In an instant, the wind was so strong that the dark clouds that had originally condensed in the sky were all dispersed by the power of this blow. The Noxian soldiers who had just entered the inner city not long ago also felt the strong wind blowing on their faces. Many of those who were close to Galio even had to grab the buildings around them to prevent themselves from being blown away. They were not the target at all, and they could not even be considered to be affected by the aftermath. And Cyan, who had suffered such an attack head-on, was he dead or alive at this time? No one knows, not even Galio. It didn't feel the real sense of hitting something with that punch just now. Although considering its size, it was not much different to kill a bug with a punch. So it retracted its right fist and prepared to take a closer look at the fist. At this moment, a roar came. Cyan, covered in blood, jumped up from its right fist with amazing speed and strength. The double axes chopped fiercely into the only remaining eye of the stone giant. At this point, Galio's vision fell into darkness. It heard the cold voice of the little man. "It's a pity for the stone. Become a human in your next life. You will be a very good warrior." There was a sharp pain on its face, a feeling that it had just become familiar with. If Cyan was a bug to it, it was also an extremely poisonous bug. He chopped all the way from the face of the stone giant to the breastplate, leaving countless scars on the thick stone breastplate. "You really fought well, little man," the stone statue whispered quietly, as if he didn't care about his attack at all. This action made Cyan stop attacking. He frowned in dissatisfaction, hooked the edge of its breastplate with the giant axe in his hand, and turned over and stood on it with a force. "Keep going, stone, why stop?" Galio ignored him and continued, "You are a very good opponent, to be honest. Stronger than the giant beast I fought a long time ago, but I can't continue to fight you." Its voice became lower and lower. In the end, the heroic voice that once resounded through the world was as small as a mosquito's hum. If it weren't for Cyan's extraordinary hearing, he really couldn't hear what the Colossus was saying. "The magic power has been used up. It's really unwilling that I can't even enjoy the battle." It paused, and with the last bit of strength, it folded its wings. A gust of wind fell to the ground, bringing a man covered in blood but still with his eyes open to Cyan. "He is the only one alive. Save him, villain. They are innocent." Cyan was silent for a while and nodded. He casually dropped the axe in his right hand and let it fall freely. If Chronos saw this action, Astarte would probably shout again, "This is a sacred weapon blessed by himself," and then lecture Cyan for half an hour. But he is not here now. Cyan stretched out his right hand and brought the man out from the strong wind. He was clearly only breathing his last breath. His body was covered with scars, and there was a piercing wound between his chest and abdomen, which was bleeding slowly. He looked at Cyan and suddenly grinned. His teeth were stained red with blood. Kill them. Noxians. Kill them." Cyan stared at his face for a long time, then jumped and left the inanimate stone. How is it possible? Huter's face turned pale. He had calculated everything, and even began to slowly plan how to transfer away from the Vanguard a few years ago. Everything went smoothly, but he never expected that a monster who could compete with the Guardian Stone statue would emerge from the Noxians. He even fought it until the latter ran out of energy but still survived. He threw down a telescope in his hand and smashed it to pieces. The luxurious jewels inlaid on it were scattered all over the floor. This thing was more like a luxury item than a telescope. He was standing on the balcony of the luxurious room belonging to Jarvan III at this time, trembling all over. Hueter took several deep breaths and the first thing he thought of was to escape. The attitude of the Noxians towards the nobles was obvious to all, especially towards the king. They did not believe in the so-called noble blood at all. Even the emperor of their own country could be replaced at any time. What would these cold-blooded barbarians do after catching him, the noble leader who launched a coup? No need to think. Jarvan III was dead, and the prince and the grand marshal were imprisoned in the palace by him. There were not many people available, and the nobles in the country were ordered by him to stay at home. Hueter's original plan was very clear. He knew the character of the Demacia nobles very well. It was an understatement to say that they were fence-sitters. and most of them were brainless fools. In order to prevent them from staying in the palace and causing trouble, he specifically asked them to go back home and wait. But now it seems that this was a stupid move. He regretted it so much that his intestines were light. If he had left a few people, he would at least have more scapegoats now. Just as he was thinking about how to escape from the palace and even the capital, the door of the room was kicked open. He trembled all over and looked back, but the person who came was not an Oxian. He was not wearing black armor, nor holding any sword. Even his face looked like an Oriental. He wore a blood-stained white shirt, limped, and his face was calm. His temples were already gray. Tueter's face changed wildly. "Jalzin," I said it. Tueter. The Oriental man called Jalzin had a calm voice, but it contained an undisguised murderous intent. "You should have killed me right away, instead of keeping me for fun later. You don't understand the truth that the longer you wait, the more things will change. Read more history books. Throughout the ages, many heroes have died because of hesitation." He looked past Tueter and out the window, with a mocking smile on his face. "No wonder you failed." "So what?" Tueter screamed. "The Noxians have entered the city. I know a secret passage leading out of the city. No one knows it except me. If you don't want to die, take Jarvan III and me with you. He and Tiana are imprisoned, and to be honest, I don't care much," Jalzin said softly. He limped and slowly approached Tueter. "I once swore to serve a wise master, a noble king." Although he became incompetent in his later years, an oath is an oath. Tueter didn't want to listen to what he said at all. His eyes glanced at a precious vase not far from him. He approached that direction unnoticed. Jalzin continued, "The king humiliates the minister and the minister dies. Moreover, you killed him in front of me. You also admitted that he became incompetent and issued the orders to persecute innocent people. Magic is really useful, Tueter." He smiled slightly, which made Tueter feel cold all over. "Do you want to guess what I want to do most now?" "Guards." "Guards." No need to shout. They are all dead. Your people are as useless as you. I can kill them all without weapons. Jalzin was only a few steps away from him. He reached out and held the vase that Tueter had been looking at. He smiled and said, "Do you like looking at vases?" Bang! The vase, which could be called a work of art, was thrown by him and hit Tueter in the face. The fragments flew and the blood flew in the air. Tueter's eyes went black and he felt a sharp pain. He fell back a few steps and fell to the ground. When he finally regained his sight, someone had stepped on his chest. "Any last words?" "Yes, yes." Huda was like a drowning man grasping at a straw. He shouted, "I have I told you, Hutel, you dirty bastard, damn bug." Jalzin retracted his right foot that had crushed his chest and slowly squatted down. "I don't care. I just want you to die." Hutel's body was trembling. Blood foam slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth, and the whole person was twitching on the ground as if he had been electrocuted. Jalzin just squatted there quietly, watching him die, with a satisfied smile on his face. The Noxian soldier in black armor stood silently at the door of this civilian's house, holding a sword in his hand. The civilians in the house stood in the corner with terrified faces. The woman held a spatula in her hand and tightly protected her two children behind her. "Get out! Get out!" The soldier was silent for a while, put away the sword in his hand, and slowly stepped back. His action made the woman even more nervous. She was not an ignorant fool. If a soldier entered your home during a war and put away his weapons, then what he had to do next was actually very simple. The woman screamed, "Get out!" She waved the spatula in her hand vigorously. This scene made the soldier shake his head. He seemed to be laughing. Then, to the woman's surprise, he did nothing but simply left. Similar scenes happened everywhere in the Demacia capital. Some people resisted, some surrendered, but more people just huddled at home and trembled like the woman. The soldier had no interest in why she was alone. That was the business of the Archons. Population statistics and a series of subsequent plans were all of their business. As a soldier, he only wanted victory. Drawing his sword again, he walked on the streets of the capital. Even the most picky Noxians couldn't say anything about this city. Apart from the problem of architectural style, the capital of the Demacians was undoubtedly one of the manifestations of their strong national strength. For this reason, conquering it made the soldier feel more satisfied. He walked along the road and soon returned to his group. After entering the city, the legion quickly separated. 8 people in a group, responsible for a street. His companion saw him coming back and knocked on his breastplate twice. In the legion that had just been established not long ago, such language represented greetings during wartime. "Are you okay?" The soldier made a palm with 5 fingers and knocked on his left shoulder armor, meaning, everything is normal. This kind of communication, which is like playing a charade, naturally made many people a little uncomfortable, but no one raised any objections. March in silence, attack in silence, kill the enemy or be killed in silence, and only be allowed to speak when victory comes. This is the new tradition of the Legion, announced by Cyan. It is said that the instructor Kronos was silent for a long time after learning about this, but no one asked him why. The soldier raised his head and stared at the sky of the Damasa capital, which had just dispersed the dark clouds not long ago. He realized that the war might be over soon. More updates tomorrow. I am sorry for the updates in the last 3 days, but there is really no way. The old man is estimated to stay in the ICA for another half a month, and meals must be delivered at regular times every day. The hospital's elevator is also hard to describe. Sigh. I had no place to sleep in the ICU these 2 days, but luckily the hospital has camp beds for rent, 50 yuan a night, which is not bad. If the update returns to normal, I will notify you in advance. Ha! Although this book is not enough to pay for my food, and many people say it is badly written, I still want to finish it. Chapter 334, Trusting Others Without Authorization Will Lead to Disadvantages. This was the 17th time that Orlando had passed by the Mage Tower. He silently recorded the number of times each time, because each time he thought about whether to enter, but he often chose to back off when he was about to knock on the door. He actually didn't know what the Mage Tower meant, but people just called it that, so he learned to call it that. Although Orlando didn't know what the Mage Tower meant, he knew what the tower and the mage meant, especially the latter. In the mouths of those people, the mage almost became a synonym for omnipotence. This made him very eager. What if this mage was willing to help him? He kicked the stones on the road in a sullen manner and began to consider whether he should really go over and knock on the beautiful-looking door this time. But he was also very afraid. What if the owner of the tower was a mage with a bad temper? What if he wanted to turn me into a table or a stone? Besides, I couldn't give him any reward. So he began to walk around the 2 sides of the tower at a distance, and from time to time he looked up at the tower, fearing that someone would come out from inside. Just as he was hesitating, the door opened by itself, and a huge white wolf walked out. Orlando took a breath of cold air. He had never seen such a huge wolf. It was like a wall. The wolf seemed to know where he was and walked straight towards him along the road. Orlando immediately began to tremble, and his mother's voice began to echo in his mind. Wolves eat people. Wolves eat people. Wolves eat people. He closed his eyes and squatted on the spot to pray. I hope this wolf will not eat him ugly, so that his mother can at least recognize him. However, after he closed his eyes for more than 10 minutes, the expected pain did not come. Orlando secretly opened his eyes a little and found that the huge white wolf was lying not far from him, with a funny face. Orlando himself felt strange. How could I see a human expression on a wolf? But that was the fact. When he opened his eyes, the white wolf opened its mouth and yawned, and its hair shone in the sun. Then it stood up, turned around, and turned back to Orlando and nodded. You want me to follow you? Woo! The huge white wolf nodded. With hesitation, Orlando entered the wizard tower with it. The first thing he saw was darkness, but Orlando was not too panicked. He could feel the huge body of the white wolf around him. Not long after, a little blue starlight lit up in the darkness. The crystal clear blue light just appeared and instantly grabbed his attention. With an obsession that he himself did not notice, Orlando opened his mouth wide, and his eyes followed the starlight and moved, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes left, sometimes right. After a while, the starlight exploded. The room was suddenly lit up. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, emitting a warm orange light. It illuminated the area in front of it. An antique armchair was swinging slightly on the carpet, and a small round table was placed in the middle of the carpet. There were 4 or 5 books stacked on top, and a bunch of white flowers, which looked like they had just been picked and were still covered with dew. In the corner of the room, there were 3 large bookcases with 4 layers. Each layer was filled with books. Orlando's sight gradually moved upwards, and the scene of the ceiling made him unable to look away for a long time. In the area that should have been the ceiling, there was a starry sky. The darkness was the curtain, and the stars were embellished on it, as beautiful as a painting. Those stars were slowly rotating and flickering, as if telling him their own stories. Orlando couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. He just wanted to look at this picture more, and watch it for a longer time. But the white wolf didn't have that thought. Fang swept the boy's back with his tail, motioning him to follow him. They walked up the stairs, and the stairs suddenly became very large, so large that they could even accommodate Fang's huge body. They walked up to the top of the tower, and Fang swept open a wooden door with his tail, and then pushed Orlando in with his head. The wooden door closed behind him with a muffled sound. Orlando swallowed his saliva. He seemed to be standing in a void, boundless, with only pure darkness condensed there. Then, he heard a man say, "Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were here." Then, the world lit up. Orlando was surprised to find that he was actually next to a lake. In front of him stood a man in a black robe with his back to him. Orlando couldn't see his face, but he knew that he had black hair and was constantly picking up stones from the ground and throwing them into the lake one by one. Sir?" Orlando hesitated and spoke. The man turned his head slightly, revealing half of his handsome profile. "Come here, kid, you've been hanging around my door for too long this month." "I'm sorry, sir." "Why are you apologizing?" "Because I've been hanging around your door for too long, which is very rude, but I actually—" Orlando slowly walked to his side. Everything that had happened in the past 10 minutes made him feel like he was in a dream. He said slowly, "I actually want to ask you a favor." "Wait a minute, kid." The man looked at him, smiled, and then threw the stone in his hand again. The black stone, which sparkled with crystal light, flew out of his hand and spun. It hit the lake surface for more than 20 times before falling into the water. "You are really good at skipping stones." "This is not skipping stones, kid." The man smiled mysteriously and turned around. At this time, Orlando realized that he was surprisingly tall. He stretched out his hand and shook Orlando's hand gently. His skin was cold, as if he was not a human. Then he patted the back of Orlando's head and said, "Come on, I'll take you to a place suitable for conversation." They moved away from the lake. Behind them, the lake gradually changed into a pure and flawless small planet, which was covered with the black stones that the man had just thrown. It just rotated little by little, rose into the air, and finally disappeared. The man took him back to the first floor, and he snapped his fingers like a magician, and another chair appeared out of nowhere. Orlando felt awkward, but tried his best to behave properly. He sat down uneasily, and even took the cup of tea handed to him by the man very reluctantly. "There's no need to be so nervous. Let's start with introducing ourselves." The man smiled. He leaned back, lay on the chair, and said comfortably and leisurely, "My name is Shenyan. I'm a wizard. What about you, kid?" "Orlando, sir. My name is Orlando." "Okay, Orlando. I remember. So, what do you want to see me about?" Shenyan looked at him with an encouraging smile, and didn't seem to be in a hurry to get an answer. Orlando hesitated for a long time before slowly saying, "My mother is sick and has been sick for a long time. My father has been working away from home and is very tired every day. He can only come home once every 2 months, and he always brings a lot of money when he comes back. Then, he would let me take the money to buy medicine for my mother, but no matter how many medicines she took, she didn't get better. Yesterday, my father came back again. I heard him crying secretly in the middle of the night, and his health was not very good." "So, you came to me?" Shenyan's words made Orlando blush. Only then did he realize how unreliable and disgusting it was to pin his hopes on a stranger. Why would others have to help you? He stood up in a flash, and did not forget to put the teacup in his hand on the table to prevent the tea from spilling. He looked very ashamed. I'm sorry, sir." "Why should I apologize?" Shenyan asked back, and then pointed to the chair. "Sit down first, we'll talk slowly." "No, sir, He wanted to refuse, But seeing Shenyan's serious eyes, Orlando couldn't say a word. He had to sit down uneasily. "There's no need to feel sorry, Orlando. When you can't solve some problems by yourself, it's normal to ask others for help. Listen, child, I'm not a heartless person, so I will help you." He stretched out his right hand, and a small sapphire appeared on his palm. Shenyan threw the sapphire into Orlando's arms. Regardless of the other party's flustered appearance, he smiled and said, "But I'm not without request, child. I have a question to ask you." "As long as I know." Orlando nodded hurriedly, although he didn't know what this sapphire could do for his mother, but what he saw and heard so far made him believe in this mysterious wizard. "Who are those people?" Orlando's expression paused for a moment, and then he became more and more surprised and scared. He stammered, "How do you know?" This time, Shenyan stopped laughing. He tapped his temple with his finger and said calmly, "I'm a mage, kid. Answer the question." Orlando left the mage tower 20 minutes later. He ran very fast. It was hard to say whether he wanted to go home to see his mother as soon as possible or because he was afraid of the mysterious mage in the tower. Shenyan was still sitting on the chair. He looked at the starry ceiling thoughtfully, and reached out to grab the tail of Feng, who wanted to sneak past him to play outside. "Don't try to be so mean, Feng. Don't even think about running outside to play again." Facing her pitiful eyes, Shenyan laughed out loud. "Come to think of it," he touched his chin and said with a sigh, "people's words are really scary, aren't they? I didn't do anything, but in their mouths, I'm almost a god." "It's really interesting." Feng whined twice. "Shouldn't I scare him?" "No, I was just trying to make him be more cautious with strangers. Besides, what kind of scare is this?" "Woo woo woo woo. Where did you learn this word?" "Are you kidding me?" "I think you want to be beaten." Shenyan was furious. He jumped up from the chair, grabbed her tail and carried her upstairs. No matter how Feng struggled, she couldn't get away from Beizan's hand. Obviously, the size of the two was several times different, but she could do nothing but let out a miserable, admitting howl. "General, he is seriously injured, but we can't seem to use the crimson magic to heal him." A member of the Crimson Order stood in front of Cyan. He was wearing a blood-red robe and a brass mask on his face. The existence of the Crimson Order was no secret in the Empire. They were similar to military doctors, but they all mastered blood magic and could quickly heal people's injuries, so they held a high position in the army. They themselves had no idea of fighting for power, but only focused on blood itself. Although many people in the Empire had complaints about their treatment methods, it seemed that the Crimson Order was still loyal. "Oh?" The Crimson Order member sounded very confused. As soon as the blood magic touched him, it was absorbed by his body. We couldn't control his blood or make the wound heal itself. It was as if the power of magic didn't work on him. "Interesting." Cyan tapped his steel chin carelessly. The man's description reminded him of the Demace's forbidden magic stone. After their warriors put on the armor made of forbidden magic stone, they were the natural enemies of the mages. Just approaching them would make it difficult for them to breathe and unable to cast spells. But he didn't believe that one person could possess the power of forbidden magic stone. The information about the group of demon hunters had been placed on his table. He knew that only mages would be captured by demon hunters. The war had ended 2 days ago. Demacia had been removed from the map of Noxus at this time. It needed a new name at this time, as a new city-state of Noxus. "Retreat first, and tell the doctors to stay with him all the time to keep him alive. I will transfer another batch of medicinal materials from the country to make sure he is alive. Do you understand?" Sean said lightly. If what he thought was right, then this man might become a sharp sword for them when facing mages. Speaking of mages, another person's figure appeared in his mind, and he didn't even notice when the people from the Scarlet Secret Society left. The tent was silent again, and Sean thought calmly, "This is extremely rare," but his thinking obviously couldn't last too long. As a general of a legion, he had a lot of things to do. Darius pushed open the door of the tent and walked in. He was dusty and there was even blood on his armor. Obviously, although the Demasons had officially surrendered, the resistance of the people was still in operation. Sean glanced at him, and after confirming that he was not injured, he asked, "What's wrong?" Darius bowed his head respectfully and said in a deep voice, It's Jarvan IV of the Demesa royal family and their marshal who want to see you. Sean slowly raised his eyebrows. There will be another update later. Chapter 335 The Real Synopsis. Interesting. What do they want to do? Not sure, General. They just insist on seeing you. Apart from this, they won't say anything. Sean smiled. What about the civilians in the city? They've all been settled. Darius looked up, as if he had something to say. Sean could see it, and he raised his right hand. You can say it. I thought they would be wary and hate us, but on the contrary, after we broke into the palace and announced that Jarvan III was dead, they acted as if they didn't care. Some even said that he should have died long ago. Darius whispered. It's as if they have a lot of complaints about their royal family, but considering the character of those Demasans and their discipline, this is simply unbelievable. And when we executed the demon hunters, most of them were very happy about it. The leader of their surrendered fearless vanguard, Garen Crownguard, even told me that if possible, he would like to do it himself. Go on. I'm done, General. Darius lowered his head again, but Sean had roughly understood what he meant, and the giant sitting on the cold chair laughed. There's no need to hide your thoughts, Darius. Just say whatever you want to say. In the Legion, everyone should get along like brothers. But Darius looked up and saw Sean's calm face. He stopped talking and nodded. I understand. If my guess is correct, then there is a third party between the Demesa royal family and the nobles who attempted to rebel. Their prince and marshal should be here to talk about this matter. Sean narrowed his eyes, and it was almost the same as what he guessed. In this era, the anger of the civilians was not aroused overnight. For most ordinary people, as long as they have a place to live and food to eat, no matter how oppressive your rule is, they will only remain at the level of complaining, and will never behave like this now. They are very happy about their death, and even feel uncontrollable pleasure after learning about the king's death. Therefore, the oppressive rule of the Demesa royal family must have lasted for many years, or someone forged the royal order and deliberately ruined the royal family's reputation among the people. The question is, who has the ability to do such a thing? For so many years, Demesa has always been ruled by Jarvan's family. After a moment of silence, Syan said, bring the prince in first. As for the marshal, I will ask her later. Not long after, Jarvan IV walked in. The young man looked very haggard, but he still tried his best to maintain his demeanor. He was wearing a lace tights that was popular among the nobles, and his back was straight. Syan could see from his face that he wanted to say something, but when he saw Syan for the first time, all his plans disappeared. The expression that seemed to be well prepared and prepared turned into pure astonishment. Although the young prince had seen him fighting with Galio from a distance, it was another matter to meet him face to face. It was like a mountain. The silence lasted for a long time, and it was Sean who broke the unpleasant silence. King Jarvan IV, right? The young prince barely recovered his composure, and he coughed. Yes, General. May I know your name? This way, it will be easier for us to talk later. Sean. My name is Sean. In addition, I don't like this kind of red tape. Just say what you want to say, and don't show off your complicated grammar. Sean. King Jarvan IV's eyes widened, and Sean seemed to have expected his reaction. He moved his body slightly and poked his face out of the darkness. The hideous steel chin made King Jarvan IV purse his lips tightly. Yes, that's the Sean you think of. He laughed and tapped his chin. As for this thing, what do you think it looks like? The crown of my ancestors, King Jarvan IV whispered, but he did not suppress his anger as Sean expected. Instead, he took a deep breath and calmed down. It's shocking to see warriors who were active in the same era as my ancestors. I'm a little surprised that you calmed down so quickly. Syan sat back down, his steely face hidden in the darkness again. His tone was very calm, and there was no so-called surprise. Tell me, what's the matter? What Jarvan IV said next was similar to what Jarvan and Darius had guessed, except for one thing. Even if the mastermind indirectly caused the demise of Demesa, they did not reveal their true identity. On the contrary, the people involved in this matter were either dead or died prematurely. In addition to the feeling that it was wrong, Jarvan IV could not even produce a little bit of so-called evidence. Cyan began to tap his chin again. Jarvan IV's crown was now like some kind of percussion instrument to him, and he tapped it very smoothly. He said thoughtfully, "Let's put this matter aside for now, Jarvan IV." He glanced at the young prince, and suddenly grinned and asked, "I don't think you are like those playboys. Have you ever thought about joining the army? If you don't come, I will go to the battlefield." At this time, he showed a little bit of reluctance and the arrogance of a young man, and Cyan's smile became bigger and bigger. "So, how about joining my legion?" This sentence stunned him instantly. The first thing Jarvan IV thought of was that he was insulting himself, but when he raised his head angrily and looked into the eyes cast from the darkness, he found that he did not feel any contempt or insult from it. He was actually sincere! Jarvan IV opened his mouth, his voice dry. "Why are you doing this? He didn't even call you." "Well, you have a good physique and a calm personality. Looking at your hands, you have been practicing swords since you were young. It's normal for me to want you to join. Talents like you will be sought after by all legions." "No." Jarvan IV gritted his teeth and asked, "I am the Prince of Demacia. How can I join the army of an enemy country? What does it matter?" Cyan asked back, "You are a talent, and my legion just needs someone like you. As for the prince, Demacia no longer exists. It has just been incorporated into the territory of Noxus, and soon, even the name Demacia will disappear. As a new city-state of Noxus, we will give it a new name." Jarvan IV looked at him in disbelief, unable to say anything. Cyan stood up from his chair and walked out of the darkness little by little. Every step made the ground tremble. When the tall figure was fully revealed in front of Jarvan IV, the young prince only felt a shudder. Was he really a human? Cyan raised his right hand and placed it on his shoulder. "You will feel confused, angry, and even think that I am a monster without blood and tears. These are all normal because you don't know our real purpose yet." "The real purpose? Isn't it to conquer the world?" Jarvan IV slapped his hand away and shouted angrily. Cyan lowered his head and looked at him with calm eyes. "This is just the first step. In the dark universe, countless dangers are waiting for mankind. They are waiting hungry in the darkness, perhaps holding blades and powerful weapons, or simply in the form of monsters. Who can tell?" He spoke in an almost Arya-like tone that Jarvan IV could not understand at all. "In such a world, the only thing humans can truly rely on is themselves. So, how stupid is internal strife? But what makes me even more sad is that I have to lead my compatriots to kill another group of compatriots. Such meaningless consumption will only make people laugh. And what makes me feel even more helpless is, this is actually the only way." How ironic. In order to achieve peace, we have to resort to war. Cyan smiled freely and looked at Jarvan IV with a confused look on his face. He whispered, "Everyone says that Noxians are barbarians who only know how to kill, and even say that we are cannibalistic monsters. They slander us in every way, but never think about really understanding us. The mages that Demacia hates can find a place to stay in Noxus. The Vastai, who are discriminated against by the Ionians, are an indispensable fighting force in Noxus. Even the Yodels can find their place in this country. They are all Noxians." "Noxians have never referred to a special race, but a spirit?" Jarvan IV asked unconsciously. "What spirit?" Cyan laughed. "Then you have to find it yourself, kid." That night, the Noxians did not imprison him or treat him like an insult as he thought. On the contrary, Jarvan IV found that the tent he lived in was much larger than that of other ordinary soldiers. Although there was no decoration, at least the bed was soft. For some reason, this preferential treatment made him more angry than the insult. "I am not a real playboy." He lay on the bed, thinking about what the giant said to him during the day. He seemed to be sincere and was very sober when he spoke, and Jarvan was sure that the Noxians would not let a madman be their general. In other words, what he said was true. Jarvan smiled bitterly. "How can I believe this? The Noxians have a higher purpose than us. While we are still entangled in the little land under our feet, they have already cast their eyes to the sky." At this moment, the exit cloth of the tent was lifted up, and a lady in gorgeous armor walked in, with golden hair shawl. The dim light in the tent cast shadows on her face, but it still couldn't hinder her beauty. "Your Majesty the Prince." Jarvan sat up and interrupted her. "There are no princes here anymore, Lady Tiana. There is only Jarvan Lightshield, an ordinary person." Tiana Crown Guard, who was the Grand Marshal 2 days ago, nodded. "I want to know, what did you talk about with the Noxian general during the day? Why don't you tell me what you talked about with him first? Also, don't use honorifics anymore. There is not much difference between you and me. Are we all prisoners?" Jarvan pointed to the surroundings. "Do you think this is the treatment that prisoners deserve?" After a moment of silence, Tiana abruptly changed the subject. "Are you going to join the Noxian army?" Jarvan nodded calmly. "Yes. If nothing unexpected happens, I will wear their armor tomorrow." "How can this be?" As he expected, the lady shouted excitedly. "This is betrayal. You are a prince of Demacia." "Demacia is dead, ma'am." Jarvan shook his head. "And perhaps under the governance of the Noxians, the people of this land will live better." Regardless of whether they were persecuted or deceived by villains, the Lightshield family failed to fulfill their oath to make this land a better place. This is a fact. When he said this, he remembered what Cyan said about mages, Vastaia and Yordles. These beings who were discriminated against in Runeland could find a place in Noxus and gain equal status. Tiana looked at him as if he were a stranger, and said after a while, "You must have been under some kind of magic from them." Hearing this, Jarvan laughed. "Sometimes, letting go will make you better, my lady." "And, seriously, can you please stop calling me by honorifics?" he continued. "Joining their army is indeed my own wish. I really want to see if the Noxians will treat people equally as they claim. Even if I am the prince of an enemy country, they will not despise me or insult me. I also want to see if what he said is true." That night, the light in Jarvan's tent was on until late at night. The final result was unsatisfactory to both of them. Tiana always felt that Jarvan was either crazy or bewitched by magic. As for Jarvan, although it was not the first day he knew about the stubbornness of Lady Tiana Crown Guard, he was also very angry with her, especially when the latter tried to wake him up from the Noxian mental magic by slapping him. No matter how many times he explained, Tiana was unwilling to believe that he really wanted to join the Noxian army. Yes, this matter was indeed a little hard to accept, and Jarvan himself knew this, so his anger subsided quickly. After Tiana left, Jarvan did not sleep all night. The eyes of others were no longer important to him at this time. His life had undergone major changes one after another. For him at this time, even death was not a terrible thing. He just hoped that the day would dawn quickly, so that he could find the general and tell him that he had figured it out. "Yes, I want to join the Noxian army. I want to see if the world he described, where humans are united, really exists." Sorry for being late. Chapter 336. The Girl Comforting the Dead. Garen's hands were itchy. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't upset with the Noxians. They had already surrendered, so what could he do if he was upset? Besides, he hadn't seen these Noxians do anything bad. Apart from executing demon hunters and nobles, the most they did was to maintain order, distribute food to residents, and repair houses. The reason for his itchy hands was simple. He was not used to not being able to hold the sword for too long. Since Garen was 7 years old, he had been swinging a sword for most of the day, and there were days when he even had to sleep with his training sword. After he became an adult and joined the army, because the fearless vanguards often took on the most dangerous tasks, he held the sword for longer than when he was a child. This was a habit that had been integrated into his bones. But now he had no way to cure this itchy hands. Although the Noxians did not treat them as prisoners, they even gave special treatment to commanders like Garen, allowing him to live in the former Demacia palace. But they were not fools, and it was necessary to confiscate weapons and armor. Helplessly, he had to stand on the balcony and look at the scenery below. A sense of peace actually emerged in his heart. This kind of enjoyment that seemed a bit luxurious now naturally could not last long. Not long after, someone opened his door. A Noxian soldier wrapped in black armor stood silently at the door. After Garen turned around, he said in a hoarse voice, "Please follow me." Garen was not familiar with the palace. He didn't spend much time here, and he didn't like such a magnificent environment. Even the Noxian seemed more familiar than him. They walked through the palace for a long time before walking out of this maze-like place. Outside the palace gate, on the magnificent stairs stood a very tall man without a helmet. The black armor was the same as those soldiers, and there was no gap to be found, but it was more hideous than theirs. There were spikes on the shoulder armor and hand armor, and they flashed cold light, which was obviously not just a decorative item. He had short black hair and a narrow wound on his right eye. The first time he saw Garin, he grinned. "So, you are the Garin Crown Guard?" "It's me." Even though he was not wearing armor, had no weapons, and was a head shorter than him, Garin still maintained his composure and nodded calmly. "What can I do for you?" The man glanced at him, took a step forward, and restrained his smile. "Silent Wolf Legion, Darius." "Don't you have a military rank?" Garin frowned and asked. This Noxian man was obviously a battle-hardened warrior. Such a person would definitely make achievements and get promoted. "We don't need these things here." Darius turned around and gestured to him, asking him to follow him. As he walked, he said, "Everyone in the Legion calls each other brothers and sisters, and we only have one general." "Excuse me, where are we going?" "To see your sister." Darius looked back slightly, and the expression on Garin's face was hard to describe, with mixed emotions of worry, relief, etc. "And then, what then?" Darius asked back. "You don't just want me to meet my sister, do you?" "What else?" Garin took a deep breath. "If there are any conditions or things you need me to do, you can tell me now." "Please don't talk to me about these things in front of my sister. You think too much of me." "Garin Crown Guard." Darius's calm voice came from the front, with an unquestionable power. "Noxus will not threaten you with a little girl, not to mention that you are just a civilian now. Even if she doesn't find us herself, you will be released soon." "Civilian?" Garin asked in disbelief. "Yes, civilian." "Or do you plan to follow your prince and join our army?" After saying this, Garin was silent for a long time. They have been walking on the streets of the war-torn capital. There are already twos and threes of civilians walking on the streets, either queuing up to receive food from the Noxians, or repairing damaged buildings with them. Everything seems to be in order. What was even more unbelievable to him was that along the way, he did not see any Noxian soldiers oppressing civilians. This situation was hard to imagine in the past. Even if Demacia advocated that everyone should arm themselves with discipline, there would always be people who took advantage of loopholes. They came to a camp, which seemed to be a temporary residence for the wounded soldiers of Demacia. Garin could see many doctors in white robes walking around in the camp, and they all had a wave emblem on their right shoulders. Obviously, they were also Noxian people. Darius stopped at the door. "Your sister is inside." "She has been here for 3 days. To be fair, she is doing a good job as a nurse." "Nurse?" Darius nodded lightly, without saying much, just waved his hand to signal Garin to go in, and then he was about to turn around and leave. Such a situation was simply unacceptable to Garin. "I am the commander of an elite army of the enemy, and you just threw me at the door of the wounded camp?" Looking at his back as he left, Garin thought again, and still walked in. The two guards at the door did not stop him, as if they had known he would come. There were 6 tents in the camp, and the groans of pain continued to echo above the camp. Garin was a little confused as he watched the doctors going back and forth between the tents, not knowing how to find Lux. He simply stood at the edge of the camp and began to observe the environment here. It was obvious that the newly built wooden fence separated the camp from the outside. If Garin's memory was correct, this camp for the wounded should be built between the 3rd and 4th city walls. Their efficiency was really exaggerated. They cleared the rubble so quickly. While he was observing, he heard a shout, "Miss Lixana!" Galen immediately looked over and found that a doctor was standing at the door of a tent and shouting, "Miss Lixana, please come here. We need your magic." "He can't hold on any longer," a female voice quickly answered him. "Please wait." Right away. As soon as the voice fell, a girl hurried out of another tent. Her hair was messy and she was wearing dirty clothes covered with blood. She ran into the tent with an anxious look on her face. Galen also walked over. He stood silently at the door of the tent and observed the environment inside. It was very large, with dozens of wounded soldiers lying there. His sister stood in a corner and talked to a doctor. Galen's hearing was quite good, and he could barely hear what they were saying. "I'm sorry, but this is beyond the scope of medical skills." The military doctor shook his head regretfully. He took off the blood-stained gloves on his hands and said, "If you want him to live, it will take a miracle from a kind god." "Then why did you ask her to come?" Galen thought silently. Lux pursed her lips tightly, and then said seriously, "What's his name?" "We don't know, Miss Luxana." The doctor raised his hand and pointed to the depths of the tent. He said, "But you can ask him yourself." "Please forgive me. I have to leave. Please rest for a while after you are done. If I remember correctly, you didn't rest last night." "It's okay, doctor." Lux smiled, and then walked straight in the direction he pointed. Galen's eyes followed her closely, never leaving her. The soldier they were talking about was lying on a narrow cot, wrapped in bandages all over his body, and blood was constantly oozing out of the bandages on his abdomen. Galen walked a little closer to hear their conversation clearly. The military doctor walked past him, just cast a casual glance, and left. No matter how many times she saw this scene, Lux couldn't get used to it. She had seen many terrible scenes of death and blood in these days, but she couldn't face it calmly. It was too terrible. Looking at the man lying on the narrow wooden bed in front of her, still trembling slightly, Lux carefully reached out and held his right hand. She called softly, "Wake up, soldier." The man didn't respond, so Lux had to repeat it again, and this time, he finally responded. The soldier moved his head with effort so that she could see who was talking. He made a vague sound from his throat. After Lux got closer, she could barely hear what he said. "It hurts." A sudden pain made her sniff, but her face remained calm. Lux held his hand, her voice calm and gentle. "Tell me your name, soldier." Isa." The soldier spoke with effort. His voice was hoarse and even disturbing. The voice was also very weak, mixed with the surrounding moans, making it difficult to distinguish. "Okay, Isa." Lux smiled gently, held his hand tightly, and whispered, "My name is Luxana. My friends call me Lux." "Are you okay?" "It hurts." He kept repeating this word, his eyes full of desire. Lux knew that it was not the desire for life, it was the desire for death. "Listen to me, Isa." The soldier quieted down, but his chest was still rising and falling violently. He had to use all his strength to breathe, and blood kept seeping out from under the bandages, as if his body was crying, blood-red tears. Lux's voice was still gentle, with a calming power. "You are going to die." Silence. A long silence. Isa opened her mouth, and the heavy breathing sound was like a hammer beating Lux's heart. "I don't know when." Her eyes were still full of tears, but Lux still didn't let go of her hand. His breathing became more and more sharp, until at a certain point, like a last breath, he coughed violently, spurting out large pieces of blood, staining the bandage on his chest red. After doing all this, he seemed to be able to speak clearly. "I'm scared, miss." Lux listened to him quietly. "I don't want to join the army, I want to learn painting." "I'm in pain, Miss Lux, I'm really in pain." His words were illogical. Sometimes he recounted his childhood, and sometimes he started talking about how terrible it was to join the army, although he had adapted to it. After a few minutes, he stopped. His chest stopped rising and falling, and he just looked at the top of the tent and died quietly. Lux was not surprised by this. In fact, there were not many people like Isa who could say a lot before they died. Most of them only had time to say their names before they died. She just felt sad. Holding Isa's still warm hand, Lux gently placed his hand on his chest. In the dim tent, a ray of light flashed by. Only Lux herself knew that there was a condensed light point under the palm of Isa's hand on his chest. When he was buried, this light point would provide him with a long and weak light in the coffin. Lux also knew that doing so was just to comfort herself. For the dead, these things were of no use. But she had to do something to give herself some psychological comfort. Otherwise, she couldn't hold on. She slowly stood up and turned her head, but saw her brother. "Garin, is it you?" she asked in disbelief. "Yes." Galen didn't finish his words. He only had time to spit out one word, and Lux threw herself into his arms. The girl's head was against his chest, and soon, a wetness came from there. Gently stroking her dry and messy hair, Galen whispered, "Are you uncomfortable?" The girl snorted muffledly. You don't have to do this." She raised her head stubbornly, The light in her eyes was no different from when she was a child and insisted on playing with the children in the slums. "No, this is my responsibility. I am the daughter of the Crown Guard. Since I can't go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, and Demacia is over, then I have the obligation to make their departure less painful." She lowered her head again. "And this is the only thing I can do. It's my fault. If I came back earlier it has nothing to do with you, brother." Lux shook her head and let him go. The girl looked very serious at this time. "The demise of Demacia is inevitable. You should know this better than me." Intellectually, Garn knew that she was right. The older Jarvan III got, the more stupid he became. The heroic spirit of his youth was gone. He only knew to sit in the palace and issue one willful order after another, exercising the king's authority arbitrarily. Sometimes, the orders would even contradict themselves. Garn didn't want to find out if there were any other tricks involved. Demacia was gone anyway, so why bother worrying about it? He only knew that now he only had his family left. There will be more updates tomorrow. Chapter 337 Farewell. With the sick soldier, the wind in Irithyll always seems to be so cold. The cold wind howled, and Gwyndolin stood barefoot on the cold ground. The temperature that is unbearable for normal people may even be a little comfortable for her. She did not wear the golden helmet covering her face, revealing her beautiful face. The moonlight shone on her white hair, and the faint moonlight seemed to have been following this lonely god. It has been a while since the rebellion broke out, but for her, meeting the mysterious wizard seems to be just yesterday. Thinking of his solemn look when he left, Gwyndolin couldn't help but chuckle. Throughout the ages, she has met many fire-bearing heroes and great people in Lordran, and only the most outstanding among them are qualified to meet Gwyndolin, and Shenyan is more special than them all combined. Gwyndolin couldn't explain clearly what was so special about him. She only knew that perhaps she would never meet another person like him again in the future. As for what he said about coming back, Gwyndolin hoped that he would not come back, no matter whether he was sincere or false when he left. She did not believe that anyone could really save Lordran. The fire was getting weaker day by day, and she could feel it. As the daughter of Gwyn, the king of the Dark Earth, she had a natural sense of fire. The small flame burning in the original furnace was now so weak that it could not be any weaker. Perhaps one day in the future, it would be completely extinguished. Then, it would be just as those people said. The world fell into darkness, and all living beings could only wait quietly in the darkness. No one knew what kind of species would be born again in the darkness, or, a monster. Her delicate ears moved slightly, and a sound of footsteps came from below the residence of the gods. It was the footsteps of the Silver Knights, and they would not disturb her if they had nothing to do. Obviously, someone was visiting at this time. Gwyndolin frowned, not knowing who would visit at this time, but she still put on the golden helmet covering her face. No matter what, as a god, the majesty must be maintained. This not only concerns herself, but more importantly, it concerns the glory of the Gwyn clan. The last king cannot be a woman. It is sad to say, but it is a fact. A silver knight stopped behind her respectfully, and a dull voice came from under the helmet. "My lord, there is an Ashe who wants to see you." Ashes? With her back to the silver knight, Gwyndolin raised her white and slender neck, and there was no joy or anger in her faint tone. "Bring him up and meet here. My residence has been defiled by the traitorous thief, and this place is better. At least you can see the moon." The silver knight lowered his head, and the spear in his hand paused lightly on the ground, and then left without saying a word. After a while, an Ashe whose weapon was confiscated came up. He was wearing a slightly worn knight's armor, and the tattered cloak was shaking slightly behind him. With his breathing, sparks were falling from his body, dancing in the air. "Oh, this power!" Gwyndolin raised her eyebrows in surprise. "I underestimated you. You are actually a king hunter." Ashes bowed and performed a standard noble etiquette. Gwyndolin nodded slightly and then asked, "Do you have a name?" "Ashes, that's enough." The voice from under the knight's helmet was hoarse and unpleasant, which did not match his identity as a king hunter at all, but no one cared about it at this time. In such a world, power is everything. Not to mention the unpleasant voice, even if he has green skin, a crooked nose and uneven eyes, he is still Ashes who has become a king hunter and has the qualifications to pass on the fire. "So, Ashes, What do you want? Ashes was silent for a while, and then took out a small sapling from somewhere. It was still covered with soil and carefully placed in a tile flower pot. He held the sapling carefully, as if holding a supreme treasure. From the moment the sapling appeared, Gwendolyn's eyes were firmly attracted. It was the breath of life. All life in Lordran is born with fire. When the fire weakens, they also suffer some degree of degradation. If they are born strong like Gwendolyn, it's okay. They can still keep their appearance and self-awareness. But ordinary people are different. They will all become unconscious zombies, unlike walking corpses that gradually become because of the loss of humanity. They still retain some of their previous habits and do their previous work, but the appearance that has completely lost its human form is even more sad. Where did you get it? The Firelink Shrine. Ash's voice was still hoarse, which was very consistent with his throat after being burned by fire. A wizard named Shenyan left it to me. Even with the golden crown covering his face, Ashes still keenly noticed one thing. When he mentioned the 3 words Shenyan, the god's surprised expression. No wonder. If it's him, then everything makes sense. Gwendolyn murmured to herself, her eyes fixed on the small sapling again. She whispered, apart from this, is there anything else? Yes. Ashes nodded and put the sapling back solemnly. He also left a message asking me to come find you. This doesn't make sense. A blue light lit up. Gwendolyn turned her head and looked. For some reason, her heart was beating fast at this moment. He didn't relax until a familiar voice came from the blue light. Oh, it seems I made it. A man walked out of the blue light. He was wearing a black robe, holding the cane given to him by Gwendolyn in his hand, with a smile on his face. Hello. Ah, fortunately I'm not late. He smiled at Gwendolyn first, and then turned to Ashes. Noticing the other's puzzled eyes, Shenyan patted his shoulder. The sapling and the message are both left by me for you. Did you receive it? Ah, I almost forgot my name. My name is Shenyan. I'm a wizard, and I'm wandering around. Ashes. That's it. You don't have a name? The slightly downcast knight shook his head. His armor even faded a little. Containers don't need names. It's too much to call yourself that. Never mind. There's no need for me to correct you. The wizard smiled and his face became serious. Then please listen carefully, both of you. I have a suggestion. So fast? Swain looked at the messenger with some surprise, and only waved him off after he nodded again. The man, who already had some gray hair, rubbed his brows tiredly, but his face was filled with a bright smile that could not be stopped. He sat down on the chair and sighed with satisfaction. This is really great. Anyone would say these 3 words. When you have a general who can conquer a kingdom within a week, what else can you be dissatisfied with? Swain pondered for a while, then stood up. Behind him hung a large, well-made and detailed map. He slowly reached out his hand and hung a black chess piece on the place marked de Mesa. Then the smile on his face became bigger and bigger, and finally he even laughed out loud. After a short period of happiness, Swain returned to his serious look. He knew that this was just the beginning. Guards! He shouted loudly to the outside of the door, and almost a few seconds later, a fully armed guard opened the door. Swain didn't even look at him. He stared at the documents on his desk intently, his brain working rapidly. After a while, he whispered, "Help me find Instructor Kronos." The guard said with some embarrassment, "You may have to wait for a while. Instructor Kronos is training new recruits now." New recruits? Swain looked up in surprise. He frowned and asked in confusion, "Where are the new recruits from?" "A group of new recruits. It is said that their quality is not bad. The instructor is very interested in them. You may have to wait until tonight to meet him." "It's okay." Swain's brows relaxed. "No matter where they come from, as long as they can contribute to the Empire, it doesn't matter how bad their background is," he said lightly. "Then let's send someone to inform Instructor Kronos in the evening. I can use this time to think about future plans." Swain turned around and stared at the map again. His eyes caught a glimpse of a city located just below Noxus. No, maybe it shouldn't be called one. It was a combination of 2 city-states. One was a city of progress, and the other was a slum full of filth. And for Noxus, they were welcome. On the other side, the new training ground of the Immortal Bastion. Kronos was not wearing a helmet. but his armor was still on. Although it was not wartime, this small empire in the mortal world did not need his strength for the time being. But he still couldn't let himself take off this armor. Don't get me wrong. It's not that he didn't want to make himself more comfortable, it's just that if he took it off now, he couldn't put it on again. There were no servitors here. The tall giant stood expressionlessly on the high platform of the training ground, and no one knew what he was thinking. The new recruits running around below would glance at him when they passed by, regardless of gender or race. Many people even looked a little trembling because of his expressionless face. In their opinion, this incredibly tall and strong commander put on this expression, and they would definitely have a hard time in the future. But in fact, Kronos was just thinking about what to eat for dinner today. Although he could go without food for a long time, as in Astartes, his physiological functions were different from those of mortals in all aspects. For example, he had to eat a lot of bones to absorb the calcium inside to strengthen his bones. It was okay not to eat, but who would refuse to make themselves stronger? If someone could pierce your skin with a blade, believe me, if you had a skeleton that could hold the blade, the next thing would be much easier. Yesterday, he ate 2 ice yaks transported from Freljord by himself. The meat was good and the bones were okay. His appetite was amazing, but the chefs in the logistics department were proud to cook for him. Although Kronos repeatedly asked himself that he didn't need any delicious food, just roasted it, or even raw, they obviously didn't listen to him. However, it tasted good. Thinking of this, his eyes instantly moved to a soldier who was a little behind in the running team. Kronos frowned. The super brains of the Astartes allowed him to do 2 or even 3 things at once. It was easy for him to think and monitor their training at the same time. His superhuman vision quickly allowed him to see the number on the soldier's right chest. He shouted, "Number 134, come here." The soldier was startled. In the sympathetic eyes of the crowd, he trotted anxiously all the way to the bottom of the platform and looked up at Kronos. His shadow completely covered the soldier. His expression was calm, but with a great sense of deterrence. "You fell behind. Why?" Kronos asked concisely. Even such a question made the soldier blush. I'm not feeling well, sir. Military doctor." Kronos immediately shouted to the side, and a doctor in a white robe ran over immediately. The soldier was even more flustered when he saw this scene. No, sir, I just feel uncomfortable, not sick. I can't continue training." Kronos shook his head. This time, the soldier not only blushed, but also his eyes. He didn't want to be regarded as a deserter. He was unwell and couldn't train temporarily. What else could he be if not a deserter? At this moment, he regretted why he said that he felt uncomfortable. "Number 134, relax. I know you are not lying." Looking at his puzzled eyes, Kronos said softly, "You are indeed sick." "What, sir? But I just felt a little uncomfortable when I woke up this morning." Kronos made a gesture, without the idea of explaining too much. "Go down and check first. If you really have no problems, then I promise you will be back to training soon." Looking at him and the doctor leaving, Astartes shook his head. His sense of smell allowed him to smell a special smell on the soldier. He was sick, and very sick, and he didn't even know he was sick. But, the question is this what he thought? It is still uncertain. Although they are 2 universes apart, there are precedents. The purple light appeared in front of Kronos' eyes again. He snorted coldly and returned to his duties. Kronos' slightly sharp eyes began to scan the soldiers in training. They thought that the commander was simply dissatisfied with them, so they ran faster. And, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Decision. That night, that's what happened. Kronos simply recounted his discovery during the day. He and Sween were having dinner in a plain restaurant. The chandelier above was neither gorgeous nor had any special design. It was just a black iron chandelier. The walls around were bare, without any paintings hanging. There was nothing else in this restaurant except tables, chairs and benches. After Swain gained power, The first thing he did was to put an end to all extravagance and luxury. If possible, he even wanted to sell those valuable antiques and paintings to exchange for military funds. As usual, 2 cows were placed in front of Kronos. This time he specially asked for it in advance. The chefs finally didn't add spices or use complicated cooking methods. He was methodically using the knife in his hand, which was more like a dagger than a table knife, to disassemble the muscle tissue and bones of the cow. He was so skilled that he looked like a butcher. Swain ate much simpler food, a little chickpeas and half a cup of water. He didn't eat much every day. According to him, eating too much would affect the speed of the brain's thinking, and he hated this feeling very much. Excuse me, Instructor Kronos. This kind of thing sounds like a fantasy. Swain frowned, trying not to make his words seem so offensive. Kronos understood his confusion. Even in the Empire, his empire, there were very few people who were lucky enough to survive after seeing the Nurgle plague, and those who survived were usually executed. God knows if there are new variants of the plague taking root in these survivors. To be on the safe side, it is better to kill them all. It sounds cruel, but this is the only way. In order to prevent more people from dying, they had to sacrifice those few people. The Nurgle plague usually takes effect on an entire planet, and the effects vary. The plague that comes from the evil god himself sometimes does not even have the elements of disease at all, so it is more appropriate to call it a curse. In the Empire, there is only one most reliable and popular solution to the Nurgle plague that has already been scaled. Apply for an extermination order, destroy an entire planet. And, even so, those damn plagues sometimes appear inexplicably on neighboring planets. But, what if it happens here? There is no extermination order for him here. Kronos expressionlessly bit off a whole piece of beef with his teeth comparable to a loy and threw it into his esophagus. After a while, he spoke. Believe me, I hope more than you do that this is just a false alarm on my part. Swain picked up the plate and ate all the remaining chickpeas on it, then took a sip of water. He leaned back in his chair and seemed to relax a little. This was also a rare moment of relaxation for him except for sleep. He said, General Sean has achieved the goal of this expedition. Mesa has now been officially incorporated into the territory of SYNOPSIS. I have to say that his efficiency is amazing. No, this is too slow. Unexpectedly, the words coming out of Kronos' mouth were not praise. On the contrary, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. He obviously didn't take this matter seriously. It's just a kingdom. It took a week to solve a problem that could be solved in half a day. That's Mesa. Do you think this is a cabbage that came out of nowhere? It's too exaggerated to solve it in half a day. Swain secretly complained, but didn't say it out loud. He drank the water in the cup bit by bit and stood up. Then please enjoy your meal. After saying that, he left. Astardi was left sitting alone in the empty restaurant. The sound of him chewing bones and muscles seemed so monotonous. Your timing of coming back is just right. Gwendolyn was sitting on the long steps below her residence with Shenyan, looking at the moon. She didn't bring the heavy golden crown covering her face, and she was smiling faintly at Shenyan at this time. As for the Ash, he had hurried back to the Firelink shrine, saying that he would discuss with the Firekeeper and then come back to give the mage an answer. He understood his reaction. Shenyan knew very well how shocking what he had just said was. The wizard spread his hands. No, actually, I left a mark on that sapling. As long as it touches the moonlight here, it will automatically notify me. So, King deliberately didn't come back for such a long time? Gwendolyn asked suddenly. Shenyan choked for a rare moment. Not entirely. I dealt with some things. You know, if I want to transfer all your people here, I have to communicate well with many local people. Gwendolyn listened to him quietly, her head tilted. She looked noble and elegant, but that posture made her look a little cute. Looking at her like this, the wizard suddenly laughed. So, Gwendolyn's cheeks bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. King, what are you laughing at? I thought of something happy. What is it? Gwendolyn asked in confusion. Shenyan just smiled faintly, looked at her, and said nothing. After a while, Gwendolyn turned her head away, but what she didn't know was that from Shenyan's angle, he could just see her red ears. After laughing for a while, Shenyan decided not to tease her anymore. He had to talk about business. He cleared his throat and asked, "So, what do you think of the plan I proposed?" Gwendolyn turned her head back again. She raised her hand and rubbed her cheek, and said softly, "If you can do it, it would be great, but I'm afraid no one in Lordran now can repay this favor." "Let's not talk about the so-called favor for now," Shenyan said slowly, deliberately not looking at her expression. "Why don't we first talk about how many sane people are left?" Relocating the residents of a world is no small project, even if there are not many people left. Gwendolyn thought for a moment. The aura of the King Hunter, if I feel it correctly, should come from the giant king of the City of Sin. He lost his sanity because of the loss of his subjects. It was a worthy death to die in the hands of Ashes. There are not many people left now. The two princes of Lothric, the foreign undead core, the people of the Firelink Shrine. There are also me and my sister, and several silver knights. She paused, and suddenly smiled sadly. Of course, there is also the forbidden world in the painting. The world in the painting? That's a painting. A forbidden painting, Gwendolyn said softly. She raised her head, staring at the bright moonlight in the sky that seemed to exist forever, and shook her head slowly. "It's a sad but helpless story. I didn't expect that although you never leave your house, you seem to know everything that happens in the world," Shenyan said jokingly. Gwendolyn snorted lightly. "I am the Shadow Sun. You really underestimate me." "Yes, Shadow Sun Gwendolyn. Your name is known to everyone from the Firelink Shrine to Irithil." As the wizard spoke, her cheeks swelled again. "This goddess is sometimes so naive that it is unbelievable," she said with some resentment. "You are really good at playing tricks on people." The wizard frowned and said seriously, "You think too bad of me." "I was just praising you." "How can I praise you at all?" Their chat continued for a while, and not long after, the Ash appeared at the bottom of the stairs with a woman in an elegant black robe. Who else could it be if not the Firekeeper? However, she didn't wear the silver headband that covered her eyes, but she still closed her eyes tightly, and was walking hand in hand with Ashes from the bottom of the stairs. Gwendolyn stood up quickly and put on the golden helmet that covered her face. Her back was straight, and her snake tail stood up behind her. Shenyan didn't care so much. He sat on the steps and asked with a smile, "Have you thought about it?" Ashes and the Firekeeper came in front of him. They first bowed to Gwendolyn, who was standing beside them, and then began to talk to Shenyan. The Firekeeper's voice was very ethereal. She said, "It seems that my decision to trust you was the right one. You were very wary of me at the beginning. I have discussed it with Lord Ridos and the mother-in-law of the sacrificial site." The Firekeeper's voice was light, but it carried an unquestionable power. Her hand holding Ashes was trembling slightly. "We believe you. Anyway, there is no other way except to believe me, right?" The wizard raised his head, looked at the bright moonlight, and said slowly, "Passing on the fire is just a slow death. I believe you all know this, especially Ashes. He may be one of the people who knows best what passing on the fire is." Gwendolyn interrupted. "Why do you say that?" Shenyan smiled. "Let him speak for himself." Ashes was silent for a while and took off his helmet. That ordinary face made Gwendolyn exclaim, "Ah, it's you." After a long time, she came back to her senses and said with emotion, "I can't believe that the undead hero at that time turned out to be Ashes." "Long time no see, Lord Gwendolyn," Ashes said, "but please don't call me a hero. I am not a hero, just a vessel." Gwendolyn frowned, although no one could see it because of the golden crown covering her face. The displeasure in her tone was genuine. "You are a genuine undead hero, the first undead to pass on the fire, and your story has long been spread throughout the world. If even you are not considered a hero, who else can be considered a hero?" Ashes still shook his head stubbornly. His expression became a little strange, as if he was reminiscing about the past. "It is not my wish not to pass on the fire." As he spoke, he actually laughed. "It's just that when I was imprisoned in the Northern Undead Asylum, a knight named Oscar asked for my last wish. That's why I embarked on this journey, and passing on the fire was just a coincidence. As for now, it's just because I have nothing to do after waking up. When people see me, they will assume that I will hunt the king. No one has ever asked me about my own wishes to continue the flame. At least this time, I want to do things based on my own ideas." He seemed not used to talking so much in one breath. After he finished speaking, he put on the helmet again. The voice from below became dull. The so-called ashes are just the residue left after the undead are burned, and they crave fire to the point of being hopeless. But people's will can still go against instinct to some extent, right? Gwendolen remained silent all the time, without saying a word. For her, the continuation of the flame is almost equivalent to the mission itself, and it is as important as maintaining the dignity of the Gwen family. Now it is difficult for her to accept the fact that the flame is about to die immediately, even if she is mentally prepared, but she did not object, which was enough. Shenyan stood up and placed the cane given to him by Gwendolen on the ground. The light blue light instantly spread throughout Hill. He said, "So, is it decided? Very good. Please contact those who are willing to leave, and when you are done, come here to find me." After speaking, he took Gwendolen's hand and disappeared in a burst of blue light. Only the walking stick was still standing in the distance. The firekeeper stood there, not moving. After a long while, she asked, "Lord Ashes, there are some things I have not said." The knight tilted his head slightly, as if listening to her words. "I actually saw the world after the flames went out with the eyes you gave me," the firekeeper said in a trance tone, which was blasphemous to others. Firekeepers must not have eyes. Only in this way, they will not become thirsty because of staring at the flames for too long. "What is that world like?" Ashes asked, and then he felt the firekeeper holding his hand with a little more strength. "I saw a huge golden tree, and the lives of people who were everywhere seemed to be better than the era we live in." "That's enough." Ashes nodded. "The existence of the flame has become a curse, since the world has become better after the flames are extinguished." "That's enough." The firekeeper suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils were blue, very beautiful. She just stared at Ashes in a daze, her tone almost like a dream. "But, isn't it a kind of escape if we leave like this?" Ashes didn't say anything. He hugged her very gently and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I will be by your side. Since we are sure that a new era will come, do you want to come back and visit later?" "Can I?" "The wizard is a good man. If you ask him seriously, he should agree." Ashes smiled, feeling the weight of the firekeeper, and for a moment he didn't want to speak. Chapter 339 Kiss. How is number 134? Very strange, Commander Kronos. The military doctor frowned. His expression was indescribable. In addition to the doctor's expression, there was also the special enthusiasm of a researcher. "According to our examination, there is nothing wrong with him. It is better to say that he is very healthy, but the occasional fatigue he feels is real." Kronos folded his hands and asked calmly, "Fatigue?" According to him, he occasionally feels an extremely tired and weak feeling, as if he had been training for 3 consecutive days. And his body also suffered a considerable degree of damage after that fatigue appeared. Fortunately, he has a good physique and a strong recovery ability, so there are no hidden injuries. 5 days. How many times has it happened? 13 times, sir. The voice of the military doctor was full of amazement. He is just like a bull, with incredible recovery ability. Moreover, he has been training on his own initiative these days. What are the intervals and patterns of these 13 times? There is no pattern, sir. Sometimes there is no one in a day, and sometimes there are up to 5 times a day. It happens when eating, walking, training, and even sleeping. Kronos quickly recalled all the information about number 134. He is a Highlander, strong, of the right age, and took the initiative to join the army. Both of his parents are retired soldiers of Noxus, and it is a glorious family. He has just joined the army for less than 2 months. Because of his excellent performance in the recruit camp, he was specially transferred to the Immortal Fortress and handed over to Kronos for training. Under his command, the soldiers do not need names for the time being, so they call him by numbers. Waving his hand, Kronos said lightly to the military doctor, "Continue to monitor, and inform me immediately if there is any situation. Tell anyone he has contacted." "No, forget it," informed Sween. "I will extend the training time of all soldiers in the training camp for another 2 months. No one is allowed to go out or enter during this period. Things are in trouble." The footsteps of the military doctor sounded monotonous and gentle in his ears. Kronos was in a very bad mood at this time. He was still not sure whether it was the Nurgle plague, But he was very clear about one thing: it was impossible for a normal person to have such a situation. Nothing would happen by chance, especially in the eyes of an Astartes. Any slight disturbance could be the work of them. Kronos could not help but start to worry. He could not tolerate the Nurgle plague in this world. Among the 4 chaos gods, Slaanesh favored those who indulged in pleasure, and artists were his #1 target. Tzeentch's followers were often people with superior intelligence, while Khorne was simpler. He only wanted pure and powerful warriors. But Nurgle was different, just like his name. Nurgle who harbored filth. No matter what you looked like, as long as you were willing, he would selflessly share his love with you. This also led to one thing: the losses caused by Nurgle to the Empire were often the most serious among the 4 gods. Some of those strange plagues may start with just an itch or a small sneeze, but later on, the overwhelming Nurglings, who looked like humans, were dripping with mucus, had pustules, and breathed full of bacteria and viruses. Even a glance at them made the Nurgling believers feel that their eyes were diseased. Kronos lowered his head. The Astartes stood in the corridor of the medical room. His huge body blocked the lights around him, leaving most of the shadows. His breathing was extremely steady and long, and he seemed not to be affected by the current situation at all. But only he knew how anxious he was at this moment. This was the hometown of a new Primarch. Moreover, it would bring a lot of support to the Empire in the future. Kronos had seen the magical local power and the tenacity of the human beings here. Even in that cold and cruel galaxy, it could play a certain role. If it was destroyed before it developed, let alone what others thought, Kronos himself could not forgive himself. But he had no way. The one who had a way was still in another world. Jarvan gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground. He was covered in dust and his right cheek was a little purple. The opponent standing opposite him was not much better. One of his eyes was already swollen. Seeing this, Jarvan couldn't help but smile a little bit. There was no way. The opponent was much stronger than him. In order to win, he had to limit the opponent's field of vision so that he could prepare for his killer move. He had joined the Silent Wolf Corps for a week. Sion didn't lie. No one looked at him inappropriately. On the contrary, he was quickly accepted. The one who practiced with him was the leader of his combat team, Klein. He was really a terrible warrior. Jarvan glanced at his unshakable expression and couldn't help a sigh in his heart. "Get ready," Klein suddenly said, then stomped on the ground. Sand flew, and with the power of that moment, he quickly came to Jarvan. In a bare-handed fight, it is very important to control the distance between each other. Jarvan naturally knew this, and his pupils shrank. He had felt Klein's fist. He didn't want to get hit in the face again. Thinking of this, Jarvan quickly raised his fist to protect his chin, and glanced at the crowd of onlookers from the corner of his eyes. They were silent and did not make a sound to interrupt the two people's sparring. After they finished fighting, someone would come to take over, and there was no need to worry about the hands. The Noxian army doctors were very skilled, and there were also those people from the Scarlet Secret Society as backup. It can be said that as long as they were not killed on the spot, they would be rescued. Therefore, this kind of sparring can be said to be taboo-free. Even kicking the groin is allowed. Klein's fist hit his left arm, which was deliberately protruding to protect his chin and ribs, heart, causing a burst of soreness. Jarvan exhaled lightly, and swayed left and right while maintaining defense. His goal was simple, as long as he didn't get knocked down. But Klein was also in old hand-in-hand combat. How could he not know what Jarvan was thinking? Another fierce straight punch. Klein easily and freely followed up with a swing punch, followed by a knee strike and a whip kick. After a combination of skills, Jarvan's prepared killing move was completely useless. In battle, it is very dangerous to be beaten passively. Although the attacker's physical strength consumption is greater, the defender will also bear certain psychological pressure. For example, pain. It hurts when you are hit. This is a simple truth. Jarvan felt extremely strong pain at this time. He had just been kicked by Klein with a whip kick on his right calf. It was burning hot at this time. There was no doubt that it was definitely swollen. Even moving became a problem. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, suddenly lowered his head, and threw Klein to the ground. The fighting skills favored by the de Mesa royal family also teach how to use ground techniques. Although they advocate that they should never fight with others in close combat if they can use swords, It is not possible not to teach them. Ground techniques are a last resort and necessary knowledge. Jarvan took advantage of Klein's confusion when he fell to the ground and quickly grabbed his thigh, then turned his body upside down, clamped his head with his legs, and wrapped his hands around his thighs, and suddenly exerted force. If it went well, this move would be enough to end the battle. Unfortunately, there was only one reason why Klein could become the team leader. He was good at fighting. He grabbed Jarvan's arms with both hands. As the saying goes, the arm cannot twist the thigh. But at this moment, he performed an arm-twisting thigh move, and those two ridiculously strong arms actually forcibly broke Jarvan's thighs that were locking around his head. At this point, the victory or defeat was decided. Jarvan smiled bitterly, loosened his stance, lay on the ground, and said lazily, "Team leader, you should at least give me some leniency. I'm a new recruit." Klein rolled over and stood up, pulling him up as well. The bearded warrior said calmly, "The enemy won't let you go. Besides, you don't have to call me team leader. When we're not fighting, we're brothers." He pointed at Jarvan's thigh and said, "Come with me. We're going to the doctor's, otherwise, you won't be able to walk after tonight." "Is it that serious?" Klein said calmly. "In order to avenge you for hitting me in the eye, I deliberately used more force when I kicked you with a whip kick. You were holding back when you fought me." The other man spread his hands and stopped talking. Jarvan could only curl his lips when he saw this, and then followed him to the doctor's territory. Behind them, the empty sand was quickly occupied by two other warriors, and they soon fought. To be fair, he had been to this place many times, but he couldn't get used to it no matter how many times he came. There was no other reason. It was too quiet. The doctors lived in another camp, which had just been built not long ago. It was a wooden house with a white roof, which was very easy to identify. Klein took him around here skillfully, and soon found his target. As he knocked on the door, he said to Jarvan, "Be careful. This doctor has a bad temper. You'd better learn to be smart." "What else? Will he refuse to treat me?" "It's her." "No, she won't refuse. But it will hurt you a lot." Klein's face twitched when he said this. Not long after, a female voice came from inside, with impatience. "Who is it?" "Dr. Lemantha." "It's me, Klein." "TSK." A woman in a vest opened the wooden door with an impatient look on her face and stood at the door, with no intention of letting them in. She glanced up and down at Klein and Jarvan behind him, and that look made Jarvan shrink his neck unconsciously. "Can't you guys be more careful when you fight? Although I am indeed the military doctor of your group, you don't have to come to me every day, right? It's mutual training." "Doctor, this is ordered by General Sean. It's an ancient tradition, not a fight." Lemantha rolled her eyes. Okay, come in. Remember to close the door. I just woke up and don't want to be blown by the wind." The two followed her into the door, and Jarvan closed the door gently. "Just kidding. No fool would deliberately offend a doctor. He is not a fool without a brain." The wooden house is divided into two parts, the clinic and the bedroom of the military doctor. They went all the way to the clinic. The decoration here is very simple, with two chairs and a wooden bed, nothing else. Listening to the sound coming from the bedroom, Jarvan asked softly, "So, how is the doctor's medical skills?" "You can rest assured about this." Klein nodded. "Except that she likes to drink, sleep late, and has a bad temper during work hours. Her medical skills are unquestionable. Otherwise, she would not have been selected as a military physician in our Silent Wolf Corps." Jarvan smiled. For some reason, he was actually looking forward to the upcoming treatment. The doctor, Lemantha, had wheat-colored skin and a good figure. Seeing that she opened the door in a vest, she must have a bold style. Klein knew what he was thinking as soon as he saw his expression. The bearded man shook his head with some sympathy. "I won't tell him that Lemantha likes women. After all, I also want to see him laugh." A blue light flashed, and the two appeared in the wilderness. This feels amazing. Gwendolyn changed her clothes and no longer wore the exquisite white robe. She also took off the golden helmet covering her face. She was wearing traveling breeches and a comfortable and close-fitting top. She also wore a noble hood with exquisite lace on her head to cover her face. "What do you mean?" Gwendolyn did not answer. She looked around and unconsciously smiled. "Have you always been so free? It is unimaginable to travel between worlds. Now you should believe that I have a way, right? I have always believed in you. Gwyndolin turned around with a smile in her eyes. You are the captain of the Dark Moon Sword, and my reliable and loyal knight. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? She spoke the difficult Old English gracefully and beautifully, and her expression made Shenyan unconsciously curl his lips. It is really great to be trusted unconditionally by others. Then, he raised his hands and the ground began to tremble. This wilderness without any people began to change out of thin air. The soil scattered, and the stones hidden underground emerged from the ground and flew lightly into the sky. Under the influence of unknown forces, they were easily transformed. Almost in the blink of an eye, a magnificent building that was no different from Irithyll rose from the ground and appeared in front of Gwyndolin. The breeze blew past, and her white hair swayed gently. The moonlight of Runeland sprinkled on her face, and a special feeling began to spread in her heart. You don't have to do this, she said softly. I understand the feeling of being forced to leave your homeland. Shenyan answered with the same soft voice, and when he was about to say the next sentence, he was blocked by someone's soft lips. After a while, Gwyndolin ran up the stairs alone, her ears red. This is a reward for you, don't think too much. Shenyan stood there in silence for a long time, and decided not to tell her that she had to tilt her head when kissing, otherwise her nose would touch. A little bit of daily excess, more updates tomorrow. I'm in the hospital, and typing on my phone is inconvenient. And the plot idea is as uncomfortable as constipation. To sum up, damn his brother, the prices around here are really outrageous. A bowl of white porridge costs me 15. Chapter 340 Ashes, accepting the mission. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Huijin wouldn't have believed that such a thing existed. It turns out that there are people who can take many people to another world. Moreover, he didn't ask for anything in return. In Huijin's ancient concept, such a thing is impossible to happen. Even if the person who lends a helping hand doesn't want a reward, the person being rescued will definitely find ways to help the benefactor. People of the lowest origin will also find ways to give the benefactor some small help, arrows, stones, or even a little money. As long as they can help, it's fine. So he took advantage of everyone being immersed in the shock of the new world and quietly found Shenyan. Want to help me? The silent knight nodded. He didn't change the worn-out knight armor. Some parts of the breastplate were rusted, which seemed very unworthy of his identity. The flying sparks had all disappeared at this time, and he looked like an ordinary and down-and-out knight. Shenyan didn't say number. He knew very well that for a stubborn person like Huijin, it would be better to let them feel at ease. So he smiled and nodded. I actually do need someone to help me do something. He snapped his fingers, and an illusory blue map appeared in the air. The mage stretched out his hand, and fished the map out of the river like a fish, and shook it solemnly. The map continued to emit a light blue glow as he moved, floating between the two. Ah, please come and take a look. Ashes approached as he was told, and the map floated in the air. Shenyan pointed to a piece of frozen land in the west. It was clearly a drawn map, but at this time, because of his finger's proximity, a cold wind began to blow and a blizzard began to fall inexplicably. Even the mage's fingers were stained with a touch of white. He said, this place is called Freljord. It is a frozen land with a harsh environment. The people who live there are all ferocious, and not only that, but the animals are also like this. I went there not long ago. What do you need me to do? Ashes asked concisely. It's not difficult. I just want you to bring someone back for me. Don't get me wrong. He's my disciple. Ah, he's a disciple, although I, an irresponsible teacher, haven't taught him properly. But no matter what, I have to fulfill my teacher's responsibilities. The mage kept talking, which reminded Ashes of some of his acquaintances. In the past, he also had several teachers who always cared about him. In addition, his finger moved to a fortress in the east of Freljord. If you're on your way, please go to this place. There is a group of people called Frost Guards, and their leader is a witch named Lysandra. If you see her, please tell her that I need her help with something. Ashes nodded. I understand. That's good. Shenyan smiled and stuffed the map into Ash's arms. This map can show your location in real time. If there are people around you who are hostile to you, it will also be displayed. It's red and very eye-catching. Listening to his words, Huijin thoughtfully stuffed the map into the gap of his armor. A dull sound came from under the helmet, with some inexplicable resentment. It's really convenient. Then, I'm leaving. Huijin nodded and turned around to leave directly. Shenyan waved his hand to stop him. Wait, don't you plan to do some preparations? Preparations? Dry food, mounts, bedding, and travel companions. When he said this, he slightly nodded his head without leaving a trace. Among the crowd who were still immersed in shock, there was a line of sight staring at them. I am Huijin. I don't need food or sleep, the knight said, and was silent for a while. But travel companions, I do need. Ah, correct me, my friend, Shenyan said with a smile. Maybe you need them. Huijin looked at him in confusion until he took out a bottle of fresh fruit wine from somewhere. Huijin took it and pulled up the visor of his helmet, saying, I have no sense of taste. Take a sip and try. Then take a sip! Huijin's eyes widened suddenly. It was completely different from the wine of the Onion Knight. Onion wine was specially made for the undead, who had long lost their sense of taste. Therefore, it was more like a kind of water bomb than wine, which could be used to slightly miss the enjoyment of being a human. But this wine was mellow and had a nostalgic sweet and sour taste, as if everything in the world was in his mouth. It was just a moment when the taste exploded on the taste buds, and Huijin was stunned. What is this? He asked in disbelief. It's just an ordinary bottle of fruit wine. Shenyan blinked at him, turned around and left with a smile. He happened to meet a black-robed woman who hurried over. Ah, hello, Firekeeper. Good day, Master. The Firekeeper bowed to him, and her hands folded on her lower abdomen were shaking for some reason. Although her eyes were closed, Shenyan was sure that she was watching the ash not far away. He smiled and turned slightly so that the Firekeeper could see the ash completely. Are you worried about him? Seeing that the Firekeeper remained silent, Shenyan simply didn't keep her in suspense. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a slave owner who tricked you here and then hurriedly revealed my true identity. It's just that your knight is a little uneasy, so I found a chance for you two to be alone all the way. Thank me later. He walked past the Firekeeper, whose face was red for some reason, with a smile, and the next moment, he had passed through the crowd and arrived at the top of this city that was exactly 1-to-1 with Irithil. Gwendolyn was sitting on the steps, as if she had never left her world. She was still wearing her travel outfit, and when she saw him coming, she smiled unconsciously. Shenyan walked over to sit next to her, and the two began to naturally lean on each other's shoulders to look at the moon together. After a while, she whispered, "This is unfair." "What's unfair? You have done so much, but we have nothing to repay you." "I have never asked for any reward." Gwendolyn looked at him stubbornly, as if in this respect, her character was the same as that of the ash. It was completely unacceptable to them to not repay a favor. "You are really cunning." She was defeated in the confrontation with the wizard, and shook her head helplessly. The moonlight from another world began to condense on her body, making her whole body begin to emit a faint glow. Shenyan did not stop her, but just watched quietly. After a while, the light gradually faded. The moonlight condensed into a ring on her right hand. Two silver snakes intertwined to form the ring body, and an exquisite and clear light blue gem flickered on it, emitting its own brilliance. Gwendolyn solemnly handed him the ring. "This is my thanks." Shenyan did not reach out to take it at first. He looked at the ring, then at Gwendolyn, and then at the ring again. Finally, he whispered, "Gwendolyn, do you know what giving a ring to my hometown means?" Gwendolyn shook her head in confusion. The mage held back a smile, took the ring, and put it on the ring finger of his right hand. "That is what lovers do to confirm their marriage relationship. If I write about what happened afterwards, it will damage Gwendolyn's dignity as the Shadow Sun, so I won't try it." First there was a scream, then a woman's impatient scolding, mixed with many dirty words and contempt for men, such as "Are you a man? Why are you afraid of this little pain?" and so on. After a while, the screams and scolding stopped, and Jarvan and Klein walked out. Klein looked normal, and even smiled faintly. Jarvan was different. He was grinning, and his expression was indescribable. It was like he had finally felt something after 3 days of constipation, but found out he had hemorrhoids. "You really should have told me, Klein." "Tell you what?" "You asked even though you knew it. Why didn't you tell me that Dr. Lamantha didn't like men?" "You didn't ask." Me. Jarvan was so angry that Klein couldn't hold it anymore. He laughed and pulled him over. "This is a necessary step. Most of the brothers in our group have been treated like this by her. As compensation, I will give you the wine and my quota tonight. How about it?" Speaking of wine, Jarvan's expression immediately became serious. "Are you serious? When have I ever lied to you? Are you sure you want to say this at this time?" Klein then realized what he had just done. While he continued to laugh without caring, he raised his head imperceptibly so that he didn't have to look at Jarvan's expression. "Really, really, of course it's true." What he said was true, but the bottle of wine didn't taste very good. Even so, Jarvan drank it happily. Late that night, when he lay in the dormitory, lying on the bed assigned to him, he didn't think about the past of Demacia, nor the look of the Grand Marshal accusing him of betraying his country. He thought about his deceased father. Under his rule, the Demacia army had never seen such a scene. He knew this very well. People have always required themselves to be strict with discipline and virtue. They wish everyone could be a role model. But in fact, in the Demacia army, bullying is common. Veterans bully new recruits, sergeants bully corporals, and the logistics department can despise everyone. Perhaps the situation would be better in the fearless vanguard and those elites, but from what Jarvan knew, they were completely incomparable to the Noxians. There was no distinction between military ranks, and they were brothers. Jarvan didn't know what this kind of legion culture would bring. He only knew that, at least for now, he already knew why Demacia lost. The loss was not unfair. With this thought in mind, he slowly fell asleep, sleeping on the simple camp bed as a soldier of the Silent Wolf Legion, instead of sleeping on his luxurious and comfortable soft bed as the Prince of Demacia. But this time, he slept more peacefully than any other time. On the other side, his training results are very good. Sean listened with interest to Darius talking about the results of the former Prince of Demacia's enlistment for a few days. He grinned. This kid was really born in the wrong place. Darius turned a page of the report in his hand, and after confirming that he had not missed anything, he closed it. Then he picked up a new piece of intelligence from the table. "General, this one is sent from the country. Read it." "You should read it yourself." Contrary to his usual behavior, Darius did not continue reading, although these days, he basically reads reports and intelligence to Sean. The latter did not think it was strange at all, and Darius did the same. "What's wrong?" "It's the information from Instructor Kronos." Darius frowned and handed the information to Sean, who was sitting on the iron chair. Sean opened the information and looked at it carefully. The scroll in his hand was not much bigger than a piece of paper. After a moment, his tone became a little solemn. "If what he said is true, then I have to go back." "Go back?" Darius was a little puzzled. "If what Instructor Kronos said is true, then it will be useless for you to go back." His meaning was very clear and what he said was also right. Sean did not answer and fell into thinking. The terrible scene described by Kronos was completely unacceptable to him. Once such a disaster broke out in the center of the empire, their destruction alone would be the lightest result, and the worst-case scenario would be sweeping across the entire continent. Sean knew very well the horror of the plague, and he had dealt with 2 of the 4 evil gods before. Although they were so far apart in 2 worlds, their power still left a deep impression on him. His fingers began to tap the heavy steel chin again, but his eyes turned to the 2 axes he placed on the ground. They were crossed on the ground, and the silver and black axe blades would flash a golden light from time to time. Cyan knew that it was not his illusion, but a blessing from him. Every time he held the 2 axes, the already ridiculously powerful power would increase again. "So far, Cyan has not found his limit," he said calmly, "but I must go back." "Darius, if things really develop in the direction he said, I am afraid that in the absence of the wizard, I am the only one who can stop it." When he said this, his eyes were always on the 2 axes. Darius followed his gaze, sighed, and nodded. He was already in Astartes, although he was still in training and could be called a reserve, but the orders of the Primarch were absolute. He did not want to disobey. There is one more update, which will be later. Chapter 341, Long Lost Hogwarts. Please turn to page 17. Today we will start to talk about the basic use of magic. I will start the class in 15 minutes. Before that, please prepare for the class. On the podium, the black-haired man nodded expressionlessly to the students below the podium. He was wearing a black robe and looked like a gloomy bat. After that, he strode out of the classroom, making the students sitting below breathe a sigh of relief. Professor Snape seems to be in a bad mood recently. How do you know? His expression. Didn't you notice? It's as if someone is harassing him all the time. The two girls were chattering, and a boy sitting next to them sighed, then whispered, "You'd better start preparing now." Professor Snape's temper has indeed become much better in recent years, but that doesn't mean he will let off students who don't study hard. The girls looked at each other and smiled, as if they didn't care about the boy's words. "Bull, you are third-year student like us. Why do you pretend that you know Professor Snape very well?" The boy called Bull rolled his eyes, lowered his head and began to flip through the book, no longer paying attention to the two talkative girls. Anyway, it wasn't him who would be punished by Professor Snape, regardless of whether Bull knew Snape or not. The two girls were right about one thing. He had been harassed by someone recently. "Hey, Professor Snape, are you free? Can we stop by and chat?" A man with round-framed glasses came up to Snape as soon as he saw him walk out of the classroom. He also had black hair, and his light brown eyes were filled with deep apology. Snape glanced at him coldly and walked straight past him. "We have nothing to talk about, James Potter." No, Professor Snape." James Potter hurriedly caught up with him, explaining anxiously, "I just want to talk, I promise. I don't mean anything else." It seemed that his words had an effect, and Snape stopped. However, there was a mocking smile on his face, and that look was so mean and undisguised. "Come on, Potter. I know what kind of person you are, and what's the point of a belated apology to me? Put away your useless guilt. The reason you apologize to me is just to make yourself feel better. You don't want your conscience to be tortured, right? Because you know very well." Snape stared at him and said slowly, "I saved your life." James Potter's face turned a little pale, but interestingly, even though Snape's words were so explicit and merciless, he still smiled bitterly and said, I know very well. So I want to talk to you. Seriously, Snape, it's been so long, please give me a chance." "Goodbye, Mr. Potter. I still have classes to go to." Snape interrupted him and walked away coldly, leaving James Potter standing there alone, looking very helpless. He sighed, clapped his hands, and disappeared in a blue light. When he reappeared, he had returned to his home. His wife, Lily Potter, was sitting on the sofa reading a book. Oh, maybe she shouldn't be called his wife. After all, they are now divorced, and Lily has taken back her original name. Now she is not Mrs. Potter, but Lily Evans. Back? Lily didn't even turn her head. The fireplace provided a comfortable temperature. It was still cold in Britain in March and April. She was wrapped in a woolen blanket, curled up on the sofa, reading a thick book called Magic Theory. Her red hair had turned half white. "Yeah." James looked at her carefully, stood at the door, put on slippers, and then sat on the small sofa on the other side. He looked very lost and didn't say a word. Lily knew what happened at a glance. She put down the book and asked with a smile, "Failed again?" "Yes, I failed again. He just didn't want to talk to me." "Come on, James, if he did that to you, let alone forgive or not, you would even want to kill him." Her words made James' face turn pale, but he couldn't refute it. He could only sigh again. I know I did something wrong, but I'm trying to make amends, but he doesn't give me any chance." "That's your business, James Potter. Besides, I've found a job and will move out soon. You have to deal with the housework yourself. My suggestion is to start with cooking." Lily picked up the book again and continued to read it. She seemed to remember something and said, "In addition, Harry's custody is with me. If you want to see her during the holidays, remember to apply to me first." James' back was getting more and more bent. In the end, he was almost hunched on the sofa, looking shorter. He looked lost and sad, and he was very helpless, because he knew very well that he deserved it. Originally, things would not have come to this point. Snape resurrected Lily at a heavy price, and Lily spent a year and a half to teach herself the new theory left by the mysterious wizard, and resurrected him. After the resurrection, James didn't know what was wrong with his brain. When he saw Snape standing with his wife, the resurrected guy waved his fist and hit him. The consequences. Snape didn't fight back from beginning to end. Lily was always trying to stop the fight, and even Sirius was trying to stop him and make him stop. Seeing this scene, James Potter was furious and said a lot of ugly words. And no matter who persuaded him, he didn't stop. It looked like he had already acquiesced that Snape and Lily had a relationship, so Lily slapped him hard and left with Snape in tears. A few days later, she ran to the Administration of Wizarding Affairs to apply for a divorce. After James realized what he had done, he regretted it. His nature is actually not bad. When he knew he had done something wrong, he immediately wanted to make up for it. But neither Lily nor Snape wanted to listen to his explanation. Even Sirius and Lupin looked at him with an expression that "you deserve it." At this point, he was also a little discouraged. She even began to think that her resurrection might not be a good thing. There was another crackling sound in the room, and a blue light flashed. Harry, who had grown into a young girl, appeared in the room. Lily immediately put on a smile and stood up. "Harry, why did you come back so early today? Didn't you have a little date with that Malfoy?" Harry, who was wearing a sweater, seemed to be reluctant to talk about it. She pouted, took off her contact lenses, and put on the glasses that Snape gave her. "Don't mention it, Mom. He is just like a child. I just met Neville on the road and talked to him for a while." Malfoy was furious. Lily walked to the kitchen, poured her a cup of hot tea, and then brought out a hot towel to rub her face. Okay, boys are like this when they are young. Were you and Dad like this when you were young?" James, who was finally mentioned, raised his head with tears in his eyes and looked at his daughter. He felt that daughters were better, but his feeling of being touched didn't last long. Lily said mercilessly, "Ha, James Potter, your father was famous for being jealous when he was young. So, that's why he doesn't get along with Professor Snape?" "Half right, my little princess." Lily smiled and scratched her nose, causing Harry to feel a chill. She made an uncomfortable expression. "Mom, don't call me that. It's too corny." James looked at their interaction with envy, and the sadness in his heart made him sigh again. Why didn't I want to listen to people at that time? Just as he was complaining about himself, he heard Harry's caring words. "What's wrong with you, Dad?" "She called me Dad." James' nose was sour, and his eyes immediately turned red and tears flowed. Hogwarts, this largest magic school in the UK, has regained its second spring in modern times. No, I mean, it's icing on the cake. Hogwarts has benefited a lot from the new knowledge brought by a mysterious wizard. Not only has its international status been greatly improved, but now it doesn't even need to look at the Ministry of Magic at all. There is a vague intention to go out on their own. The masters in the Ministry of Magic are very anxious about this, but there is nothing they can do. The knowledge left by the wizard called he is too amazing. Even the little bit left from the fingers of Hogwarts has shocked the entire wizarding world. Let's not talk about the fact that Lavender announced that his wand shop would be closed for 10 years to study new technologies. Let's talk about the latest batch of graduates from Hogwarts. Among them, some became murderers, some went to hospitals, and some opened their own shops and ran small businesses. But no matter what path they choose, they are often more than one level better than those from other schools. The fact that they can cast spells without a wand anytime and anywhere is enough to crush many people, not to mention the strange magic they got from who knows where. It's okay if it's not offensive magic. If it comes to offensive magic, the unforgivable curse is nothing. Have you seen a fireball as big as a door panel? Very good. They can throw 50 at a time. You can't counter it yet. The list of effects of curse stop and end of all curses does not include this new magic. As for the greatest white wizard of modern times, he disappeared a few years ago. Some say he went on a trip, while others say he died. Each faction has its supporters. But recently, it seems that the supporters of the travel theory have the upper hand. They got a photo from somewhere, in which Dumbledore was wearing a flowered shirt, standing on a yacht, drinking wine with a big smile on his face. A woman who looked very similar to him, but younger, stood beside him, also smiling. This photo caused a long discussion, and all major newspapers were talking about it, such as who the woman was, where Dumbledore was now, and so on. But there was a question that was more or less ignored: who took the photo? In the principal's office, the current principal McGonagall was talking to an Oriental man. She smiled and seemed very emotional. "I really didn't expect you to be away for so long." "Long?" the man asked back. "It's only been a few years, but you did a good job." His eyes moved to the big window, which was renovated after McGonagall became the principal. She didn't like closed environments, so she added a very large French window, which also made it convenient for her to observe the students playing on the playground at any time. Any slight violation of discipline would be discovered by her immediately. The old professor's spiritual power is now very impressive, and covering the entire school is just a matter of effort. She can actually use the power of magic to restore her youth, but, obviously, she is unwilling to do so. Some people would rather stay old, not because they don't miss the beauty of their youth. It's because every wrinkle that represents aging in time has a story that has been experienced with someone. Thank you for the compliment. How long will you stay this time? In addition, when you left, you said that someone was chasing you. Can we help? Professor McGonagall seemed very concerned about this matter. Shenyan smiled casually. Don't worry about them. I will stay for a few days this time. I still have things to do. I just thought of you and came back to see you. He stood up and came to the window, looking at the students who were using magic flashes wantonly on the playground. He suddenly asked, "Has the magic ban on Hogwarts been lifted now?" Professor McGonagall covered her face helplessly. Students always have a way to bypass the old mechanism to cast spells without a wand. We simply cancelled it. There are just new rules. Flashes and teleportation are allowed in the school, and only offensive magic is prohibited. Shenyan looked up at the ceiling, pointed upward, and a lavender rune was engraved on it. Noticing McGonagall's eyes, he explained, "It's just a small improvement." Who came up with this magic? The idea is very good, but it's a little immature. Well, to be honest, the idea is very advanced. With appreciation, he continued to look up and use magic vision to look at the magic inscriptions all over the school. You may be surprised to hear this. It's Snape. Oh, it's him. Then I'm not surprised. Shenyan laughed. He has good talent, but didn't you say he was just average? The wizard winked at Principal McGonagall. Didn't you use this trick when you were teaching students before? McGonagall, who was mentioned, also laughed. Outside the window, the laughter of young wizards filled the playground. The sun shone on this old school, and the gloomy buildings with pointed roofs seemed to be glowing with new vitality, like new buds on old trees. Chapter 342 Ashes. The monsters in the new map are not very friendly. Back in the classroom, Snape walked up to the podium and quickly scanned the faces of the students. He could tell at a glance which students were confident and which ones were anxious. After teaching for so many years, this kind of thing has almost become a passive skill for him. Snape lowered his head expressionlessly, and a piece of chalk floated up and wrote a large line of words on the blackboard. The elementary use of magic. After the flying chalk finished writing this line bit by bit, he raised his head and walked down the podium. Last semester, you should have been exposed to the knowledge about meditation, and you also experienced it yourself with the help of Professor Lupin. According to my observation, you already have a lot of magic in your body. As everyone knows, the use of any magic is inseparable from magic. Write it down. Although this sentence is nonsense, it is necessary nonsense. The sound of pen touching paper soon rang out in the classroom. The elementary use of magic is a new course added this year. Actually, I didn't want to explain it to you in such detail, but considering that last year there was an idiot who used the portal by imitation not long after finishing meditation and cut off one of his arms. So, I think I still have to make you understand one thing. Snape said the scary words slowly, but his expression had become a little serious. Until I'm sure you can become a master or have fully mastered a magic, never use any magic in private. Understand? Suddenly someone in the audience raised his hand and asked, Professor Snape, Even the magic we learned before with wands is not allowed. Snape glanced at him and said lightly, "Mr. Ruskin, your question is very interesting. Yes, of course. Why not? But I still have to remind you, if you keep using a wand to cast spells, you may fail the final wandless casting course. You are already in the 3rd year this year and have your own opinions, so I won't say too much." He paused, skipped the topic, and got to the point. The 1-hour-long class passed in a flash. No one dared to be absent or disrupt Snape's class, even though he was much gentler than before. He was ruthless in punishing people. When the bell rang, the students breathed a sigh of relief. They took their books and walked out of the classroom in 2s and 3s. They didn't even dare to breathe when passing in front of Snape, and most people chose to leave from the back door of the classroom. Only a few people would go through the front door and greet him. Snape didn't even raise his head, cleaning the podium and responding one by one. When everyone left, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing at the door from the corner of his eye. He sighed. "I said, I won't talk to you." Snape looked at the Oriental man standing at the door with a look of astonishment. He seemed a little at a loss at this time. Shenyan walked into the classroom with a smile on his face. He glanced at the blackboard behind Snape, which was covered with dense handwriting. The wizard read it carefully word by word and said, "You have learned very well, Mr. Snape. When did you come back?" "Just now." "By the way, I actually watched your class." Snape suddenly felt very awkward, which made him cough unconsciously, and then tried to frown. "Compared with you, my level is just." "Don't be so self-deprecating. You have done a good job." "I noticed some small changes you made to the magic restrictions of Hogwarts." "The genius design of those magic inscriptions is not something that everyone can think of." "Thank you for your compliment." Snape still looked calm, but his hands under the podium had already tightly grasped the black rope. Over the years, the more he learned the new magic brought by Shenyan, the more he could feel the unfathomable depth of this man. Those new theoretical knowledge are definitely not just as simple as opening up a new path forward. It is opening a completely new door, behind which are all treasures. And how strong is Shenyan, who is walking ahead of all of them? The significance of being affirmed by him may have exceeded too much. Snape never thought that he could have such an exciting moment besides resurrecting Lily. Unlike the fiery emotions at that time, he felt more of a sense of pride in being recognized in his academic field. Shenyan could see Snape's excitement, but he didn't point it out, just made an invitation gesture. "Do you mind chatting for a while? I am very curious about your use of magic inscriptions." Of course, Ashes never thought that there would be a day when he would ride a horse, to be precise, riding a horse with others. Although this horse is not actually alive, but an illusory product constructed by the wizard with magic, it is made of metal. It does not need to eat or rest, but the firekeeper sat behind him, holding his waist tightly with both hands. Thinking of this, Ashes felt that his thinking was stuck. The two of them set off on their journey in silence. The wilderness that Shenyan found for them was marked on the map as the Dalmor Plains. It was vast and sparsely populated, but rich in resources. He also cast a protective magic to keep strangers away. The destination of their journey, Freljord, was located to the west of the Dalmor Plains. A bitter and cold land. He thought of the places he had been to, and there were many similar lands there. But this was a different world. Who knew if there would be new dangers? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tighten the reins in his hand. "Lord Ashes." The voice of the firekeeper came from behind him. She raised her right hand and pointed in a certain direction ahead. "Is there someone there?" Following her finger, Ash's eyes soon became somewhat dangerous. He got off the horse without saying a word, motioned the firekeeper to wait for him there, and then walked forward. The man was wearing a dirty cloth and lying on the ground. Even though he was stained with dust, he didn't seem to care. He muttered in a low voice like a madman, holding a field mouse tightly in his hand. From time to time, he would stick out his tongue and lick the body of the field mouse. Ashes came behind him, and before he could say anything, the man turned his head suddenly. His face was blue and purple, which was definitely not the skin color of a normal human. As soon as he turned his head, Ashes suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist. At the same time, the man's eyes were fierce and 2 scarlet spots burned. The next second, his head flew high. The smelly black blood spilled all over the ground. and it made a hissing sound when it fell on the grass. An unpleasant smell quickly reached Ash's nose, and he couldn't help frowning. After his sense of taste was revived, his sense of smell was also the same. He could ignore those bad environments before, but now, he might be affected to some extent. Ashes wiped the blood on the long sword on the man's body and put it back into the sheath. He squatted down and carefully observed his body. The parts of the man that were not covered by clothes, such as his arms or thighs, had a large number of purple-red blood vessels protruding. This phenomenon had never happened before, at least not before he became ferocious and wanted to attack Huijin. Moreover, although the owner was dead, these purple-red blood vessels were still beating a little bit. Huijin had some guesses in his mind. He took off his gauntlet and carefully touched the purple-red blood vessels. The touch was extremely strange, not like human skin, but more like some kind of cold stone. Hard, and with the unique discomfort of inhuman things. He took out the knife from his waist and slightly cut a blood vessel, and the black blood immediately gushed out. The fishy smell became stronger and stronger, and Huijin carefully observed the gushing blood without changing his expression. They were extremely sticky and had the texture of some kind of creature. There is no doubt that this is definitely not what human blood should look like. He finally frowned, and took out a small mark from somewhere in his hand. With this medium, a flame ignited in the palm of his hand, and then gushed out. But in an instant, the headless body and his head were burned to ashes. When the body was completely burned to ashes, he somehow released a piece of frozen mist from his hands, stopping the spread of the fire. Back on the horse, even if Ashes didn't speak, the firekeeper could feel his mood change. She whispered, "Is there something wrong, Lord Ashes?" After a while, Ashes answered her, "I don't know." It was a very typical answer for him, concise and clear, and what he said was what he meant. It was just a little irritating. The firekeeper's hands tightened around his waist, almost leaning on him. She leaned into his ear and whispered softly, "I will accompany you." Ashes didn't answer, and seemed to be concentrating on the journey. Only he knew what he was thinking. He had a hunch that this journey might not be so easy. Freljord. Keter put down the deer in his hand and wiped the sweat off his face. The most difficult winter was over. He found a place far away from human habitation and built his own hut. The craftsmanship was still crude, and it was not as comfortable as the house he had built with the help of others in Ionia, but at least it was a place to shelter from the wind and rain. He did not choose to process the deer near his home. You know, the smell of blood can easily attract predators. He did not want to be attacked by bears, wolves or other animals in the middle of the night. Even if he could deal with it, his home would probably become a mess. Half squatting on the ground, Keter skillfully skinned the deer, then cut it into pieces. The antlers were thrown on the ground. This thing was of no use to him at all. He did not need money, but only supplies to survive. When he got to the place, he tied up all the things he needed with ropes and carried them on his back, leaving only a pool of blood and internal organs on the ground. Keter turned around and left without any nostalgia. He knew that this place would soon be surrounded by a group of wolves. They would eat the internal organs in an orderly manner and lick the blood clean. Keter did this on purpose. He knew the existence of the wolves, and the wolves also knew his existence. They didn't bother each other, but they were somewhat connected in each other's lives. For example, Keter would deliberately leave the entrails there for them to eat. The Freljord people had no tradition of not eating entrails. That was the habit of the nobles, not them. And the pack of wolves would avoid his house when hunting, and sometimes even choose to send him some small prey such as fish. Keter had never seen such a smart wolf before, but he didn't care. Back at his home, he opened the rough wooden door, then opened the cellar, and threw the venison on his back into it. He didn't plan to eat it tonight, so he would keep it for a while. He wasn't worried that it would go bad. After all, this was Freljord. Sitting on the chair he made, Keter picked up a cup of hot tea and took a sip. The warm current made his stomach feel a little better. He had been busy all morning and didn't have time to eat. Leaning on the chair, he fell into deep thought. I don't know how the girl is doing, and the tribe. I hope everything is well with them. The faces of his brother and father reappeared in front of Keter, and he sighed imperceptibly. This land is too cruel. Brothers killing each other, fathers and sons fighting each other, perhaps only in frail Jord. His ears moved, and there was a sound outside the door. Keter frowned, and his hand was already on the axe he had placed by the door. On the axe handle, the mark of Orn was still emitting warmth. Keter opened the door cautiously and saw a naked woman standing trembling in the woods at the door of his house. She was covered in blood and looked dazed. A line of bloody footprints spread from where she was standing to the back, extending all the way to a far distance. After thinking again and again, Keter chose to speak. "Hey." Who knew? As soon as he spoke, the woman's face became panicked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her facial features squeezed together, and a long scream came from her throat, and then she fell to the ground and died. "What is this situation?" Keter looked at everything in front of him in silence. When it was getting dark, he finally dug a grave for the woman not far from his home and buried her. No matter what, he couldn't do such a thing as watching a person's body exposed in the wilderness, even if the price was no time to cook and he was hungry. Sighing, Keter carried his axe and shovel and walked back to the vicinity of his home. Just as he was still thinking about what to eat in the evening, a ray of light coming from under his wooden door and the sound of conversation inside made the man's face quickly become fierce. Keter quickly threw the shovel aside, and the axe was already in his hand. He lowered his pace, quietly approached his door, and listened carefully to the situation inside. "Are you sure the footprints broke off here?" "Yes, boss. I'm sure. Besides, even if you don't trust me, you have to trust Rudo's nose." "Woof woof." "Look, Rudo asked you to trust him." "Shut up, your stupid dog. Who knows when the owner of this house will come back?" "He'll come back if he wants. We're just asking him something." "Yeah, just asking something," the man called boss said helplessly. "Then you shouldn't fucking eat other people's food. Just eat a little." "He won't care." "You can't say for sure, young man." Keter kicked the door open. "More updates tomorrow. I can't even write in the hospital. I have a headache." Chapter 343. A silly story. There were two strangers and a big dog in his house. The dog was very thin. When he saw him come in, his first reaction was to protect his master, who was sitting on the chair eating, and grinned at Keter. Keter looked at the dog with admiration. Yes, it was a good dog, but was he a good person? The young man who was eating jumped up from the chair as if his butt was on fire, and his mouth was still chewing. The older man standing next to him looked at Keter holding the axe and raised his hands quickly. "We have no ill intentions, we just want to ask you some questions." Keter glanced at him, and the axe was lowered, still keeping an angle to attack at any time. "You broke into my home and ate my food." "No ill intentions? I don't think so." The young man finally finished eating the food in his mouth. He swallowed it and hurriedly said, "I apologize, sir, I apologize." After a moment of silence, the atmosphere in the house seemed stalemate and dangerous. Finally, Keter spoke. "You are not from Freljord." He used an affirmative tone. The young man's expression became a little stunned. The older man smiled bitterly. "Is it so obvious?" It was too obvious. The Freljord people would not break into other people's homes casually. If anyone did so, it would mean a fight to the death. Keter carried the axe on his shoulder and said lightly, "Is that woman related to you? Did you see her?" The young man was always impatient. Keter smiled lightly. "Yes, she is dead." "Dead? Sir, are you sure?" The older man's expression became serious. "Did you see her body with your own eyes?" She stopped breathing and her heart stopped beating. She was covered in blood and wounds. "I dug a grave for her." "Is this enough?" The two uninvited guests looked at each other, and their expressions quickly became complicated. Finally, the older man said softly, "Sir, you may not know." A miserable scream interrupted his words. Keter dared to swear to Orn that he had never heard such an unpleasant sound, as if someone was rubbing two table knives against his eardrums. At the same time, a naked figure broke through his window and jumped in. Keter's eyes twitched. There was no such thing as glass in Freljord, so he used a sliding window. The result of this thing crashing in was that the table he placed under the window also died. The table broke into several pieces, and a sharp piece of wood avenged itself and pierced directly into its foot. No blood flowed out, and it seemed to feel no pain. Its nose moved slightly, making a gesture of a beast looking for smell. Keter found that it was the woman he dug a grave for himself. No, It was naked. Compared with the appearance Keter had seen before, it was very different. Her skin all over her body turned into an abnormal purple color, and there were a lot of purple red blood vessels protruding on her thighs and arms. The face also became extremely terrifying, and its sharp canine teeth protruded from its lips, roaring at the people in the house. In the next second, an axe chopped down on its head. Keter's axe was embedded in its skull, and at the same time, the mark of Orn on the axe handle shone brightly. In an instant, the axe blade turned into a red color like lava, and it cut through its skull smoothly like a hot knife cutting butter, and even split half of its chest. Keter retracted the axe and kicked it with his foot. After noticing that there was still fresh soil on its soles, he carried the axe on his shoulder and said to the two people and the dog who were still in a daze, "Explain it." The older man took a deep breath. "My name is Willerage, and this is my apprentice, Morse. We have been chasing her for half a month." "Stop. Let me ask the questions." Keter made a stop gesture. Thanks to the deterrent feeling brought by his axe, Willerage did not speak. "First, why was she not wearing any clothes when I saw her?" "She can't wear any clothes. She is already a severely infected person. Any cloth or armor is lethal to them." Frowning, Cattle didn't dwell on this issue. "Then why did she show fear when she saw me?" "Maybe in her sight. She didn't see you." Willazer's face was very ugly, as if he recalled some unbearable memories. "You said you dug her grave. Can we go there and take a look?" I said, "I'll ask questions." "Okay." "Where are you from?" Piltover. "Do I look like an idiot?" Cattle sneered. "There is half a continent between Freljord and Piltover, and I don't think the rich guys there would come here for no reason, whether you believe it or not." "Sir, we are indeed from Piltover." Willage pursed his lips. He touched his gray beard, a little helpless. "Also, can we go and see her grave?" "Please. This is very important. It involves..." Before he finished speaking, Keter turned around and left. "Follow." Not long after, they arrived at the grave in the woods under Keter's leadership. The ground that was originally covered tightly had been dug up, and the soil was everywhere. There was no one in the grave. Willage lay on the ground and solemnly took out a magnifying glass with a faint silver light from his thick coat pocket. He began to observe the soil with a magnifying glass in the dark woods, and the scene looked funny and ridiculous. After a moment, he sighed. "Damn it, my guess is true. They can really be resurrected." "Now, it's your turn to explain," Keter said lightly. Willage stood up with a wry smile. This old man with a somewhat scholarly temperament laughed like a bereaved mother at this time. Okay, sir, the matter is actually not complicated. As we all know, the people of Piltover regard themselves as the city of progress, although the Zon people living below them may have different opinions on this. But the rich are rich, they don't care what the Zon people think, they only care about their own interests. Once upon a time, Willage was also such a person, until his experiment went wrong. He has a great reputation in Piltover and is a rare biologist. In that city full of machines, a scholar who specializes in biology obviously has little room for development. After all, everyone has started mechanical ascension, and you are still tinkering with the extremely expensive human enhancement injections, which has no future at all. But as a native of Piltover, Willage is not satisfied with this. His surname did not allow him to stop there, otherwise, he would not be qualified to be buried in the family cemetery after his death. By chance, his sponsor was an antique dealer who happened to purchase a batch of fresh goods from the caravan, among which there was a bear-head mask that looked ordinary. That thing was seen by a Willage, who came to visit and explain his research progress. According to him, at the first glance, I felt like I was possessed by evil spirits, and I bought it back from the sponsor at a high price. What happened later was beyond the understanding of this scholar. He began to be absent-minded and became unlike himself. He knew that this was not right, but for a whole week, he could not put down the mask by himself. It was as if the mask was glued to his hand. Willage lost his appetite, stopped doing research, and stared at the mask in a daze all day. A week later, he began to dream. A strange dream. In the dream, he put on the mask. He became omnipotent, even close to God, and roared at the sky all day. Willage's expression when he said this impressed Keter very much. He didn't seem to savor this feeling. On the contrary, His face was full of fear. 2 weeks later, he stared at the mask in a daze and didn't produce the results that the sponsor wanted, so the funds were withdrawn. Willage became a little depressed, although he had expected this. But humans can't resist emotions, so he went to the bar to get drunk for a few nights. When he returned home, his laboratory had been smashed clean. In the mess, his research materials and the unfinished human enhancement injection had been looted. In addition, the bear head mask was missing. Willage called the police immediately, but the police officers who arrived found nothing. Not long after, rumors began to spread in the lower city of Piltover, a horror legend about a crazy killing monster wearing a bear mask. Then what? Keter asked. The lines on Willerl's face became tense. In the moonlight, Keter could see the expression on his face that looked like he was about to vomit. His throat rolled a few times, and he said tremblingly, "I asked several mercenaries to investigate the matter. The only person who survived was found by the police officers who rushed to the scene later. His skin color turned blue and purple, and he bit people like a madman. The people he bit gradually became unconscious until they had a high fever. Before long, this symptom began to spread throughout the lower city. It took the Piltover authorities half a year to stabilize the situation. Then, they knew about my story," he continued. "However, they didn't throw me out as a scapegoat. It's ironic to say this. No one cared about the human body enhancer I proposed at the seminar. No one cared about me for 10 years. But when my injection was stolen and turned into something like that, they became interested." Keter actually didn't care about any of this, but he didn't say it. Sometimes, people need to have some emotional intelligence. So he asked, "So, how did you get here?" "They caught all the infected people and provided funding to the teacher so that he could study why those people became like this and what the inexplicable contagiousness was." His apprentice, Morse, answered the question on behalf of the teacher. "Our operation in Piltover was quite successful, and we have gained sufficient knowledge about the infected. We have divided them into 3 stages according to the degree of infection. The mildly infected still have basic self-awareness and a certain degree of intelligence, but sometimes they will fall into a manic state. In this case, their skin color will turn bluish-purple, their strength and speed will be enhanced, and they will not be afraid of pain. They will indiscriminately attack everyone present, and there's a certain chance that the person bitten will be infected. The moderately infected, only a little basic consciousness is left. They will refuse to wear clothes and express great fear of the idea of wearing clothes. They are basically only quiet for 2 hours a day, and the rest of the time they are in a manic state. The strength and speed are greatly improved, and even the cages made of alloy can't pay attention to them for too long. Basically, they have to be replaced every 3 days. If it weren't for tranquilizers, we really wouldn't be able to transfer them out." "That's enough, Morse." Willage shook his head. "Let me do it," he sighed. "Then, there are the severely infected. Just like the woman you saw, they seem to have regained consciousness and can communicate and speak normally, but their temperament has become extremely irritable and they are extremely thirsty for blood. They are also very cunning, and their appetite has increased greatly, and they have an inexplicable preference for raw meat. A month ago, 10 severely infected people escaped from Piltover. We chased them all the way here." Keter's heart was calm, and he even wanted to laugh, except that the bear head mask might be a point that he needed to pay attention to. He didn't believe anything these 2 people said. He didn't believe it at all. He was not a fool. How could these 2 powerless people deal with 10 monsters like that? And they chased them all the way from Piltover to here. What did they rely on? Relying on their skinny dog? But the problem is the problem. The scene he saw with his own eyes can't be fake. You know, the feeling of splitting the head of that thing is still fresh in his memory. Keter had chopped off many people's skulls, but this was the first time he had ever seen one as hard as this one. To put it bluntly, it didn't feel like he was chopping people, but rather like he was chopping stone or metal with an axe. Keter glanced at the 2 idiots who thought he was a fool, and didn't say much. He just turned around. "You said they are contagious, right?" "Yes, sir." "Then what about their bodies? Is their blood contagious?" "Why do you ask this?" Keter held the axe handle with both hands, and a red light lit up, illuminating his face. The man said calmly and coldly, "Oh, there is a pack of wolves near my house." "What?" At first, Wills and Morse didn't understand what he was talking about, and why he suddenly talked about wolves again. But soon, they understood. There is one more update, which will come later. Chapter 344. I'm looking forward to it. A group of wolves slowly walked out of the woods. Keter knew them, or rather, he knew what they looked like in the past. Dire wolves are common wild animals in Freljord. They are ferocious and tough. Once they identify a prey, they will not stop until it is dead, even if the entire tribe is at stake. This special character makes many Freljord people have a special respect for them. Of course, they must be killed when they should be killed. There are also many tribes that regard them as totems and hope that their tribes can be as united as they are. Keter alone knows as many as 4, but their appearance at this time is very different from what it used to be. The originally white fur has turned into a very dirty purple, which makes people feel sick just by looking at it. Keter clenched the sharp axe in his hand and watched the slowly approaching wolf pack without saying a word. He didn't need to look back to know that they had surrounded the forest and would attack them directly as soon as the leader wolf gave the order. This common hunting tactic is the simplest and most effective. Some people have even seen dire wolves use this simple tactic to kill mammoths. With a wolf howl, they stretched out their fangs and pounced on the 3 people and the dog under the witness of the moonlight. The hound named Drudo was so scared that he peed at this time, but he still stood in front of his master. Wills and Morse's performance cannot be said to be good, but it is not much worse. At least it is much better than the scholars they claimed. They did not turn around and run away, but stood there trembling with their backs to each other. Keter let out a deafening roar, and the sound made Morse, who was closest to him, feel dizzy. Then, he saw the man rushing out. Morse's words were stuck in his throat. He didn't understand why someone would choose to rush out and seek death, but the scene he saw next made him understand one thing. No, he was not seeking death. Keter's axe smoothly cut the body of the first wolf. The wolf's purpose was just to bite his arm, but the man had foreseen this. He took a step aside as if he had foreseen the future, and the axe in his hand appeared just in the path of the wolf's attack. What happened next is beyond the scope of what humans can do. Then, what he did next was completely beyond the cognition of Morse and Wills. Keter turned around instantly, and the axe blade crackled in the empty air. The flash of fire almost made them think they had seen it wrong, until the axe in his hand hit the ground, and the next second, lava erupted. The place where the axe blade touched the ground suddenly burst into lava as high as a person. This scene that completely violated science made the two open their mouths wide. Before their surprise ended, they saw Keter roar again. He exerted force with both arms, and the axe sank, and then suddenly lifted it up. The original soil, now the lava, flew out as if it had life, accurately hitting every wolf that tried to attack them. The flames began to burn in the woods, and in this cold Freljord night, they burned on the bodies of these dire wolves. However, they did not scream, nor did they smell the so-called meat. Only a rotten smell spread in the woods. Keter stood up silently, his body emitting heat, and 2 long white breaths came out of his nose. He knew that the battle was far from over, and it could even be said that it had just begun. The reason was simple. The dire wolves that had been burned to only skeletons were slowly standing up. On a white land, Ashes and the Firekeeper were riding on the special metal horse. Ash's metal helmet did not exhale any hot air. He did not need to breathe, so naturally there would be no such natural phenomenon. But the Firekeeper was different. Unlike Ashes, who was not as strong as her, she was already shivering with cold. Did Ashes notice this? He should have. After all, he had stopped the horse. He pulled up his visor and turned around to ask, "Are you cold?" The Firekeeper forced a smile and whispered, "I'm fine, Lord Ashes." Then Ashes silently got off the horse and somehow lit a small bonfire on the ground. This familiar scene made the Firekeeper stunned for a moment, and then she burst into laughter. Ashes looked at her in confusion, and gently carried her off the horse, and spread soft bedding on the ground, and then let her sit down. "What are you laughing at?" "It just suddenly occurred to me that Lord Ashes used to rest in front of countless bonfires like this, right?" The Firekeeper's words were a bit confusing, but for Ashes, he could understand what she was talking about 100%. The knight silently stretched out his hand, and a flash of fire passed by, and a spiral sword formed by twisted metal appeared in his hand. Ashes inserted the spiral sword into the bonfire, and the already strong flame became brighter again. He sat down slowly, and there was nothing special in his tone. "This way, it's more like it. I actually have a day to travel with you." The firekeeper's smile carried something indescribable. She hugged her knees, stared at the flames in front of her, and said softly, "Originally, I just wanted to wait for your return in the fire shrine. As long as that was the case, I would have been very relieved. But now I still want to travel with you. Am I greedy?" Ashes didn't say anything. He took off his gauntlet and roasted the fire like a normal human being. Feeling the temperature, he pulled down his visor again. A dull voice came from under the helmet. "Don't catch a cold." The firekeeper's shoulders shook with laughter. Ashes was a little puzzled. What was she laughing at? This warm scene didn't last long. About half an hour later, they were on the road again, but this time, the firekeeper had an extra robe on her body. That was the phantom of the past that Ashes had condensed with his own power. It was a travel robe from ancient traditions. It was thicker than the firekeeper's original clothes. At least it could keep her warmer. Although it was an old phantom, it could also keep her warm. A remnant like him could also do something for others. The firekeeper stared at his back in a daze. In her opinion, this mottled and old metal armor was the most reassuring thing in the world. When it was dark, they found a sheltered cave. Ashes could not care less and traveled overnight, but the firekeeper could not. She was very weak. I don't know what Tritos would think if he knew Ashes' evaluation of her. Maybe he would look at his broken legs with an indescribable expression. The original owner of this cave should be a large beast like a bear, but it had disappeared at this time. Some bones left by it were scattered on the ground. Ashes kicked all the bones deep into the cave, lit a bonfire again, and spread out the bedding. After the firekeeper sat down by the fire, he walked to the front of the cave and prepared to keep watch. "Aren't you going to rest?" "I don't need to rest." What kind of person do you think that wizard is? Huijin turned around and looked at her seriously, then tilted his head and leaned against the wall of the cave to think for a long time, and then solemnly uttered two words, "Good man." The firekeeper didn't know how to respond for a moment. He has the ability to do such a thing, but he only said that he is a wandering wizard. "Don't you think this is too unrealistic?" Huijin shook his head. He knew what the firekeeper was thinking. She was just worried that the wizard would use him to do something else. But here comes the question. Does the wizard really need to use him? He didn't know why the firekeeper had such an idea. Maybe it was because she was blinded by the light, or maybe she was too concerned about him and lost her reason. But Huijin just felt that the wizard was not such a person. His intuition told him that the other party hated conspiracy and intrigue as much as he did, and his intuition had saved him countless times. Besides, strategies are for people with insufficient power. When you can wave your hand and bring a large group of people to a new world, and at the same time build a 1,000-year-old city, do you still need those things? The answer is obviously number. He's a good man. Ashes repeated. No need to think too much. I understand. The firekeeper nodded gently. To her, Ashes' thoughts are her thoughts. The cave soon fell into silence, leaving only the sound of burning flames. If Shenyan knew that the firekeeper was wary of him, he would just laugh it off. He didn't care about these things, not to mention that he was busy discussing some academic things with Snape. The two had been chatting enthusiastically in Snape's office for an entire afternoon. No, the inscriptions can be moved, and you can even arrange them in any order you like. But you must not violate the basic principles of use. Mr. Snape, you just said to change an inscription to, "Oh, it seems someone is coming." Shenyan turned to the door of Snape's office, and a few seconds later, someone knocked on the door. "Please come in." Although he was very dissatisfied with someone disturbing him, work is work, and Snape was still very responsible. Although his expression was very unhappy, he still let the person outside the door in. A red-haired girl poked her head in, and the dissatisfaction on Snape's face quickly turned into a smile. The speed and expression made Shenyan on the side couldn't help but look at her twice more. "Good guy, you can still laugh." "Hi, Professor." She walked in with a smile, saw the wizard sitting on the sofa, covered her mouth, and shouted in surprise, "Professor He, it's you, Harry." How are you doing recently? Why are you here? No, I mean, when did you come back? Faced with her question, Shenyan just smiled lightly. He stood up. I just came back. You must have something to do with Professor Snape? I won't bother you. Remember to say hello to Ron and Hermione for me. By the way, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Harry straightened his back quickly, as if he would tell you everything as long as he knew it. Are they together? Harry seemed to be choked. Shenyan couldn't help laughing. He waved his hand and walked out of Snape's office. Just pretend I didn't say anything, Harry. Also, goodbye, Mr. Snape. He refused Harry and Snape's requests to stay and did not use the little spell to cover up his presence. The wizard went to the Forbidden Forest humming a song under the eyes of many students. He did not forget that when he was the most lonely, a group of unicorns here gave him the best Christmas gift. In Snape's office, Harry took a deep breath. No longer relaxed, she didn't even dare to look Snape in the eye. She lowered her head and said with some difficulty, "It's like this, Professor. My father asked me to come." Snape just sat on the chair and looked at her quietly. Harry raised her head and quickly glanced at Snape. Seeing that his expression didn't change, he continued, "But the decision is yours. I just came to bring a message. To be honest, don't be shaken by me." Hearing this, Snape smiled. "You are really a typical Slytherin, Harry. You use words well." The girl laughed embarrassedly. Snape stood up, not angry. What should he be angry about? Even if he was angry, it was with that damn James Potter. Harry just came to say a few words for her father. It was human nature. He said, "Let him tell me himself." James Potter, you actually want your own daughter to say such things? Waving his hand, Snape skipped the topic. He opened his drawer and took out a beautifully wrapped box. He handed it to Harry a little unnaturally. Harry deliberately made an expression that he didn't know what he meant. "It's not my birthday yet, Professor." Snape glared at her, and Harry immediately changed his expression, stood up with a smile, and even saluted him. "Understood. I will take it back to my mother." "By the way, can you tell me what the gift is this time?" The old man coughed unnaturally and said vaguely, "Nothing, just a little thing." Snape's cough was louder. Harry knew the truth of quitting when he was ahead. Just when she was about to leave, she heard Snape say softly, "I didn't forget your birthday, Harry." "You don't forget it every year, Professor." With her back to him, Harry smiled. "I'm looking forward to it, Professor." Watching her disappear in a burst of blue light, Snape sat down on his chair. He let out a long sigh, as if he had accomplished some extraordinary task. Well, for him, giving Lily a gift so straightforwardly might really be an extraordinary thing. He looked at the desktop in his office and snapped his fingers abruptly. A photo frame appeared, with a smiling red-haired girl on it, who looked somewhat similar to Harry, and another black-haired boy standing beside him with a gloomy face. Staring at the photo, Snape's eyes were surprisingly gentle. "Sorry for being a little late. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 345. I also want a peaceful life. The Forbidden Forest is still the same, at least in general. It is dark and gloomy, even in the daytime. There is little sunlight that can penetrate the thick leaves. It seems that because it is too dark here, the trees do not need to see people, so they just grow randomly. Each one is strangely shaped and looks a bit airy. It is also very quiet here. Apart from the crisp sound of stepping on the dead leaves, there is basically no other sound. In such an environment, Shenyan is like going on a picnic. Not only does he walk slowly with his hands behind his back, he even has the leisure to play with the boutrockles. They are a kind of magical creatures. They look like leaves that have become spirits, but they have facial features similar to humans. They are very short, about 8 feet tall. Most of these little guys are shy. Basically, as soon as they see Shenyan, they will immediately hide on the branches. There are a few who are not afraid of him, and even boldly touch his hand with their hands that look like plant roots. Interesting little thing. Boutrockle. This name is not bad. Names are magical, and this has been proven more than once. He had read about the habits of bouturacles in a book when he first came here a few years ago. They live with trees and protect them from any harm. They are usually peaceful, but once the tree they live in is threatened, these seemingly harmless creatures will jump down from the branches, and their hands like plant roots will quickly turn into sharp and well-known small blades. More than one woodcutter has been blinded by these creatures. Fortunately, after the 18th century, bouturacles were brought out of the Muggle world by wizards. Nowadays, only some very old and isolated villages will circulate legends about them. It must be said that they remind the wizard of another creature, elves. There are many descriptions of elves in the library of the White Tower Council. Should I continue to look at them this time? He pondered and walked a little deeper into the forbidden forest. Here, the sunlight is even thinner, and it can almost be said that you can't see your hand in front of you. The dense and heavy leaves above blocked the sun's rays. This was a paradise for magical animals. Standing under a very tall tree, the wizard stretched out his hand and touched its bark. It felt more like some kind of metal than bark. If a normal person had touched it, he would have been cut by the barbs on the trunk and his hands would have been covered in blood. Shenyan closed his eyes and extended his spirit from the oldest tree in the forbidden forest to the entire forbidden forest. The spirits of nature in different worlds are very different. The spirits of nature in Hogwarts are not as active as those in Runeland, but seem a little gloomy. No matter how the wizard called, it was unwilling to respond. He had no choice but to take shortcuts and temporarily borrow the identity of this old tree. This time, the spirit of nature accepted him. The druid spells are really useful. After a few seconds, Shenyan let go of his hand as if he had been electrocuted. He opened his eyes with a strange look on his face, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he just wanted to find the location of the unicorn so that he could go and see those beautiful creatures. But he didn't expect to see some scenes he shouldn't have seen. How to say it? Unicorns are also living creatures, and living creatures need to reproduce. All right, the wizard shrugged and disappeared in a flash. Come back another day. As for now, he plans to meet Dumbledore. The spiritual power instantly spread all over the world, and it was very easy to find him on a small island somewhere in the calm Pacific Ocean. The old man was wearing beach pants and a loose short-sleeved shirt lying on a beach chair to bask in the sun. There was a girl who looked a bit like him lying on the chair next to him. She was reading a book. Due to the limitations of the teleportation spell, Shenyan did not open a door directly above their heads to teleport himself, but chose another way. He floated in the sky and reached out to grab a cloud. 10 minutes later, he came from England to the Pacific Ocean. Hello, Dumbledore. Shenyan descended from the sky. This appearance made the girl a little nervous. Dumbledore pushed away his sunglasses and smacked his lips in surprise. Oh, hello, you are back earlier than I thought. Why, don't you welcome me? Dumbledore shrugged and said in a roundabout way as if they had met for the first time. Not really. It's just that it would be nice if you didn't meet me at this time. I am enjoying a rare vacation with my sister. The tall old man stood up from the chair and hugged Shenyan with a smile. He introduced to the wizard. This is my sister, Ariana Dumbledore. Hello, Miss Ariana. Shenyan smiled and nodded at her. Ariana was wearing a pale white robe even when sunbathing, which seemed to be the opposite of her brother. The girl timidly covered half of her face with a book and answered him in a very low voice. Hello, Mr. Dumbledore's right hand on the wizard's shoulder exerted force imperceptibly and turned him around. The old man smiled very brightly and said to Ariana, Dear, you can read here for a while, okay? I have something to talk to this gentleman. We won't go far, just on the beach over there, okay? Ariana nodded gently. After the two walked a distance away, Shenyan looked at the blue sea in front of him, his tone full of smiles. You seem to be very nervous about her? Dumbledore glared at him fiercely. Remember to change your face next time you meet my sister. Without continuing the topic, Dumbledore said, I guess you have met Severus and Minerva. Of course. In fact, I suggest that you promote Mr. Snape after returning to Hogwarts, and give him a title like Professor of Magical Inscriptions. Believe me, it is definitely worth it. Dumbledore spread his hands. Well, you may have to talk to Minerva about this. I am no longer the headmaster of Hogwarts. Shenyan raised his eyebrows in suspicion. Why are you looking at me like that? Dumbledore took off his sunglasses on his forehead with a smile. I'm serious. I tendered my resignation to the board of directors a year ago. Is there really a fool who would not sit in such a high and powerful position? Come on, you have no right to say anything about me. If you want, you can rule the world in half a day. Why don't you do it? Shenyan's answer was very frank. It's troublesome, and it's useless. Then my reason is the same. Being a principal is too troublesome, Dumbledore said with resentment. We have to welcome new students every year. Although I like watching the little wizards grow up little by little, some of them are indeed too noisy. Oh, now that we are talking about this, I have to tell you something. What? Your student, Ron Weasley. Dumbledore's face became a little strange. Ron? What happened to him? I remember that kid had pretty good grades before I left. Dumbledore sighed. He and his brother made a big splash at last year's Hogwarts New Year's party. The three little guys got a batch of magic fireworks from somewhere and started them halfway through the dinner. Although Ron just wanted to take this opportunity to confess his love to Miss Hermione Granger in front of the whole school. But there was something wrong with their magic fireworks. They must have expired. What came out were not ribbons, but damn soup spoons, Dumbledore described viciously. Can you imagine? I was planning to retire peacefully, but at the New Year's dinner in the last year before my retirement, my students used magic cannons to shoot soup spoons all over the auditorium. Shenyan had to use a lot of effort to stop himself from laughing. Looking at Dumbledore's face, he asked calmly, was this reported in the newspapers? What do you think? Dumbledore looked at him indifferently. The next morning, photos of me surrounded by spoons appeared on the headlines of major newspapers, but it's not that there are no good things. At this point, his tone was a little gloating. At least Ron Weasley will spend this summer vacation with Hermione's family. As far as I know, Hermione's father is very dissatisfied with this kid. You are quite concerned about the private lives of students, Shenyan said to him lightly, and the old man put on his sunglasses again in annoyance. He snapped his fingers, produced 2 glasses of iced watermelon juice, handed one to Shenyan, and asked casually, when do you plan to leave this time? How do you know I'm leaving? I can see that. Besides, you don't seem like the kind of person who would stay in one place for too long. Dumbledore's smile was filled with some sighs. The wizard drank a mouthful of iced watermelon juice without comment. Looking at the calm sea without wind or rain, his tone was rarely confused. In fact, I also want to live peacefully like this. But the world does not allow it. He sighed faintly, drank the watermelon juice in one gulp, and patted Dumbledore on the shoulder. Live well, old man. See you next time. Human enhancement injection? Keter took back his axe from the head of the direwolf, which had been burned to only rotten meat hanging on the skeleton. With a smile, he turned his head and grinned at Will-Age. What kind of human enhancement injection can turn a wolf into this? Is it your mother's milk? He was covered with smelly black blood at this time, and looked like he had rolled in the mud. Hearing his words, Will-Age's face turned pale and blue. Just when he wanted to explain, Keter waved his hand. Carrying an axe, he walked towards Will-Rager little by little. The dog named Ruto seemed to sense the danger and kept barking at Keter, which was a little funny compared to its previous appearance of not daring to breathe in front of the wolf pack. Keter glanced at it and kicked it, just kicking its soft and fragile nose. Ruto screamed in pain and shrank back to hide behind its owner. Listen carefully. Are the Piltover people surprised by this name? Keter noticed that Will-Rager looked a little indignant because of this derogatory name, and the smile on his face became more and more prosperous. I've said it many times, I'm not an idiot. I don't care about the story you two made up, but I care about another thing. He grabbed Will-Razer's shirt and pulled him up from the ground with one hand. You damn Piltover guy, you'd better tell me the truth of the matter completely. Otherwise I really can't guarantee what I can do. Do you understand? Anyway, we Freljord people have always been regarded as barbarians by you. Will-Razer's face was pale, and he was obviously trembling with fear, but he still waved his hand to calm his apprentice. Then, he said calmly, I am not lying, sir. Everything we said before is true. Keter looked at him for a long time, and nodded slowly. I understand. It's good that you understand. Sir, please put me down. Let us be like civilized people. Civilization your mother. Keter let go, letting the axe fall at his feet. Then he threw him to the ground and kicked him hard in the abdomen. He withdrew his hand so that the liar would not die immediately, but it was enough to make him unable to scream out in pain. His apprentice, Morse, saw this scene and roared behind Keter. He didn't even bother to turn around, just shook his head lightly, and hit the young man's chin with his backhand elbow, making him faint. Then he continued to beat Wilje. Keter's fists were accurate and vicious. No matter how Wilje dodged, twisting on the ground like a bug, he couldn't avoid his attacks. But he just kept the strength at a level that would make him suffer from pain, but not to the point that he would be beaten to a problem in a short time. Keter stopped only when Wilje looked like he had lost the demeanor of what he called a civilized man. He stepped on the bastard's face and said calmly, "If I hear any more damn lies from you, I will break your fingers one by one, then pull them off in front of you and feed them to your apprentice." Willage made an unclear sound from his throat, like begging, but also like cursing. Keter loosened his foot a little and heard him say in a crying voice, "Oh my God, sir, please, I really didn't lie." Keter sighed, bent down and picked up the magnifying glass that had rolled out of his clothes from the ground, and weighed it in his hand. Willage's face changed immediately, and Keter smiled playfully. "There is a magical smell on this thing, Piltover. You said you are a biologist, although I don't understand what biology is." He shook the magnifying glass in his hand. "But this thing shouldn't be yours, right?" Before Willage could answer, he threw the magnifying glass on the ground. Then he stepped on Willage's right hand and pulled his right sleeve up hard. With the sound of the fabric being destroyed, a purple arm with twisted blood vessels like worms throbbing under the skin was exposed. Keter reached out and grasped his right wrist very carefully. As expected, he felt a thin film-like skin. Regardless of Willazer's desperate struggle, Keter tore it off. In the end, the whole appearance of his arm was completely exposed to the air. That arm was no different from the hand of the woman who turned into a monster before. Keter picked up the axe, and the not-so-bright firelight illuminated half of his face. "Are you going to lie again? How did you find out?" As if he had accepted his fate, he lay on the ground and stopped struggling. "You stink too much." Keter's tone was still calm. He squatted down and looked at the Piltover guy. "It has the same stink as the monster that woman turned into, so I never believed you from the beginning. Originally, things would not have come to this point, but I suddenly felt a little bad." He tilted his head and glanced at the group of dire wolves. "What a irony." Willage shook his head, frowned and spat out a mouthful of blood. "The problem actually lies in this place." He turned his head to look at his terrifying right hand, pursed his lips. "Some things you should be able to guess, sir, but I'm afraid I can't tell you the truth." "Oh, my family is in their hands. You should know better than me how far there is between Freljord and Piltover," Keter said leisurely. "How can they hear what you say from such a distance?" Willage smiled bitterly, and at the same time, his right hand began to swell abnormally. "Unfortunately, yes, sir." Keter narrowed his eyes, stomped on the ground and retreated, and did not forget to grab Morse, who was unconscious on the ground, and the trembling dog. A few seconds later, the sound of flesh and blood exploding echoed in the woods. Chapter 346. Change is a good thing. Life is actually very boring most of the time. In order to avoid this, people will choose to develop hobbies. Some people choose handicrafts, which is pretty good. For example, the first person who invented the bowl was probably just playing with his own urine and mud when he was free, and he got an unexpected surprise. Others will choose to kill their own kind, just for fun, which is actually not bad in terms of killing time. As a result, when the two groups of primitive people were fighting each other with sticks, a very smart head suddenly came up. He combined the rope and the stick, and put the stone in the middle of the stick. Then, he opened a door to hell. The tools for killing have developed into all kinds of strange things today. Keter likes to use an axe. There is no other reason, just because it is convenient. Some people like to use swords and despise people who use other weapons, as if there is any difference between them. Every time Keter thinks of this, he wants to laugh. They are all killing. What's the difference? He had also heard of the musket, which was said to have originated in Piltover. After being modified by the damp pirates in Bilgewater, it became more violent. One shot could penetrate plate armor, and it was much more convenient than cold weapons. If possible, Keter would be willing to get himself one. However, he did not expect that people nowadays have made killing such an easy thing. 2 minutes ago, Willazer, who was lying in front of him, exploded. Starting from his mutated right arm, the blue and purple blood vessels began to twist little by little, twisting wildly under the skin. The disgusting color spread to his face, and Willazer began to twitch and scream. Finally, he opened his throat and let out a long breath from his wide-open mouth. His right hand began to swell, followed by his body. In the end, he exploded in front of Keter. Looking at the messy forest in front of him, the thing that looked like intestines was even hanging on the tree. Keter shook his head. Damn, these built-over guys, why do you have to do such a bloody thing when killing people is not enough? And he squatted down, staring at the ground that had turned lavender, and sighed. Magic. There is no doubt that this is magic. Keter is not an ignorant barbarian. After leaving the Winter's Claw, he traveled around the world in just a few years, and finally chose to settle in Ionia. He knew how advanced Piltover's technology was, but no matter how advanced it was, it would not be as advanced as it is now. Accurately monitor what a person says from such a long distance, and kill him directly after he leaks the secret. The power of the explosion was extremely strong. If he had not been prepared and reacted quickly, and retreated 100 meters away, he would probably have been pierced into a hedgehog by the flying bones of Willerage. He didn't want to bet on what would happen after the blood entered his body. A chill gradually climbed up his spine and then extended to the top of his head. Keter stood in the woods like that, and the cold wind in the middle of the night blew over his body. He trembled slightly, but it was not because of the cold climate, but because of some other reasons. It seems that I have got myself into trouble again. The man sighed, turned around with his axe, and dragged the still unconscious Morse away. His dog followed closely, scared to death, but refused to leave. Since 2 days ago, Ash and the Firekeeper's journey has no longer been peaceful. Freljord is not a suitable place for tourism. It is extremely cold here. There is nothing to eat, and the animals and people are cunning and fierce. They have never been very friendly to outsiders. However, for Ash and the Firekeeper, 2 alien visitors from Lordran, Freljord is actually not bad. Just ignore the monsters that keep attacking them. Yes, monsters. Although they still look like humans, Ash can't see any consciousness and spirituality in their eyes. Most of them have purple skin, and a few have turned completely purple. The depth of the color seems to have a great relationship with the degree of their mutation. The bodies of the purple monsters Ash saw were completely distorted. The bones penetrated the skin and muscle tissue, forming sharp spikes on the back. Although they were the product of bone transformation, they flashed an ominous purple light. He didn't really feel anything about it. He just killed as many as he could. For him, killing was as natural as eating and drinking. But the Firekeeper didn't think so. She had been looking forward to a trip for 2, but now it turned into a series of monster attacks. Boom! The golden thunder fell from the sky and was held in Ash's hands. The violent currents changed their shape according to his will. A golden lightning spear appeared in his hand, and then he made a throwing gesture. The lightning spear that kept crackling was thrown out by him with absolute violence. It tore through the air and everything in front of it. It just passed by, and the surrounding ice and snow easily melted into snow water. And what did the monster that was its target look like? Ashes didn't care. The lightning spear hit its body accurately, but in just a moment, pure destruction completely annihilated its body. Returning to the metal warhorse again, Ashes carefully reached out his hands and hugged the Firekeeper down. Even with his indifferent personality, he could sense her unhappiness. But feeling it was one thing, knowing why was another. So, he tried to organize his words, looking for the right words, and after a long while, he uttered a dull sentence, "It's dead." The Firekeeper looked at him and didn't speak for a long time. She just lowered her head and looked at the snow on the ground, silent. Her gray hair was scattered on her forehead, and that color reminded Ashes of another kind of ashes for some reason. the color of the residue left in the brazier after the bonfire burned out. She didn't say anything, but gently took Ash's hands, took off his iron gloves, and rubbed his hands. I thought that Lord Ashes didn't need to do this kind of thing anymore. This kind of thing? The firekeeper raised her head and opened her eyes. There was an emotion in her blue pupils that Ashes didn't know how to respond to. You actually hate it, right? Endlessly swinging swords and fighting like this. She took Ash's hands and placed them on her soft cheeks. His hands were not suitable for such things. They were dry, rough, and full of calluses. But the firekeeper didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She just stared at Ashes quietly. She stared until he had to speak. My memories of the past are actually very vague, and there are not many things I can remember. But I still remember, when I was an undead, I was actually very painful and scared. If I die once, I will forget some memories of when I was still a human. And for someone like me who has nothing, the most precious thing is memory. So even if I accepted the knight's last wish, I was very scared. How could an undead like me complete his mission? But a promise is a promise. During that journey, I died many times, and saw many new scenery and friends. I forgot a lot of things, and I can't even remember the names of some of them, and their faces have long been blurred. But I always remembered my promise, so I fought all the way to the end and successfully met King Gwyn. Ashes was silent for a while, as if trying to recall. The feeling of passing on fire is not good. The glory promoted by the church is actually a figment of the imagination. When you are really engulfed by the flames, you can only feel endless pain and nothingness. The flames of the initial furnace will burn your soul and body as firewood bit by bit. And memory is the nourishment. Sometimes I also think that maybe I have forgotten so many things because I have been burned by fire too many times. Ashes laughed at himself, and he rarely had some emotions. But I have never hated fighting. Looking at him, the firekeeper asked softly, "Why?" "Because this is the only thing I still remember. When I woke up from the ash cemetery, I didn't remember anything, even my own name. But I still remember how to swing a sword, and someone has to fight, so why not give it a try? Anyway, things won't get any worse." The firekeeper finally understood Ash's true thoughts. Even after coming to the new world, she has always been a little uneasy, because she is probably the first firekeeper to betray in history. You know, firekeepers are not allowed to have eyes. This is an absolute taboo. But when Ashes gave her the pair of firekeeper's eyes, she did not refuse. Then, she saw the flames go out. At the same time, she also understood why the church would prohibit this: fear, emptiness. But when she told Ashes about this, the latter just nodded. Then, "Let it go out." He said it lightly and carelessly. Until today, the firekeepers understood that it was not carelessness. It was the indifference after seeing through everything. He probably understood the truth of passing on the fire a long time ago. It was nothing more than sacrifice again and again. But Ashes had never thought of refusing this before meeting her. It was as if fate had made him wait to meet her. So, the two betrayers came together, betrayed their respective missions, and let the flames go out. They promised the wizard, arbitrarily decided the fate of others, and brought them to the new world. This is a good thing. But the firekeepers had never really felt at ease. In her opinion, Ashes was a person who didn't know how to refuse. She wanted to betray, so Ashes betrayed with her. The wizard asked him, so he agreed. He never said anything about retreating when he met so many monsters along the way. The firekeeper knew that it was not right to think so. The wizard had done a favor to all of them, and it was worth it even if he sacrificed his life. But she didn't want to see Ashes being deceived. Just as she was lost in thought, not knowing how to speak, Ashes spoke slowly. "Promises are promises." He looked down at the firekeeper. "Don't worry about me." He didn't say anything, but it seemed like he had said everything. Going back to Hogwarts was just a whim, and Shenyan didn't forget how much he had to do now. It's no exaggeration to say that those things would keep him busy for hundreds of years. Just like right now, he was communicating something with the Emperor. "How are your new employees doing? Are they working overtime without complaint?" The Emperor still looked like a tired middle-aged man, facing the words of the mage who obviously set a trap for him. He sighed. "I feel like you are scolding me in a roundabout way." "How dare I?" "Of course you dare. Why wouldn't you dare? The emperor smiled and shook his head. They all did a good job. No, I should say, they all did a great job. It's rare for the empire to have some fresh changes. Although it's hard to tell whether it's good or bad at the moment, at least there are changes, and it's no longer a stagnant pool of water. Shenyan nodded seemingly casually and stretched out his right hand. I think I need to tell you something. What? He turned his right hand over and lifted his sleeves. On his wrist, there was a small spider-like tattoo that was shining. The first glance at this thing, the emperor's expression became serious. Do you know what this is? Mark. Blessing. Damn it. Of course I know. Shenyan scratched his hair in annoyance. It's a good thing. It can allow me to move freely in some worlds, and I will have inexplicable good luck. The world will be on my side, and it has an inexplicable attraction to some special women. The problem is, free things are the most expensive. He sighed. Even for me, this thing cannot be said to be useless. The one who gave me this thing basically gave me a part of his power, which is very generous and generous. Didn't he ask you for something in return? Speaking of this, the mage's face became very strange. Yes, and it's actually nothing, but I don't really want to give it. The emperor's knowledge is so rich that he only took a glance at Shenyan's expression, plus his previous words, and guessed what happened. He shook his head. It's just an offspring. He doesn't have the moral ethics of us humans. Wanting your child is just a concrete form of transaction. If I guess correctly, this is just a simple gesture of goodwill. He gave you part of his power, and at the same time, he hopes that you can leave a little of your power in his world. I guess his purpose should be your ability to travel through the world. Is this ability rare? Is it worth a being like him to be so humble? I was in his home turf at the time. The emperor shook his head again. You really have no idea of your cross-border ability, he said seriously. It's not just as simple as traveling through the world. Sometimes, it represents freedom. More updates will be added tomorrow. By the way, tell a joke. A man walked into a coffee shop. He said to the clerk, "Hey, buddy, let's make a bet. I'll tell you a joke. If you laugh, you can buy me a coffee. How about it?" The clerk smiled and replied, "You're lucky, buddy. I'm in a good mood today. Come on, if your joke is also good, I'll buy you a coffee." The man nodded. Do you know what little Timmy wrote on his Christmas wish card? Clerk: What? Man: Family. The clerk's smile became a little awkward. I don't understand what's so funny. Man: I haven't finished yet. Do you know what he got? Clerk: What? Family? Man: No, cancer. The clerk was silent. He couldn't laugh at all and just wanted to deal with it quickly. Sir, what's your name so that we can call you after the coffee is ready? Man: Timmy. My name is Timmy. Chapter 347. Angren. Unlike you, most beings like him cannot walk freely between worlds. With your power, he may be able to. The emperor was unable to finish his words. The next moment, a storm suddenly blew up in his black eyes. It was not a metaphor, but a real storm of psychic energy. The dark but calm universe around him was stirred into a huge vortex by the endless psychic energy. Hundreds of planets deviated from their original orbits because of his sudden burst of emotions, collided with each other, and turned into powder and dust floating in the space. The mage's expression immediately became serious. Are you in trouble? No. The emperor shook his head. His face had never been so gloomy. The next second, the storm of psychic energy stopped. The shattered planets returned to their original state in an instant, and the planets that deviated from their orbits also returned to their correct positions little by little. The starry sky became quiet again, and the emperor's expression became calm. When he was not using psychic energy, he looked just an ordinary middle-aged man. He was still the kind of middle-aged man who worked overtime desperately to hold on to his job and salary, had a lot of trouble at home, and only had 10 minutes of free time every day to sit in the car and smoke. It's not just a trouble. He frowned, and a little golden light flashed in his eyes. Someone is praying to me, but I don't know who it is. There are countless people praying to you every day. Do you read every one of them? The mage said jokingly. The emperor was still serious, and he nodded. Yes, I will read every one of them. Although I can't help most of them, I can't respond, but I must know. His voice sounded almost like a sigh. But this, the Emperor stretched out a hand to the mage. Shenyan held it. At first, the voices were very faint and almost indistinguishable. After a while, the voices became a little clearer. Is it a man talking? No, it's a woman. Wait, no, that's not right. It's a lot of people. They are praying. The objects of prayer are the same, but the things they pray for are different. Some people just want to have a full meal tomorrow, while others are full of mourning, telling of the destruction of their hometowns and the death of their compatriots. Some people sow the seeds of death to heretics in his name, while others chant his name without fear and slowly walk into death. Shenyan frowned and closed his eyes tightly. The Emperor's psychic power opened a small hole for him, and the voices he usually heard could now be heard by the mage. The emotions of the praying people rushed into his heart without reservation through the Emperor's psychic power. Those huge emotions mixed together, making the mage's heart tighten instantly. Shenyan never thought that he would have to spend his energy on holding back his sadness. Fortunately, this did not last long. The Emperor quickly excluded these voices, and those voices disappeared, and the surroundings fell into silence again. Then, he heard it. A man spoke in a sad tone. His voice sounded like two rough stones rubbing against each other. My father, we failed. The ideals of the Empire were destroyed and there is no possibility of realizing them. We fought each other and killed our brothers. Our sons wielded swords and burned the entire galaxy. The civilians who once regarded us as heroes and liberators now tremble in fear of us. Who is responsible for all this? Is it because of Lorgar? Some people in the Empire said that it was because he refused to reveal the truth about the massacre that year that led Gilliman to turn to chaos. But my intuition tells me that things are not that simple. Now, I am about to step into the frenzy of chaos myself. My father, Fulgrim, personally walked into chaos for his fallen son Fabius Bile, and he vowed to kill him or never come back. I can't say that he doesn't pay attention to the overall situation, because there are no traitors in my legion. I hope he succeeds. I hope he lives, just as I hope Magnus and Lorgar live. The Empire can no longer bear the death of any of them. Even missing is better than death. I must go and confirm this with my own eyes. Forgive me, my father. Shenyan opened his eyes and saw the Emperor's concerned face. Did you hear that? He asked in a low voice. Which son of yours is this? A kind of pain made the Emperor's face sad. It was a poison formed by the mixture of self-blame and guilt. No one had ever seen this side of him. At this time, only Shenyan was lucky enough to see his fragile expression. Angren. The mage's expression quickly became a little strange. Seeing that he wanted to say something, the Emperor sighed. I know what you want to say. Yes, Angren's fall to chaos is all my own fault. It's good for you to know. Shenyan has read the history of the Empire, and it is the Emperor's special edition. This huge human empire spanning the universe has now become bloated, and the internal system is full of corruption. There are many planets where humans cannot be called alive. They are just consumables without self-awareness. They spend their whole lives doing meaningless hard labor in the lower levels of the hive. In contrast, on other worlds, those nobles who are high up and can enjoy a luxurious life just because of their bloodline can live carefree forever. Various implants and surgeries can greatly extend their lifespans. The Emperor knew these things, but he could not change them at this time. However, this empire is not without its glory. The Great Crusade. This word has an irreplaceable sacred status even in the current empire. Anistartes who survived from the Great Crusade is a treasure of every chapter, and the technology from the Great Crusade is the source of the empire's current progress. Ironic, isn't it? Their technological progress actually depends on archaeology. In short, in order to fulfill his ideals and allow all mankind to live freely in the star galaxy, the Emperor created the Primarchs and the Astartes. Based on this, the Emperor began to implement a great plan to unite the entire human race and lead mankind to explore the stars. He intended to unite the fragmented human planets scattered across the galaxy under the same leadership. But the Chaos Gods were not idle, and the Emperor's behavior was unbearable to them. So the four evil gods united for the first time. They stole the Emperor's son, the Primarch, from the laboratory on the moon. The sudden warp storm scattered these young Primarchs all over the galaxy, and they grew up slowly in various parts of the universe. Some remained loyal, while others inevitably went astray. Angren was one of these primarchs. He was thrown into a civilized world far away from ancient Terra, called Nakoria. According to local records, he was found by a slave trader in the wilderness, and the seemingly endless alien corpses surrounding the young Angren. Scholars of later times speculated that the Eldar had foreseen the bloody massacres that Angren would commit in the future, so they came here to kill him. But not only did they fail, but their deaths became a necessary part of the prophecy. The fates of the Primarchs were different, and Angren was perhaps the most tragic of them all. The slave traders took him away as a child, and after healing his wounds, they threw him into an arena that held hundreds of slaves without hesitation. The dais on all sides were filled with spectators, and the trembling slaves huddled in a pit filled with acid, bringing joy to the audience with their lives and blood. Amid their cheers, Angren finally survived, but at the cost of being forced to kill everyone else. When he finally climbed onto the dais in the center of the arena and survived, what awaited him was not freedom. Instead, it was a deeper level of despair. He was announced as a potential newcomer to the Dijon arena and was given the name Angren Tark. It means son of the mountains, and it was owned by the Tark family. Because the Primarch's growth rate and appearance were different from those of ordinary people, Angren, who was only a few years old, was treated as a teenager. He was then subjected to harsh training and beatings. If he was not careful, he would be punished for several days. In the following years, he quickly grew into an excellent gladiator and was called the Undefeated. From this title, we can get a glimpse of his skills. The audience of Dijon enthusiastically supported this burly young man. No one knew that he was just a child, but no one cared. It is worth mentioning that during this period, there was an elderly gladiator who was very close to him. It is said that he was regarded as a father figure by Angren. But the good times did not last long. The two of them were gladiators. In a bloody gladiatorial fight, their opponents were two Ogrins. After a hard-fought victory, Angren's master ordered them to kill each other. Angren refused. Then, his deepest nightmare came: the butcher's nail. This is a psychic surgical implant used by the Nakorian ruling class to punish those who disobey. The surgery has an indelible and irreversible effect on the recipient. Even after Angren's return to the Imperium, the Emperor's best tech priests were unable to remove the butcher's nail without killing him. It looks like a cable that penetrates the skull like a ghost's finger and penetrates deep into the brain. The butcher's nail increases the victim's physical strength, power, and speed. The price is that they will never be able to become a normal person, and will be haunted by bloody visions at all times. This cruel technology will amplify the victim's madness and negative emotions, and their hearts will always burn with rage and thirst for blood. After the operation was completed, Angren was thrown next to the old gladiator, whose name is believed to be Onamos, and then Angren killed the old man in an uncontrollable frenzy. When he awoke, the cruel reality made Angren howl like a beast for days. Angren was consumed by the injustices he had suffered, and the death of Onamos was the final straw. Angren rebelled. He and his fellow gladiators destroyed the Dijon arena, and fled into the mountains with a large army of slaves, where they lived for several more years. The ruling class of Nakoria sent armies to surround them, and while no one could match Angren in battle, his fellow gladiators were not as extraordinary as he was. There was no food, no armor, no weapons in the mountains. They struggled to survive, and the battles wore them out. Eventually, 7 well-equipped armies surrounded them. Desperate, Angren fed his blood to his trusted comrades, allowing them to survive. At this moment, the Emperor's flagship arrived in orbit over Nakoria. He led the custodians directly to the cave where Angren was hiding. The way the Lord of Mankind treated Angren was abominable. He promised Angren that he would create a legion for him and that they would conquer the galaxy together. But Angren refused without hesitation. For him, the most important thing at this time was to live and die with his fellow gladiators. He chose to fight those damn slave owners and oppressors to the last moment. The Emperor returned to the flagship displeased, and then teleported Angren to his flagship just as their battle was about to begin. He could only watch his comrades and brothers being killed like dogs by those oppressors. Angren fell into madness and killed a guard who surrounded him, and then was subdued by the Emperor's psychic power. Angren angrily questioned him why he didn't intervene in their battle. Since he called himself his father, why didn't he help him? The Emperor thought he was short-sighted and didn't respond at all. There is no need to narrate what happened afterwards. Shenyan believes that the real Angren was dead at this moment. His heart had long died on Nakoria, and he was buried in the earth with his fellow slave gladiators. At that time, I felt that Angren had betrayed my trust. He was the only Primarch who had not conquered his own planet. When I learned about the things in his head, it was too late. The Emperor sighed again, and his human side was self-examination in front of the mage, but it only made Shenyan laugh. If you could say these words to him again, things would not have become what they are now. I can only say this to you. The Emperor looked at him. I am the Lord of mankind. I must always be rational and inhumane. If not, I cannot see humanity as a whole. I can hear their prayers, but I cannot respond to most of them. This is the fundamental reason. He closed his eyes in pain. I am a tool of humanity, not Angren's father. I am not anyone's father. There is one more update. If readers have read Robert's Rebellion, they should now understand what I am going to do. If you haven't read it, I suggest you do it. This is a 40k fan fiction, written by a Frenchman, and translated in China. Compared to the Emperor in the canonical history, who is inhuman, idiot, and has all kinds of contradictory and book-eating behaviors, the Emperor in the novel is much more humane, and Angren in the novel can really be called loyal and righteous. He is a man without nails, and he may really be the pillar of the human empire. Back to the topic. I didn't intend to write this book so long. I believe everyone can see that I am a complete newcomer, and many parts of my writing cannot be said to be bad, but they can only be said to be terrible. I originally planned to just practice writing, and then I introduced Warhammer. Now it seems that I will probably have to write this book for a long time. Thank you all for your monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, support and rewards. I expect to be able to go home and resume normal updates at the beginning of next month, and then I have to prepare for graduation. Chapter 348. Peter Parker, 24 years old, is a student. Leave that to your sons. The mage interrupted the old man's self-pity expressionlessly. Let's talk about the Angren who prayed to you. Obviously, he is not the person we know. Of course not. The Emperor and the mage knew this. If he was the Angren they knew, he would never call the Emperor my father. In fact, after falling completely into chaos, the corn demon named Angren was no longer the original person. But the question is, if it was not Angren, who would it be? Parallel universe? The Emperor naturally knew this, but he knew something else more. He frowned. The possibility of this happening is too small. An Angren in a parallel universe just became what I expected him to be, and the prayer when he was about to enter the warp was also transmitted to another universe. Do you suspect it was his conspiracy? This possibility cannot be ruled out. It may be, or it may not be, the Emperor said calmly, raising his hand to rub his brow. That damn blue bird. 1,000 new conspiracies are born from its mind every minute. Even you can't be sure. I'm not a god. He shook his head, raised his eyes and stared at the Milky Way, stretched out his hand and gently moved a few planets to make them more orderly. I wish I could be sure. The wizard spread his hands. That's it. Let me know when you have a clue. As for now, I have to go and ask the big spider what he thinks. He looked down at the spider totem on his right wrist, feeling helpless and having a headache. There are many ways for cross-border wizards to travel through the world. Some people love random drifting. Yes, they will throw themselves into a completely random new world like crazy, and many people have lost their lives because of this reckless behavior. But the successors still continue to do it, and they never get tired of it. In the final analysis, it's because they are too idle. When you have endless life and godlike power, if you don't plan to find a world to lord it over, you have to make your life interesting. You can't just sleep all day, right? Other cross-border mages are much more conservative. They are at the opposite extreme from those explorers. They often investigate for hundreds of years before choosing to go to a new world to make sure that there is no existence in that world that can threaten them. Shenyan thinks that this is probably related to their upbringing. As for himself, he belongs to the middle. I mean, he is too lazy to do research, and he doesn't want to be thrown into the world and drift randomly. Going back 5 minutes, he stood in the wilderness and had just said goodbye to Gwendolyn. The journey is not expected to take too long, at least in his opinion. A flash of blue light passed, and his spiritual power began to communicate with the spider totem on his wrist. He who was far away from millions of worlds quickly responded to his Shenyan. Then, he set off. Of course, things would not be so smooth. Just as he was still in the endless sea of stars, following the spiritual tentacles thrown out by another existence intercepted him. There are lives among the endless sea of stars, and this phenomenon has been proven by the White Tower Council. However, considering that there are generally not many people coming to this place, their appearance will not be too good. After all, there are many non-human races, and you can't expect everyone to look in line with human aesthetics. The one who stopped the mage was a huge blue water ball. At least it looked like this. It cautiously extended its mental tentacles to touch the mage, and asked very politely, "Are you human?" "I am." The other party cheered and seemed very happy. Then, it carefully said through its mental tentacles, "Can I protect you?" ? Floating among the endless sea of stars. Shenyan's expression was very strange. This was the first time he heard someone want to protect him since he was a child. Oh, the person who said this was not a human. To be conservative, he did not directly refuse. God knows what this creature really thinks. What if it is like those illogical ghosts in horror movies, and a single sentence can make it crazy? Shenyan didn't think it was a threat to him, but since he had encountered such a creature, he asked, "Why do you want to protect me?" The huge blue water ball changed its shape, and it became a square cube, and its size instantly shrank countless times. From the huge size that blocked the wizard's way and made him unable to see the scene behind, it became a cube that was almost the same size as him. The feeling it transmitted through its mental tentacles was still cautious, as if it cared about the wizard's feelings very much. Because humans will die. Yes, humans will die. What else won't die? Even the universe itself will die. Shenyan asked again. Everyone will die, not just humans. Why do you have to protect humans? Water ball. No. The blue cube seemed a little aggrieved. Because you die the most. Shenyan choked for a moment. He didn't know how to respond, but fortunately the cube didn't embarrass him for too long. The surface of this strange creature's body flickered with a light blue glow, which looked like the embodiment of magic. But Shenyan was very sure that it was not. It was like a child, speaking to the mage with a special innocence. Moreover, I just came back from a destroyed world. Human emotions are so strong and sad. I don't want to see you die again. It's bad. As soon as it said this, Shenyan knew that things were bad. A curiosity unique to the mage rose up in his heart. He tried to suppress his rising curiosity and asked calmly, "Can you feel human emotions?" The cube became smaller and its color became a little bluer. "Yes, humans. But I don't want to feel it again. It's so scary." "Why are you so calm when you die?" "Calm? It sounds like the emotion that a dying person would have." Shenyan narrowed his eyes. "Excuse me, but what race are you?" Seeing that he was not afraid of him at all, the cube simply moved closer. "Impudent? What does impudent mean? What does race mean? I am who I am. I have always been here." Taking a deep breath, Shenyan realized that if he wanted to fully understand the secret of this creature, he might spend more than 10 years here. Although time no longer has meaning in the endless sea of stars, the speed of time is different in different worlds. If he stays here for too long, God knows what will happen in other places. "Well, friend, it's nice to chat with you, but I'm leaving." He reached out and patted the cube, left it with this sentence, and then left. But the cube did not leave. It followed the mage and kept poking him with its mental tentacles. "Friend? What does friend mean? What does chat mean? You are so strange. Why do you want to leave?" Sighing, Shenyan inevitably turned his head. This is the first time he hated being a mage so much. Robbing a bank is not a good choice. Never. But some people will do it, and this group of people are called bank robbers. And among these robbers, some people will only take action after careful planning and advance arrangements, and even have a series of systems such as profit sharing, just like a company. But some others were just hopelessly stupid. For example, the man standing in front of Peter Parker. He was holding a pistol and chose to wear only a yellowed sweatshirt in August in New York. His beard was untidy, his eyes were bloodshot, and there were needle holes on his arms. Peter curled his lips. Well, it was another classic drug addict who committed a crime on impulse. He thought he could rob a bank with a 9mm pistol. This guy must have smoked too much when he went out today, and his brain was damaged. Squeezing the uneasy crowd, Peter retreated inconspicuously. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the bank had just opened for half an hour. There were not many people inside. After all, this was a small bank, and few of the security guards were armed. But he saw the female teller moving her hands under the table, and the police would probably arrive soon. As for him, he had to find a corner to change his clothes. God knows if this guy who was too high would have a problem with his brain, or if he just pulled the trigger because of pure nervousness. Wait, nervous? Peter stopped. After the mutation, he grew much taller. With this height, his vision became wider. He clearly saw the expression on the man's face. It was not the excitement after getting something, nor the anxiety of being caught soon, nor the emptiness and numbness that are unique to drug addicts. He was sad. An inexplicable thought flashed through his mind, and Peter keenly noticed that something was wrong. Why would a bank robber be sad? Wait, he didn't wear a mask? Peter suddenly realized this. A bank robber didn't wear a mask. What did he want to do? Well, it was definitely not for money. There was no time to change clothes, and Peter suddenly squeezed through the crowd. After hearing the screams of several ladies, he rushed out at a speed so fast that only a shadow could be seen. The robber naturally didn't react. He was originally pointing a gun at the head of the female teller, and his money bag was not filled in time before he put it on the counter. At this time, he was hit by Peter and immediately fell to the ground, and the gun in his hand flew out. The guards who were afraid of the consequences immediately rushed up. They showed their well-trained appearance at this time, one person on each side. They quickly held down the robber's limbs. Peter stood up from the ground and looked at the man's face. There was peace there. He did not struggle, did not resist, and did not try to escape. He just lay on the ground with a dead look in his eyes. Until Peter was questioned by the police, the man's face lingered in his mind. Even until he finished the day's classes and returned home, he was a little absent-minded. "Hey, Peter." Aunt May looked at him with concern. Peter seemed to come back to his senses and took out an envelope from his school bag and handed it to her. Sorry, Aunt May. I almost forgot. This is Uncle Ben's stuff. I took it out of the bank today." The white-haired old man reached out and took the envelope. She just glanced at it and put it aside. Then he put his hand on Peter's shoulder with concern. "What happened, Peter? You are distracted." "Nothing, He hesitated, not knowing whether he should say it. "I just don't know why, Aunt May." "What do you mean I don't know why?" So Peter told him what he did in the morning. After getting a slap from Aunt May and crying red eyes, she sat on the sofa trembling, her voice hoarse. "How dare you run to do such a dangerous thing?" Peter tried to reach out and hug her. "Peter Parker." The old man opened his hand. His eyes were stern, and another emotion in his eyes frightened him. "I can't lose you again, Peter." Peter hugged her and pursed his lips. "I know, Aunt May, I know. But I am more than just Peter Parker." Late that night, he secretly climbed out of the window. Peter was not wearing a uniform. He was wearing Converse sneakers and loose home clothes. He absent-mindedly walked all the way from the wall to the roof. If you ignore his unique way of climbing the stairs, he was actually no different from an ordinary young man who was sad in the middle of the night. After a long time, he sighed and decided to go to the police station tomorrow. The robber should still be in custody. The legal means would not put him in jail so quickly. He learned this from a lawyer. Chapter 349 Spider-Man's Investigation. NYPD, New York City Police Department, is a huge and bloated system, full of all kinds of false and wrongful convictions, and receives many complaints about racial discrimination every day. The attitude of the police department's media spokesperson is, "We heard it, we will change it, maybe." But these things are not important to the fat archivist Mybor. He is in his 50s, fat and generous, and smiles at everyone. He is popular in the police station. After all, who would make things difficult for him? At this moment, it is already night. and he is sitting in a chair designed for overweight people that he bought separately, happily watching the soap opera on the computer and drinking a milkshake. Obviously, his weight is related to this excessive sugar drink. His peaceful time didn't last long. A voice from the ceiling made him tremble all over. "Hey, Mabel." The fat administrator looked up and his expression relaxed. He put down the milkshake in his hand with a complaint, stood up and shook his head at the person on the ceiling. "You can't just barge into my office like this, Spider. If others see you here, you will be in big trouble." Spider-Man jumped down from the ceiling lightly and landed on the ground like a boneless person. He shrugged and didn't care about the administrator's words. "I avoided every surveillance. I have to say that your surveillance cameras here should be replaced with ones with no blind spots. That's the matter of the finance department. It has nothing to do with me." Mabel sat back in the chair. The chair made a whine of being overwhelmed, but it still completed the task it was designed for very well. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Oh, look at what you said, Mabel. Can't I just come here to chat with you?" Spider-Man deliberately pretended to be very hurt, and his behavior made Mabel roll his eyes. He opened his drawer, where there was a box of unopened pizza, still warm. The administrator placed the pizza on the table ostentatiously. "Authentic Italian taste, ordered half an hour ago, and it's still hot." "You're lucky. Do you want to eat it?" "You know, Mabel, you really should lose weight." Spider-Man said this, but his hands didn't slow down at all. He immediately opened the box and took out a slice of pizza, then pulled his mask up a little and took a big bite. The administrator smiled and shook his head, and took a slice to eat. Some sauce stained his mustache, but he didn't care. He just said to Spider-Man in a slurred voice, "Okay, tell me what's going on." "It's like this. Did you receive a bank robber yesterday morning?" "Just one person, white, middle-aged." "There are too many white middle-aged robbers, almost as many as black rapists. But if you are talking about bank robbers..." Mabel finished the remaining half of the pizza in one bite, chewing it vigorously, and pressed a few times on the keyboard with his hand still covered with sauce. The old machine beeped a few times, and an expressionless face appeared on the big butt display. "Let me see. Jonathan Harlan, 41 years old, unemployed, single, well, no criminal record, which is a bit unusual." Mabel's words puzzled Spider-Man. "What's wrong?" "Although I'm just an archivist, Spider, I've been working here for many years. I've been here since they were still using paper files." Mabel seemed to be lost in memory, and his face, which was bloated due to excessive obesity, actually showed a light of wisdom, which made Spider-Man call it dazzling. "I have seen many criminals. Bank robbers are a special kind. Some people are just impulsive and stupid. But another group of people are different, well-trained and well-planned. Although they were all caught in the end, they might have to spend the rest of their lives in the same prison. But the gentleman in front of us is different. They all have a lot of criminal records." His hand pressed a few more times on the keyboard and called up another document. "Look, not only does he have no criminal record, but he used to be a bank account manager. Even if he was fired, he wouldn't have fallen into that state." Spider-Man frowned. There was indeed something hidden, but so far, he had not found any useful clues. These fragmented information made things even more confusing, and he couldn't directly ask Jonathan Harlan, who was still in the police station. "By the way, Spider-Man, you've been quiet lately. I haven't seen you in the newspaper for a long time. I almost thought something happened to you." Spider-Man spread his hands. "It's not every day that supercriminals pop up and I kick their stupid faces. The law and order in New York has improved a lot recently, and I have my own things to do." Mabel made a gesture and picked up another piece of pizza. "I understand. It's private life. If you ask me, why don't you masked heroes use your abilities to make your life better?" Spider-Man deliberately teased him. "Hey, you don't know who I am. What if I'm Tony Stark?" The archivist rolled his eyes. "Come on, the aftershave you use is the brand Eugene Daddy, $1.99 a bottle. Rich people don't use this kind of stuff." "I'm not a fool. You can smell this." Spider-Man was shocked, and the white goggles on his mask were wide open. "Of course it's because I use this brand myself." Mabel smiled and finished the pizza in 2 or 3 bites. "By the way, what do you want from this somewhat peculiar bank robber?" "I suspect it's not that simple." "Hey, "Mabel, can you give me his home address?" When the archivist heard this, his head almost hit the computer screen. He turned his head, his face full of WTF, and the two looked at each other for a long time. He said, "Seriously, Spider-Man, if someone else said this, I would have sent someone to arrest him by now." Having said that, he still gave Spider-Man the address, and then immediately turned his face and refused to recognize him. "I wish you a smooth investigation. Now let's go quickly. If someone sees you, my job will be in jeopardy." "Okay, okay, goodbye, Mabel." After saying goodbye to the archivist, Spider-Man returned along the same route. He was hanging on the ceiling. Although there were still police officers working the night shift in the police station at night, few people would be idle looking at the ceiling. He carefully went around, then he flew to the roof of the building next to the police station with a swing. Crouching on the gargoyle, his fingers tapped unconsciously on the gargoyle's head, and he fell into thought. A bank robber who seemed to have some stories, a former bank account manager with no criminal record, chose to rob a bank in the early morning of August in New York wearing a thin sweatshirt and holding only a 9mm pistol. Why? To make money? But he didn't seem to care about the pile of money at that time. No, maybe his family situation was very bad. After thinking again and again, he decided to go to Jonathan's house to take a look. When he arrived at Jonathan Harlan's house, it was already 10 o'clock that night. Even if he could swing between high-rise buildings with spider silk, the night in New York was never peaceful. Peter had to deal with a few petty thieves, and the process of tying them up and calling the police was really a waste of time. But he finally arrived. But his home was a little beyond Peter's expectations. It was a single-family house located in Long Island, and it was undoubtedly a mansion from the outside. 3 floors, swimming pool, garden, garage, everything is available. At this moment, the lights on the second floor of the villa are on. How could a rich man living in a villa think of robbing a bank? Moreover, didn't his family ask a lawyer to apply for bail for him? Peter frowned. He jumped lightly across the street, entered the yard of the villa with a few leaps, and then quietly hung on the wall of the second floor. He planned to enter from the balcony. At this moment, he heard a low cry. Peter entered the balcony lightly. His battlesuit had been upgraded once, and special materials were used on the soles of his feet. It can block most of the sound. He spent $100 for this, but fortunately, the money was worth it. The interior decoration of the villa is simple and postmodern, with the taste of the self-proclaimed tasteful middle class. A lot of black and white and a few vases constitute the main hall on the second floor. An oversized TV is hung on the wall. It is empty, with only a few lazy sofas scattered in the corners of the living room. He listened carefully. The crying sound came from a room on the second floor. Following the sound, he stopped in front of a door. There was a woman crying inside. Peter was just about to open the door to comfort her. If he was mentally retarded, he would really do so. But he was not, so after determining her location, Peter quietly walked around the entire villa in 5 minutes and successfully found Jonathan's study on the first floor. Compared with the simple decoration style, his study was very antique. There was a laptop on the heavy solid wood table, and there was a photo frame next to it. Turning on the light, Peter glanced at the photo frame. There was a photo of Jonathan and a woman in it. The two of them smiled brightly in the photo. He took out his mobile phone and took a photo. He planned to check this woman later. If he remembered correctly, Jonathan was not married. Turning on the computer, there was a boot password as expected. He took out another USB flash drive and inserted it. A minute later, he successfully entered the system. After moving his fingers, Peter nodded. Okay, it's time to do what I do best. He began to type on the keyboard very quickly, looking for clues and searching the hard drive. The speed was almost the same as when he argued with others about Star Wars in online forums, but he found nothing. Jonathan Harlan's computer was full of customer information and the like. He did not use social software or talk to people online. There was no trace of him on the internet, and this clue was broken. TSK. Peter curled his lips, lay back, leaned back in his boss chair and turned around. His eyes moved to Jonathan's bookcase. As a practitioner in the financial industry, the books he read were all masterpieces of contemporary literature. Anyway, Peter had never read any of them. He became interested, jumped up, and opened the bookcase. He began to search every corner carefully, trying to see if there were any hidden secret doors like in the movies, but of course he found nothing. This is really just an ordinary bookcase. Peter shrugged his shoulders, but he didn't feel sad about it. Anyway, he just came to take a look. He sat on the desk and began to tap his fingers unconsciously. Jonathan, why did you choose to rob a bank? You are not short of money. Wait, what if someone is short of money? A flash of lightning flashed through Peter's mind. He squinted his eyes and began to try his best to catch the fleeting lightning. Yes, you are not short of money. You live a good life, so you don't need to rob a bank. But others may not be the same. Is it one of your former clients, or your colleagues? Someone got your handle and asked you to rob a bank, but you didn't choose to finish the job because of your guilty conscience, and even didn't wear a hood. Just when he was excited about his guess, another voice in his mind poured cold water on him. Peter, you have watched too many movies, he said to himself in Aunt May's voice. Why are you holding on to this matter? Maybe there is nothing hidden in Jonathan Harlan's story. Besides, he has been arrested. Why do you still have to worry about it? He almost convinced himself. Really? Just a little bit. Peter sighed silently. He knew that he could stand aside and choose to walk away. This matter had nothing to do with him. The other party was a rich man. Maybe he had done some dirty things over the years. Even if he didn't go to jail for robbing a bank, he would go to jail for tax evasion. But he just couldn't really convince himself. What if, even if it was just a chance, this person was innocent? He was threatened, and robbing a bank was not his original intention. This thought circled in his mind, constantly reminding him, just like the noisy alarm clock on Monday morning, you want to ignore it, but you can't, otherwise, you will pay a heavy price. Peter thought so too. His conscience would not allow him to just ignore this matter. Just when he made up his mind to get to the bottom of this matter, an anxious voice came from outside the door. Jonathan, is that you? Are you in there? Peter's pupils shrank sharply, and he turned his head to look at the window. It was closed. But now it was too late to open it, and he pretended to be too late, and the door handle of the study had been pulled down. Well, Spider-Man, you probably have to go to the police station for illegal trespassing, Peter thought to himself and shrugged. Chapter 350 Investigation. Bullshit. Spider-Man. The door was opened, and a blonde woman looked at him in doubt. There were traces of tears on her pale face, and her body, which was only in a gauze robe, was trembling slightly. Ma'am, I can explain. Please don't scream or call the police, okay? Peter raised his hands to show that he was not hostile. However, the next second after he said this, he began to complain about himself silently in his heart. Damn, Peter, what the hell are you talking about? This sounds like a pervert talking. Well, I'd better find a way to slip away quickly. He was thinking about how to get away. But the woman didn't make any extreme movements. She pursed her lips, stood at the door, and said with a little sadness, he was caught, right? Who? Jonathan Harlan, my husband. Wait a minute, ma'am. Peter moved a little closer to the windowsill. Excuse me, Jonathan Harlan is single. Even if you live in his house, it doesn't mean you are his wife. The woman looked at him stubbornly, biting her lips. Tears gradually welled up in her emerald eyes. No, you don't understand. We have been married for more than 10 years. She closed the door with her backhand, took a breath, and tried to calm herself down. Why did you appear in my husband's study in the middle of the night? Spider-Man. Okay, ma'am. Peter shrugged. I came here just to find some evidence. Your husband was arrested 2 days ago on charges of bank robbery. I happened to pass by when he was arrested. His eyes left a deep impression on me, so I think there may be something more complicated behind this. Faced with Peter's lies, the woman accepted them all. She immediately nodded, her face excited. Yes, Jonathan can't do such a thing. Why would he rob a bank? We don't need money at all. I am skeptical. Ma'am, your husband's computer is too clean, so clean that it doesn't look like a bank account manager at all, especially in New York. He didn't say it, but changed the subject. Listen, ma'am, what I'm going to say next may offend you, but I still have to ask. "Do you know how your husband performs at work?" The woman looked confused, and she tried to recall. He rarely talked to me about work, but there were a few times when he came home drunk, and he kept muttering a name." She frowned, opened and closed her mouth, and after several minutes she threw out an uncertain name, "Batista." "It seems to be this name." In the next 10 minutes or so, Peter asked her many questions. The woman did not hide anything, and told him everything, even what happened on their wedding anniversary this year. She even cried while talking, and Peter had to comfort her for a while. For the first time, he felt that asking questions was so troublesome, so after the matter was over, he couldn't wait to jump out of the window. Swinging between the tall buildings, Peter's mind was a little confused. Batista, a name. Apart from this, there were no more clues. He leaped up, the wind blowing his body, and then he fell and swooped down to the ground. The other spider silk in his hand took him to a higher and farther place. The bright moon hung in the sky. Peter made up his mind that he had to go to the police station again. "Well, McGuire, I come to bother you again. I hope you have food there. I'm a little hungry." Back to the police station, he followed the original route to the archives management room. Usually no one came here, it was very quiet. He lay on the ceiling, and the door of the archives management room was closed. Peter frowned. McGuire never closed the door. He said it would make him feel restrained. A bad premonition made his scalp tingle. Peter landed lightly and gently opened the door. The scene he saw made him stunned. McGuire lay on the ground, his mouth wide open. A box of pizza fell on the ground, and there was still half a pizza in his mouth that he hadn't swallowed. Blood gushed out of his throat, but strangely, none of it spread to the ground. They floated up in a way that violated the laws of physics. McGuire's stomach was also cut open, and his internal organs were all clearly visible. Peter's face twitched a few times. He tried to suppress his urge to vomit and began to observe the scene through the door. McGuire was already doomed, that was for sure, unless he was Wolverine, but he was only in his 50s this year, and he would have to live for at least 200 years to become Wolverine, so he must be dead. Dead. There was no doubt about that. After the initial shock and sadness dissipated, what lingered in Peter's heart was not only anger, but also confusion. McGuire would retire soon. He had no enemies and had a good relationship with everyone. He had not been on the field for more than 10 years, so there was no reason for him to provoke gangsters who wanted to kill him. And in this way, he stood cautiously by the door, pulled off his gloves, opened the magazine of the spider silk launcher, took out a can of spider silk liquid, fiddled with it for a while, and finally successfully made a spider silk spear. He carefully extended his spear and gently moved the blood. The next second, something strange happened. An ancient bronze statue suddenly appeared in this small archive room. Before Peter could react, he was taken away by the damn statue. "So, what do you usually eat?" "Painful memories," the cube replied. It was held in the hands of the wizard at this time, and one side of it changed its shape slightly. A mouth protruded from the flat surface. Although it looked scary, it could actually speak. This was what it had just learned from the wizard. "Well, is there anything else?" Shenyan asked casually while squinting his eyes and adding a new entry to his record. "Happy memories." In short, you eat any memory with strong emotions, right? The cube didn't answer him for a while. The side with the mouth began to vibrate, and the light blue energy was dissipated and then retracted. After a while, it answered, "It depends. There is a limit to the accumulation of emotions in memory. If it accumulates to a limit, I will feel very uncomfortable." This is true for both happy and painful memories. How many kinds of creatures' memories have you eaten? Did you eat them when they were alive or dead? This somewhat offensive question did not disgust the cube. It seemed that it did not have the emotions that a race should have, even though it said that it had eaten countless memories floating in the endless sea of stars. When their world is destroyed, the memories will float out. Just like over there. It floated up, and a bright blue light began to linger on its body. Shenyan found that not far away, a bright star was slowly collapsing. A huge sadness attacked the wizard's heart. He did not retract his mental tentacles, and now he suffered the consequences. Shenyan curled up his body, as if someone had hit him hard in the abdomen with a stick. The twitching pain was like a saw cutting his heart. The cube circled around him twice. It said, "You feel it?" Shenyan took a hard breath and stood up. The emotions of the creatures of the whole world were surging in his heart. Those sad, happy and painful memories flashed before his eyes one by one, some of which belonged to humans and some to aliens. The cube approached him, and the light on its body became brighter again. "Would you mind giving me some? I'm a little hungry. The last time I ate was…" It fell into deep thought, and then uttered a sentence. It was still last time. The mage raised his hand and his mental power transported all those memories out. His body structure still belonged to the human category. At least he had no intention of abandoning his body at present. His brain could not process the memories of the whole world at once. Those emotions and memories were transported into the body of the cube along with his hand. It was buzzing and vibrating, and every surface of its body was happily flashing blue light. After a long time, this situation stopped. The mage standing aside also regained his calm. He frowned and was still thinking about the huge impact he felt at that time. The cube thanked him politely, and then said, "I'm leaving." "What's wrong?" "There's another world that will be destroyed soon. I'm going to rush over and eat their memories." "Why are you doing this?" "I don't know," the cube replied. "But I've been here for a long time, and it seems that I'm the only one who would do this." "You're also the first human to talk to me. Have you ever talked to anyone else besides humans?" The cube fell into deep thought again. "This time, longer than before, a long, long time ago, I saw a group of shining spheres, and they passed by me with a bald woman." Shenyan's fists clenched immediately. "There are countless bald women in the world, but only one can cross the world, and this person, he happens to be very familiar with." Such a coincidence, so deliberate, so… He misses it. "I understand, thank you," he whispered, and then said goodbye to the cube. The other party shook his body towards him, floated away, and turned into the huge blue sphere when they met. Setting off on the journey again, Shenyan's expression was not as relaxed as at the beginning. Who was Ancient One to him? She was his teacher, the one who protected him without asking for anything in return, the one who taught him knowledge, and the one who opened the door to magic for him. She was also the one who plotted against him step by step, and in the end she even used her own death as the final anchor to firmly bind him to the position of guardian. His eyes were complicated, and he never said a word. Peter opened his eyes and began to observe his surroundings. The first glance made him swear, which was rare. The reason was that he was in a big web at this time. The surroundings were dark and deep, and there were roars from time to time. It seemed extremely terrifying. This scene, which was like a third-rate cult movie in the 1980s, made his scalp numb, and he immediately began to try to break free from the web. But he forgot one thing: Spider can usually feel the vibration of the web. As he struggled, 6 compound eyes flashing scarlet light lit up from the darkness and began to slowly approach him. Peter stopped his movements and cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Even at such a critical moment, he still did not give up his chatter. "Hey, man, can you take it off? I'll bring you something else to eat." "How about it? Do you like McDonald's or KFC? Pizza is also fine. Italian or Hawaiian?" He spoke very quickly, constantly muttering some words that were of no help to his current situation, trying to calm himself down and think quickly, trying to find a way to escape. But when the creature completely emerged from the darkness, he was stunned. It was a pure white spider, except for its red eyes. It looked flawless and extremely beautiful. Friendly reminder: generally speaking, if you think a spider is beautiful, you'd better stay away from it. The more beautiful it is, the more poisonous it is. It opened its mouth parts and actually spoke human language. "Be quiet, you will wake them up." "WTF, you can speak?" Peter's eyes widened. You are still a woman? Be quiet." She quickly raised one leg and pressed it on Peter's mouth. Believe me, that experience was definitely not a good one, but Peter didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction or struggle. The spider sense in his brain was frantically reminding him of the coming of danger. Sure enough, a roar came from a distance, as if it was approaching. Peter's hair stood up, pushing the mask out of a funny arc. The spider grabbed him and jumped away from the web. It took Peter and dodged left and right in the darkness, and soon came to another place. It put Peter down gently, and the touch from his feet made him sure that he was standing on the ground, at least on the rock wall of a cave. He adjusted his mask and then spoke solemnly, hello." The spider seemed very impatient. "You are still saying hello to me? Shouldn't it be? Isn't this basic courtesy?" Peter asked weakly. For some reason, he actually felt that the spider was a little collapsed. It waved its forelimbs. "The statue actually chose a useless person like you to save us." "Save? What are you talking about? Don't you know anything? What do you think I should know?" Even if Peter has a good temper, it doesn't mean he can tolerate the spider's bad attitude again and again, not to mention that he is now furious. He hasn't forgotten about Maguire. He folded his hands and stared coldly at the white spider in front of him. More updates tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.